The time for change has come. From this day onward. From this moment onward. He reached out and clenched the hilt, raising the sword high. The blade sliced through the rain, making a drawn-out sound which reverberated through the surrounding darkness. The illusions dissipated, as if the souls had left the world. The light from the flames shone in the rain. Remember this day, my dear gentlemen. In the burning glow of the holy banner, he announced, today, we re-establish the religious court of inquiry. Today, we rise again from the quagmire of pain, embarrassment, and difficulty. On this tortuous and rough path, never once have we let go of our dreams and souls, he continued. Now, we are on our way to tell everyone, the sinners, the lost and the arrogant nobility, that we have not met our demise, and we are back. He raised the seemingly ablaze holy banner in his hand and declared to his subjects, I promise you in the name of God, that what we shall do is righteous, what we shall follow is the will of God, and what we shall usher in is noble justice. In the burning light, countless people replied in unison, Your Honor, all the glory in the mortal realm shall be yours. So, the ocean and the sky shook. Magnificent booms rang out from afar. In the midst of countless bangs loud enough to vibrate the ocean water and create waves, earth-shaking and ear-splitting hisses could be heard. Countless copper nails wedged into the stone made piercing sounds as they scratched against metals and rocks. Sparks erupted as the nails were pulled out of the rocks by the tightly wound steel cables, the resulting screeches fragmenting the air one after another. Among the innumerable things falling apart, the behemoth tore the nest that nurtured it apart, breaking through layers and layers of gray-black felt cloths, snapping all the steel cables and crushing all the fasteners into dust. In the shower of ice-cold rain, it emerged from the workshop, splitting the sea and the sky. It was a warship so huge it made one's jaws drop. As the horns blared, the warship charged into the sea, stirring up hurricane-like winds, breaking the silent waves beneath. The scales covering the ship cut across the reefs and dams like blades, smashing the dam at the harbor of refuge, and the ship sailed into the ocean in the midst of its engine's loud roars. Above the bow of the ship, the ghastly white skull of the giant snake burned with a scorching flame coming from the ether furnace, emitting a glaring light. A slight movement forward was enough for it to stir up a gale and strong waves. It was the mountain of nomadism, the nightmare and disaster that had returned. The monster the world created had finally descended upon the world. Let's go, my comrades. Ye Qingxuan smiled at the sea of darkness and said, one day, we will ignite the world with stakes. Chapter 560, Avalon, Part 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was dark. In the faint, gloomy, cold mist, one couldn't hear the splattering of rain. As the icy rain passed through the mist, the raindrops seemed to blend into the squirming mist and disappeared. Droplets of water fell on the dead silent sea, almost invisible to the naked eye, only leaving fine ripples behind. Shattered ice crystals in the ripples collided with each other and spread outwards, pushing the swollen corpse forward. It was unclear how long the deformed corpse had been soaked in the sea. It had already rotted, and the ghastly white abdominal cavity swelled due to the gases produced in the rotting process. It was like a balloon floating on the sea. Strange fish that smelled the odor of putrefaction swam up from the deep sea. The fish, which were about the thickness of human fingers and resembled iron wire, greedily ate the carrion. They punctured the balloon, which burst with a muffled sound, and the foul stench grew thicker. In the appalling rustling sound of sharp teeth munching on bones, a dark shadow slowly emerged from the bottom of the sea. It opened its huge mouth and surfaced suddenly, then shut it again. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of strange fish were crushed as the 6 rows of teeth munched on. Viscous blood oozed from the huge mouth and stained the surface of the sea, dyeing the pitch-black ocean into a ghastly dark green. As it chewed carefreely, in the fog, 2 pale white glows lit up silently. They were like the huge eyes of a behemoth, shining through the fog. The calm surface of the sea was shattered. Before the creature which the huge, gigantic mouth belonged to could dive into the sea once more, overwhelming roars echoed in the deep sea. The fierce glow of lightning flashing shone from the clouds. It struck down like a blade, opening up a gap in the mist that was so thick it made one feel breathless. When it fell on the sea, it completely shattered the waves that were brewing up on the surface of the sea. In the turbulent waves, the blaring of horns sounded. The vast, pitch-black shadow sailed on the surface of the sea, coming from afar. It brought with it a hurricane, and advanced along the path opened up by the lightning. At the foremost of the shadow hung the pale white skull of a giant snake. A scorching glow was emitted from the eye sockets of the skull. Simply by sweeping across the water surface, it cast down flames and bestowed destruction equally upon all demons. The huge mouth was instantly burned into ashes in the pervasive invisible fire, leaving no trace behind. Far away, something roared hoarsely as if it was enraged. Across the long distance, the roars could be heard. Their effects were almost tangible, like that of a hammer knocking in one's heart, rendering one breathless suddenly, as if one was suffocating. The roaring creature was joined by the second, third, and fourth. As if they had sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest, the monsters hidden in the fog roared maliciously, in a clearly threatening manner. The hurricane bringing the roars in it hit an invisible wall and was crushed as the ship sailed forward. Only a weak gust of wind remained and blew at the silver hair of the young man standing on the deck. Ye Qingxuan put down the binoculars that could not enable him to see anything inside. How much further? 1 hour. Carol, who was temporarily serving as the first officer and chief engineer, replied, "Actually, we are quite near Avalon. On a sunny day, one can already see the white tower of the palace in the uptown. But the fog is getting more and more powerful. This region of the sea is rejecting us. We never intended for it to welcome us anyway." Ye Qingxuan fished out the lens of the Eye of Silence from his pocket and wiped it with a handkerchief. "Go and tell the purification musicians to speed up once more. At any rate, this is the first battle of the re-established religious court of inquiry. Stop goofing off. In 10 minutes, he said, I want to see where Avalon is." Carol's expression twitched. He touched his bald head, forcibly swallowed to prevent himself from vomiting blood, and took out his ether ball to pass the orders of the Grand Inquisitor down. In the bilge of the warship, amid the vast alchemy array, the dozens of purification musicians who were about to break down from stress received the orders and almost vomited blood in unison. "Have the superiors been thinking that we have been slacking here this whole time? Doesn't anyone know how stressed they are right now? The pressure from opening up the fog and guiding the way is already about to blow up their sound of heart movements." In the array, the musicians of the School of Abstinence located at several core positions glanced at each other and lifted their sleeves to wipe the sweat off their foreheads. Soon, their veins and eyes bulged, as if they were burnt red. In an instant, they became similar to puppets that had fallen apart, with their heads hung low and their bodies slumped on the core of the array, but their tenacities traveled along the vast alchemy array and blended into the entire mountain of nomadism. In a flash, they flowed through the 4 layers of outflowing, creating, circulating and forming, and entered the core. A pool of ether several meters in width was located in the center of the 16 main circuits and the 4 instruments of harmonious melody. Ether that had condensed into liquid form swirled in it. One couldn't see how deep it was by looking down from directly above the pool. As if it led to another unpredictable world, glints flashed across the pool constantly. In the silver glow of the pool of ether, the giant heart of the mountain of nomadism was soaked inside. Having been transformed into a living ether furnace, the heart was emitting a terrifying amount of heat at the moment. It spewed out liquid ether as it beat slowly. The glow from the power contained within alone was glaring enough for one to be unable to look at it directly. When the musicians' tenacities flowed into it along with musical notes, the rhythm of the beating accelerated ever so slightly. Code: gaze at the abyss. Sequence of notes is activated. The valve between sections 9 and 8 is closed. Activation of the second mode is completed. The hull shook slightly. In the silent alchemy array, 3 more complicated movements were awakened and connected to the main axis. The engineers beside it were relieved. The ether furnace made of the heart smoothly changed from the first mode designed for pure navigation to the second mode designed for situations where the ship was on alert. Silently, the silver glow in the pool of ether surged. A fountain-like torrent of ether poured out of the 9-layer sea of ether and was devoured by the greedy hull, leaving no drop behind. At the moment, musicians could sense that the violent gravitational force emitted by the mountain of nomadism had formed a large depression in the sea of ether, plundering nonstop and attracting all loose energies, gathering them together. The scale was comparable to that of an artifact. Honestly speaking, the method in which the religious court of inquiry processed the mountain of nomadism was really sketchy. The ship was built based on the corpse of the mountain of nomadism. The raw material was processed and manufactured while the cells were still active. Basically, the humongous sea monster was cut up into pieces and reassembled into a ship. In Carroll's original words to Ye Qingxuan, first, we have no industrial base. Second, we do not have enough alchemists. Third, we do not have shipbuilders at the forefront. To conjure up a legendary warship that can screw whoever dares to attack it over in such a short span of time is simply impossible. However, if you are willing to settle for the next best alternative, well, it's not impossible. So, Igor only realized something when he took over. To forcibly say that it was a ship was indeed not wrong. One could even go out on a limb and call it a warship. But in fact, what Ye Qingxuan they all had done was to use the best materials to build a gun emplacement that was fit for war and could float on the sea while carrying 3 cannons capable of causing insanely high damage. Although it could fly in the sky using the 6th mode, that still couldn't change the fact that it was just a gun emplacement. If it wasn't for Ye Qingxuan who stopped Igor with all his might and promised him, "We will have bread, we will have milk." 1. When I finish saving the nation, I'll make sure Anglo equips your ship with everything you want. Igor might have jumped into the sea in sorrow and frustration. Not that Igor could help it. From a harsher perspective, the warship lacked any technical substance. The only things worthy of praise were the insanely strong firepower and extremely extravagant raw materials. The former came from the 3 petitioner-level main batteries made by the religious court of inquiry. By right, the forbidden technology should still be sealed at the moment unless a special order was issued. The latter was because as raw material, the quality of the mountain of nomadism itself was simply too high. During the manufacturing process, the purification musicians had marveled at its nature countless times. They even suspected that it had descended from the direct bloodline of Leviathan and that it was a prince that had been granted its own territory in the 7 seas by Leviathan. Thanks to that, the mountain of nomadism was basically a living artifact, and insane results could be achieved simply by using it as raw material alone. Presently, the disturbance in the sea of ether caused by the mountain of nomadism was at most no more than that caused when it was breathing, and they didn't even have to activate anything deliberately to achieve such a result. Back when they were drawing the designs for the ship, the old devils already began to thump their chests and stomp their feet in regret. How can such good material be wasted on building warships? It is born to be used as a musical instrument, gods be damned. With just the slightest bit of nurturing, it can become a new artifact. If a scepter musician is put in charge of the process, it's not entirely impossible for it to become an artifact of the very top quality. It's such a pity to have a prodigal for their new Grand Inquisitor. Artifact? Sorry, Ye Qingxuan couldn't care less. Let's not mention the clothes of original sin he robbed from Paganini first. Ye Qingxuan had Jiu Shaohuan Pei, the proof of the Yi family's bloodline of the dragon, which enabled him to control ether with a frighteningly high level of precision and came with the heaven ladder effect that allowed him to practice music theories across all 7 systems. It was the exclusive instrument of Dreamweavers and was even the key to the Yi family's legacy in the realm of ether. As long as Ye Qingxuan could break through the level of master and advance to the level of scepter, he would be able to obtain the scepter in the realm of ether that had integrated the powers of the Dreamweavers of the past generations. Then, he could combine it with the dream he himself wove, and it would basically allow his powers to increase from that of a musician who had just attained the level of scepter to that of one who was at the peak of said level. It was equivalent to having his ancestors pass down their powers to him, and he would be no less powerful than even the saints who had been canonized by the sacred city. It was one of the reasons why the 9 families of dragon bloodline was on equal footing with the saints. The stone sword, which was the artifact guarding the country and the symbol of Anglo's sovereignty, would almost certainly become his as well. Other than the scepter named Heavenly Kingdom on Earth, which King Arthur created in the form of a sword with all the wealth of Anglo to help him ascend as a god and was so famous that it was fairly pointless to talk about, there were also the 12 chapters of the Golden Victory. Each chapter represented a phantom beast that was well known back in those days. And before you forget, there was also the Lance of St. George. It was made of meteorite metal, and also known as the Lance of the Dragon Slayer, the artifact that had sealed the Hecatonkir for 10 years. After whiling away for 10 years in the ultimate, it was still as sharp as ever. Although the two had yet to officially belong to Ye Qingxuan, anyone with a discerning eye could easily see that he would be their owner sooner or later. When Sherdong and the rest of the old men gave the congregation for the doctrine of the faith away to Ye Qingxuan along with themselves in it, they had already analyzed the situation thoroughly, found themselves more than satisfied with their findings, and settled on a plan. Who is the current bearer of the stone sword? It is the head of the 5th Department, the Shadow Emperor of Anglo, loyalist to the crown, the one who has already appointed Ye Qingxuan as his heir, Maxwell. Meanwhile, the meteorite iron belongs to the Knights of the Round Table. And who is the current head of the Knights of the Round Table? It is the leader of the Privy Council during the 3 years the Empress was unfit to rule, the celebrated minister who ruled the entire empire well, the army general who was discreetly known, together with Maxwell, as the double pillars of the empire among the higher-ups, Lancelot. And who is the heir of the Lancelot family? Is it his daughter Christine, the Grand Knight of the Praetorian Guard, who has inherited the name of Galahad? No, it is his eldest nephew Ye Qingxuan. One can say that when Ye Qingxuan's identity was recognized by the sacred city and he became a marquis, he has immediately become one of the most powerful people to be in the world. With 1/8 of royal blood in his body, as long as he is determined enough to get rid of the demented eldest prince and the second eldest princess, as well as a dozen insignificant aristocrats, he will be the only rightful successor of Anglo, the future king of Anglo. To even think about it is enough to drive one crazy. The lord of the Ye family, one of the 9 families of dragon bloodline in the east, the king of the Anglo in the west, the archbishop of the sacred city, the grand inquisitor of the religious court of inquiry, the hand of God appointed by the sacred city. Furthermore, this lad is also the most talented musician in the past century, second to none in both the east and the west other than his own father. If you indulge yourself and dream a bit more, 50 years later, maybe he will become the king of blue? I must stop thinking about it anymore, it's almost a sin to think about all this. As long as we hold on to him tightly, when he comes into power, surely the religious court of inquiry can start a crusade to the east whenever we like, and burn whoever we like? Thinking of this, Sherdong laughed so hard that his chin almost fell off. Although it is a venture capital that has a 99% chance of losing terribly, if we manage to win, the profit is a few hundred times, or even thousands of times more than what we have invested. Upon hearing that Orientals tend to be more reserved, Sherdong even looked the Oriental term, donning the yellow robe, too, up in the dictionary. In private, he even drafted out a Quan Jinbiao, 3. It was the last time he gambled in his life. He wanted to bet everything he had on it, even if the future was uncertain. He had confidence in it. It had been more than 200 years since he first held a sword. He had gambled countless times. Even though he was already very old, very, very old, so old that he had changed his artificial prostate gland 3 times. But it didn't matter, neither did anything else. He could still manage to continue living for more than a decade, continue living until he himself reached the end of this road, even if he couldn't walk anymore and had to crawl, and made Ye Qingxuan a god. Even if it meant living uglily and hideously, even if he had to humble himself and work like a horse. Beside the pool of ether, the old man who sat down stroked his sword and smiled, gratified. When he looked up, his gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of obstacles between them and landed on the young man. "Please be assured, Your Honor." He murmured softly, "You will become the hero who saved the country and then become a legend in the world. You will be fully deserving of your title as the Hand of God. You will be the embodiment of justice and righteousness in the mortal realm." In a flash, endless ether flowed into the ship, supplied under the second mode. Several resonance musicians of the school of abstinence disregarded the fact that the pressure might cause their cerebral blood vessels to burst and controlled the purification movements to expand the thunderclouds over the hull by several times. Thunder and lightning flashed, tearing the fog which resembled a living creature apart and pierced into the depths of the darkness. Shrill, illusion-like screams rang out. A straight passageway opened up in the fog. At the end of the passage was a fiery glory that had burned the sky red. For a moment, everyone held their breath. It was Avalon. Avalon was burning. Once the pearl of the sea, the heavenly kingdom on the earth, the city of pure white. At the moment, it was shrouded in destruction, falling sorrowfully into the flames of war. "What is this?" someone asked. One, a reference to a famous line spoken in the movie Lenin in 1918, meaning that eventually, they would have everything they wanted. 2, it means to ascend the throne, usually used in scenarios where the person is not the rightful heir to the throne but ascends the throne after overthrowing the previous ruler. 3, a type of official document traditionally sent by ministers to a ruler, who holds the actual power but has yet to formally take over the throne from the figurehead ruler with only nominal power for fear of possible criticism regarding the seizing of the throne, to persuade the ruler with the actual power to ascend the throne, so that he could have an excuse to do so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561 Avalon, Part 2. Chapter 561 Avalon, Part 2. Translator, Nayabo Studioff. Editor, Phone You. In the pitch-black darkness, the city became firewood for the flames. The fire was spreading in the city, like a giant's footprints, step by step, drawing everything into destruction. Thick smoke rose from the burning houses, like black hands reaching towards the sky that had been burnt red. Obstructed by rain clouds, the smoke descended from the sky as hot rain of an ashy gray color, with a burning smell. Not only did the rain not put out the spreading fire, but it made the fire rage on as if the droplets were oil rather than water. The heat from the burning city seemed to have boiled the ocean water. In the turbulent tides, densely packed black shadows could be seen. Under the illumination of the glow of the fire, in the murky sea, a writhing river of darkness extended from afar. More and more rivers of darkness advanced along with the ocean currents and tides, converging here and encircling Avalon. Each river of darkness consisted of countless vile spawn of the sea. The undercurrent of the ocean had carried them here. Various tribes merging together, they formed the rivers of darkness that seemed to stretch on endlessly. In the faint singing that drifted in and out, they hissed wildly, climbed onto the shallow beach and rushed towards the city, each one striving to be the first. Just like weeds that could not be wiped out completely, they brutally overcame the defenses, having no fear of death. When their numbers increased to a certain extent, it was truly an appalling sight. Under attack from the vast army of Murlocs, the downtown area had completely fallen. Apart from a few sporadic defenses, only Midtown was still standing, relying on its geographical advantage of being located on higher grounds. In Ye Qingxuan's observation, all the other roads leading to the Midtown had been blown up, leaving only the tower bridge guarded by the Knights of the Round Table. On the wide bridge that could only accommodate slightly more than 10 horse-drawn carriages traveling side by side, the significance of numbers was reduced to the extreme. The knights in power armor were armed with weapons and formed a barrier that fended off the advancing black tide again and again. The Grand Knights who had their titles conferred upon by the royal family were in archangel armor, allowing them to fly in the air. The ether furnace operating in full capacity spurted out a blazing flame of a few meters long behind them, like wings of fire. They were equipped with giant weapons tens of meters long. When wielded with their terrifying, inhuman strength, the weapons could cause huge damage. An arbitrary strike could create a bloody crevice in the black tide. Right at the front of the line of defense, a towering figure of 3 meters stood like a reef, repelled the tides of murlocs again and again. Hot breath spurted out from his nose and mouth underneath his helmet. Even from afar, the frightening amount of heat contained in his breath could be felt. Round Table Armor Geraint. In the area within 10 meters from the knight, gravity was constantly changing with no observable pattern. Sometimes it would be close to nothing, and sometimes it would increase suddenly to hundreds of times the usual amount. All demons who dared to approach were shredded to pieces by the gravitational turbulence. Gravity formed an invisible iron ball, which rolled forward and crushed everything in its way, causing the ground to cave in. Countless demons collapsed suddenly like sandcastles, their bones shattered into powder. Their blood swirled due to the pull of gravity, outlining the contour of the force, making it seem 10 times more ferocious. However, be it the crushing of the gravity increased by 100-fold or the pull of the spear of gravity compressed into an ultra-dense matter which could suck everything within tens of meters from it towards its core, none of them could get rid of the endless black tide. The downtown was engulfed in a sea of fire, the midtown was defended difficultly, but the uptown was shrouded in deathly quiet darkness, where no sound could be heard. In the sea, most of the Royal Fleet's warships were badly damaged after being swept by the River of Darkness, and more than half of the hull enchantments had been broken. The Murlocs and the Navy slaughtered each other bloodily on the deck. More and more warships of older versions exhausted their firepower and sank into the sea after the Murlocs chipped holes in them. Wooden warships were unable to cope with such a situation regardless of how strong their firepower was. After exhausting their ammunition, some of the warships of older versions chose to charge towards the depths of the River of Darkness and detonate their own ether furnaces, perishing together with a large number of enemies. Only slightly more than 10 warships of newer versions that had been refitted in the last few decades still maintained combat power, but the situation was at stake. At the core of the fleet, on a reserve flagship, a figure suddenly rose into the air, holding a cup made of rusted iron, and sprinkled clear spring water into the ocean. It was one of the 7 cups of virtues, the Cup of Honesty. The Cup of Honesty immediately drained the musician holding it of all his strength and vitality upon its launch, turning him into flying ashes, and what remained of him was blown away by the wind. However, the Cup of Honesty remained floating in the sky, a sweet-smelling stream of water gushing out non-stop. When the sweet-smelling stream sprayed into the air, it evaporated rapidly, then condensed into clouds of clear water mist. They reflected the neon light from the melodies and the glow of the fire. The water mist had a colloidal texture, and instead of blending into the sea, the droplets were suspended on the surface of the sea. They spread rapidly and expanded in all directions, with the reserve flagship as the center. As the faint mist spread fast, the air crackled, and the seawater was in mad turmoil, forming plenty of white foam on the surface. Demons exposed to the air started to scream as if they had been burnt by fire, and the creatures that dared to inhale quickly felt a burning pain from their respiratory tracts. The skin exposed to the mist began to rupture rapidly, then hardened into cuticle. Blood oozed out of the countless cracks resembling tiny mouths, the exposed flesh and the cracks hardening rapidly as well. The lungs were the first to be destroyed. The lobes quickly lost their elasticity. The hardened and deformed lungs could no longer complete the respiration process. They lost moisture and quickly dried up. In the end, the lobes were dehydrated, looking shriveled and contracted, like pieces of rubber burnt black on both sides. Suffocation brought death. Honesty took away any room for flexibility. Fortunately, honesty only affected bodies made of flesh and blood, and was insoluble in water. The cloudy mist floated on the sea, dancing calmly, posing no harm to the Navy officers on the decks of the fleet. The attacks of the vile spawn of the sea were temporarily halted, allowing the remaining fleet to maintain their line of defense, albeit difficultly. Following the success brought by the Cup of Honesty, the defending troops in other positions received permission from the command center. 3 more cups of virtues were used successively on the battlefield. Courage, which produced a large number of hyperactive spores that spread with the wind and grew wildly, was used on the shores of the downtown area. A large number of demons are parasitized by the spores. In just a few seconds, the demons had rapidly swelled, rotted, expanded, and exploded, scattering the spores cultivated in their viscera in all directions. Iron sand resembling rain fell from the sky. Upon its fall, it quickly decomposed into gas and diffused into the air. Demons would start seeing illusions after inhalation of the gas, driving them into madness and making them unable to distinguish the enemy from their own. Such was the effect of justice, which descended from the sky. Before the tower bridge, Geraint sighed and raised his arm, holding a grey cloud of mist, which resembled a huge quilt, with gravity, then dropping it to the front. It was benevolence, the cup that had the smallest radiation penetration range but could cause intense changes in matter. Where the grey mist was, everything was corroded, be it metal or rock. The outer layer peeled off, and the material became full of holes, crumbling at the slightest touch. Even such hard materials were eroded, let alone flesh and blood. Other than temperance and generosity that were not here, and the cup of hope which was considered to be the most dangerous, all 4 cups of virtues currently owned by the government of Avalon had been used on the battlefield. The appalling numbers of the vile spawn of the sea had been temporarily contained. But their attacks did not stop at all, but increased by several times. Even 10 times as much. The rivers of darkness were boiling. The rivers of darkness that extended from the waters in all directions had not been cut off. Although a lot of the vile spawn of the sea had been killed, to the vast sea of darkness, they were insignificant as it would only take a day and a night to cultivate their replacements. Creatures of this level. The sea of darkness could produce as many as were needed. Shortly after, frightening hisses sounded from the river of darkness one by one. Giant mouths opened one after another. The huge sea monsters summoned, which had traveled days and nights from all over the oceans to come to Avalon, opened their mouths and swallowed their food, free from all inhibitions. They consumed a large number of murlocs, chewing them into pulp, to fill their hunger from not eating for the past few days. Then, they set foot on the battlefield. The first to emerge from the tens of meters of the tsunami was a shriveled murloc standing on the skull of a humpback whale. The old murloc, which was so ancient that most of its scales had fallen off, had grown a face that looked vaguely human. The gills on its cheeks opened, tasting the blood in the water vapor. Then it looked down and beat the iron drum, which had cracks all over it and was covered in layers of parasitic rattan, in his arms. Roaring bangs burst forth from the sunken iron drums, causing terrifying ether waves comparable to that caused by a scepter. The creature was a vile spawn of the sea created during the previous awakening of Leviathan. It had survived for these 150 years. It had been hiding for these 150 years, shepherding sea monsters in the deep sea, waiting for its god to awaken. Once it had appeared, the endless swarms of murlocs seemed to have gone mad. Their bodies expanded as they entered a frenzy, depleting their worthless vitality to obtain powers far beyond the ordinary. It was born the supreme leader of the murlocs, the demon musician that could hear the words of their god and play the song of the tsunami, the tide summoner. Next, from the black tide that opened up for it, a huge tentacle reached out in a sudden, slammed down, and crushed a warship into pieces. The monstrous tentacle turned, dexterously capturing the humans scattering from the warship. Then, the countless suckers on the tentacles parted to reveal the sharp teeth within, and it gleefully sucked the fresh blood, which it had been craving for ages. A humongous silhouette emerged from the depths of the ocean, its soft limbs unfolding. The countless tentacles in the depths waved about like flowers. Countless red spots resembling the holy emblem grew on top of its head, and as the suckers drew fresh blood continuously, the red color of the spots turned a shade brighter. It was the legendary nightmare of the deep sea, the red-spotted squid known as the 10,000-hand clergy. At least one huge shadow was emerging slowly from each of the 16 pitch-black rivers in the sea comprising of murlocs. When Leviathan sang in its long dream before its resurrection to summon them, they had quickly rushed here from all over the oceans. At the moment, less than 1/10 had come. More behemoths were on their way. They were the true vile spawn of the sea that had the blood of catastrophes bestowed upon them and was granted their own territories by Leviathan, the rulers of the boundless oceans. If Leviathan was not sealed before they arrive, the situation in the weeks to come would only get worse. The royal fleet at sea had just realized that the situation was becoming worse and worse. The first person to discover it was the lookout of the outermost defense frigate of the fleet. Seawater is flowing. Flowing irregularly. The flows are converging at Avalon. Amid the singing of the tide summoner, the waters roared in response. Huge waves brewed up from afar one after another, howling as they approached. But they did not retreat. In the blink of an eye, the appalling tide swallowed 2 warships that failed to escape in time. Crushed by the enormous weight, the steel was smashed into tiny pieces. The terrifying impact from the denotation of the aether furnaces was also suppressed by the seawater. A huge bubble was all that was produced, spewing seawater into the air, only for it to fall back quickly. More and more tides converged here. Only then did the lookouts realize that the water level was increasing. At the moment, Avalon was already trapped in a bowl-like structure, coming from all directions, the waves roared and rose slowly, interweaving into an iron-gray wall. At sea, beneath the skies, all that could be heard was the frightening noise of tons of seawater being carried by the waves. The sea was still slowly rising. It rose bit by bit, swallowing the shallow beach. A tsunami of a few meters high tsunami howled as it approached, destroying the burning houses and extinguishing the pitiful flame, seeping into the outer parts of downtown. All the lookouts could no longer suppress the screams in their throats. The demons no longer paid attention to the fortifications nor the lines of defense, no longer cared about what the humans' trump card could be, nor anything that humans are trying to do. The humans could do whatever they wanted, for whatever they could do wouldn't matter. The demons were going to increase the sea level and drown Avalon completely. Then, the suffocating human beings would have to face the real power of the vile spawn of the sea. At the moment, in the flagship of the Royal Fleet, a dead silence ensued in the command center of defense of the bridge and the inland sea. In the suffocating hot air, General Servan, who was sitting in the chair of the commander, silently removed his tobacco pipe from the corner of his mouth. He took out his handkerchief, and carefully wiped the tooth marks off the briar pipe, which he had bitten on out of shock. But 2 rows of dents had already appeared on the originally sleek and smooth briar pipe, and could not be wiped off. Such a pity. It should have been a piece of art. Servan sighed and leaned his whole body back on the chair as if he were a deflated balloon. Life really sucks as the temporary commander of the Royal Fleet, he whispered softly. The sheet-white deputy looked at him. Sir, now what should we? Servan smiled in self-mockery and looked up. Issue a general order. He paused and said softly, we are losing the war, and the capital is at stake. Anglo hopes that all its citizens will honor their duty. This ship would lead the attack later, aiming at the 9 o'clock direction from the north. Please make good use of the remaining opportunity for victory. He gripped the pipe in his hand and cut off the communication. In the dead silence, the second officer spoke with a dry voice, Sir, our ship has no reserves available. Don't we have 3 more aether furnaces? Servan cast him a final glance and said, Give my orders, attack. For victory, he declared. So, the central flagship, the Sovereign, roared, and launched an attack on the tall wall of tides. Servan closed his eyes. Marquis Lancelot, I'll be going on my way first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562 Gift. Chapter 562 Gift. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the drumming of the tide summoner, the ocean roared. Dozens of ocean waves soared from the surface of the dead silent sea out of the blue. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater fell and rose again, colliding with each other, and produced bangs similar to that of iron clashing against each other. It was earth-shaking. As the lookouts continued to observe the situation, the Sovereign sent the signal for attack and launched the final attack against the towering tides of tens of thousands of miles in height. Behind the sovereign, the 6 remaining warships were silent for a moment, then sent messages via flag semaphore in the direction of Avalon one by one. Allow us to pave the road to victory for the rest. Long live Anglo! Long live Anglo! Long live Anglo! In that fiery light, all the engines on the warships were fully employed, even overloaded. Their horns blared, like the roars of steel monsters, one after another. They followed the sovereign closely and rushed at the arrogant tides. At that very moment, in the quiet Avalon, a low ringing of bells sounded. It was like an edict being read in a low voice. The loud bangs of rocks cracking followed closely. It was like a landslide. Roaring bangs sounded from the depths of the ocean, stirring up layers of ripples, one after another. In the horrifying hurricane stirred up suddenly, terrifying turbulent waves emerged from the deep sea and spread outwards in all directions. The low ringing of bells traveled outwards in the hurricane, in all directions. Everywhere it passed, in the vicinity of Avalon, melodies burst forth in reply from more than 20 islands surrounding Avalon, which had been silent until then. In peacetime, some of them were temporary ports, some were residential areas, some were commercial harbors, and some were off-limit military bases. After entering the wartime state, everything there was evacuated, and the islands became uninhibited, bare and dead silent. But now, mighty tolls of bells sounded from the islands, responding to the call from Avalon. In the reverberation of the bells, countless trees that had been growing for many years were destroyed out of nowhere. Heavy rocks fell apart and shattered into tiny pieces. A massive amount of earth and stone were shaken off from the islands as they shook. Roads cracked and disappeared. Buildings collapsed and fell apart. Ports shook and sank into the sea. In the end, a terrifying glow shone from each of the islands. The ley lines buried in the deep sea were activated. Countless torrents of ether gushed towards the islands and were greedily swallowed by the awakening monsters, leaving no drop behind. A huge amount of soil and rocks fell into the sea, causing a large area of seawater to turn murky. Dust and ashes rose into the sky and were blown away by the hurricane, revealing the actual chaotic situation. Of the 24 islands, 10 had disappeared. In their place were 10 scorching hot, sun-like glows. The alchemy arrays which had been slumbering in the depths of the island for centuries had been awakened. They absorbed the vast torrents of ether that took all of Anglo's resources to supply, playing passionate movements, and morphed into their actual forms. They were warships. Each island was a warship giving off terrifying ether waves. They were unlike products of the modern era but resembled antiques kept in the museum. They even had sails of old versions, and the weapons they carried were just arms like ballistae and harpoon cannons that had long been eliminated. But at the moment, everyone in Avalon couldn't help but cheer and scream in excitement. They themselves were the history of Anglo, the past of Anglo, the embodiment of great achievements in history, the indelible glory of this country. Boom! The ocean was turbulent, as if the entire of it had completely solidified. All the seawater was no longer under the control of the demons. It was no longer flowing, frozen completely by invisible forces. On the flagship of the fleet, Servan, who had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself, jumped up and ran to the porthole. Dumbfounded, he stared at the silhouette of the warships that seemed to function as pillars to stabilize the sea. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. He murmured softly, crown, revenge, determination, magnificence, ruler, reaper, piercer, arbitrator, punisher. These are. Servan, it's not your time to sacrifice yet, a voice coming from Avalon sounded in the flagship. Anglo still needs you to continue fighting, but... Marquis Lancelot, is this the sealed First Royal Fleet? Servan stared at their outlines and danced ecstatically. Every one of them is a legendary warship. The legends are actually true? I knew it. I knew it. The legendary fleet King Arthur commanded to conquer the seven seas really exists. The first Royal Navy fleet, the fleet of glory that has left its mark in history. the undefeatable legend under King Arthur. Each ship is a legendary warship far beyond anyone's imagination. They recaptured the ocean from Leviathan and opened up new territories for Anglo. They are great existences that have once dominated the ocean. All along, everyone has thought that their existence is just a myth passed down from the Dark Ages, but never entertained the possibility that they actually exist. Witnessing a legend becoming reality, the ecstatic servant couldn't help but dance. God bless Anglo. Bless. Marquis Lancelot, are we going to counterattack? From the other end of the communication channel came a long silence. After a long time, Lancelot replied hoarsely, "No, Servan, we are going to retreat." Selvin was stunned. Outside the porthole, the outlines of the sun-like warships began to sway slightly, as if they were slowly dissipating. "What's going on?" Servan turned back and asked. "It's the perfect opportunity, sir. As long as we attack, we will be able to reap unprecedented victory." "Why retreat?" He forgot himself and asked aggressively, "Why?" "I'm sorry, Servan, legends are only legends after all." Lancelot sighed. "The first royal fleet is a sealed relic belonging to Stein Chamber No. 0. Its flagship, the Intrepid, and the ship reserved for the Queen's Royal Progress, the Royal Pride, are all part of the Holy Grail of Destruction and form part of Anglo's final line of defense. To dispatch them, one must first obtain all three approvals from the Empress, the Keeper of the Seal and the Sword-Bearer, before commanding them with the State Seal and the Stone Sword. My hasty activation of it is already an overstepping of my authority. Not even half of the royal fleet responded to the order. They will not obey my command as well, and only serve the purpose of deterring the enemy." Violent coughs sounded, and Lancelot's voice grew hoarser. "Retreat, Servan, don't let my efforts go to waste. We must conserve our forces, as we couldn't afford to make any more sacrifices." Servan bit his lip in silence, staring at the phantoms on the sea with infatuation. After a long time, he threw the crushed heather pipe in his hand onto the ground, and it was as if all his strength had faded away. "Retreat," he ordered in a low voice, not wanting to look at the battle at sea. "I have already expropriated all the ships in the harbor, reinforcements will be with you shortly." Lancelot's voice sounded from the communication channel, later, "Don't come back. Meet up with the fleet at the port of Dunkirk and depart straight away." "Those at Dunkirk?" Selvin was stunned and felt a chill going up his body. "Depart? Where to?" "Marquis Lancelot, surely you are not preparing to, abandon Avalon." Lancelot voiced out what he had been suspecting, yet feared most in his heart. "Avalon is no longer able to withstand the attacks of the catastrophe. We must move the capital to Birmingham." "Are you crazy?" "Lancelot!" Servan roared and his face turned red with anger. "Do you King know what you are saying? For centuries since Anglo was founded, we never experienced such humiliation. Avalon is the city of glory our ancestors have sacrificed for. Are you going to hand it over to the catastrophe? You will be hanged on the Arch of the Traitors." "You most certainly will." "Then so be it." Lancelot's voice was calm. "Servan, someone must take on such a responsibility. I have been mentally prepared for it since a long time ago. Rest assured, I will stay here and be buried along with the city. But you can't die meaninglessly here. The country deserves a brighter future. Now, I entrust you with the future of our nation, Servan. If you want me to beg you, then yes, I beg you, please go to Birmingham. Please reorganize the army there, and endure future suffering and pain along with the country. One day, you can definitely return once more. I firmly believe it." Servan stiffened. "Lancelot, you. Half an hour ago, I have already given the orders to organize an evacuation. Soon, our remaining forces will leave here by boat. I hope that you can escort them safely out of this sea of darkness," Lancelot interrupted. "Half an hour? That's way too short. There are so many people in Avalon in such a short time, how can there be enough time to finish evacuating them? Servant asked. We evacuate as many people as we can. Lancelot's calm answer was one full of cruelty. It's the only thing we can do. The communication ended. Servant slumped on the chair, breathing the hot air from the temperature-controlling array, and felt nothing but suffocation. His internal organs and hands were convulsing. He wanted to vomit, but couldn't. He just raised his eyes and stared at the burning Avalon, motionless. Just watching it, he couldn't help but tear up. It was the city where his ancestors had fought, the city of miracles which countless people had praised and sung about. At the moment, it would be destroyed in his hands. Do we really have to do so? Servant thought. Soon, hasty footsteps sounded outside the bridge. A seaman walked in quickly and whispered in his ear, Sir, a representative from the Hall family wants to see you. Hall family? Selvin was momentarily confused, then immediately realized what was happening. He wrinkled his brows and walked out of the door. He spotted the musician who had with him the access order of the military and had risked landing on the deck after passing through the enchantment despite the battle outside. I'm here as a representative of the Hall family, Mr. Servan. The middle-aged man bowed. The Hall family is willing to provide support in the upcoming evacuation to help you accomplish your mission. We only hope that you can show us a little pity during the transfer. The musician who represented the top-ranking family in the Avalon aristocracy paused. His voice condensed into a line and sounded in Servan's ear, 10 spots, sir. We need 10 spots to ensure that our family members can have priority in evacuating from here. We are willing to pay any price for them. Servan remained silent. But then, one after another, ether waves crossed the war-torn sea, despite attacks from the catastrophes, and landed on the deck flusteredly. Lord Servan. The musicians approached him, one after another, and surrounded him. Soon, amid the noise, a person squeezed his way into the core. Sir, I'm the representative of the Field family. The soaked old man took out a handwritten letter. Just now, the head of your family has promised to cooperate with us in the upcoming evacuation and to unite our families via marriage. Please make sure that we have enough spots in the evacuation. Before our families are done with their meeting, please do not agree to any other conditions rashly. Servan took the letter from him in silence, opened it forcefully, and saw the familiar handwriting. You require 2 boats? Yes. The old man leaned closer and whispered in his ear, more than 10 families will be paying for it. It must be different from the commoners who are stuffed in the bilge as ballast. We require clean cabins, dignified treatment, and protection of top priority. We may bring some luggage with us, but those are filled with the national treasures of Anglo that do not deserve to perish along with the city. We guarantee that you will have a good position in the government in exile. Get lost, Selvin squeezed out a few words. The old musician was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Silence. Servan said nothing and closed his eyes weakly. Soon, he gave a smile of self-mockery. No, I said nothing. He said, I will cooperate with you. A deep sense of powerlessness shrouded him. He turned back and looked out of the porthole, at the city that was about to fall, in the hands of the ocean. It's like a ship that is about to sink into the sea. The remaining ships may be unable to escape a similar end, sooner or later. A great retreat? It's just an attempt to prolong death. Lancelot, why don't you understand? Why don't you understand? He withdrew his gaze and shook hands with the old musician with a smile, but for some reason, tears streamed down his face. They wouldn't stop. The rest of his time consisted of nodding and handshaking numbly. After handing over the command of the ship to the first officer, he returned to the captain's cabin and sat in his chair, looking at the sea chart of Anglo on the wall. An iced bucket of fine wine was on the table, a gift from some family during the crisis. 30-year-old Fontainebleau, how nice. He stared at the swaying light in the glass and smiled. Then, he took a capsule out of his pocket and threw it into the glass. With a hissing sound, the capsule disappeared. The taste of the wine was still amazing, but it had one more thing in it named dignity. In the lengthy silence, he held the glass up, took a final look at the burning city outside the window, and gave a smile of farewell. "Long live Anglo," he murmured softly, tilted his head upwards and finished his drink. The cold wine slid down his throat, containing a lethal poison, extinguishing the pain and sadness in his organs, and his expression became peaceful. He spread his arms, like a flying bird, ready to embrace death. In the silence, he saw an illusion-like reflection from the window. Someone, maybe the god of death, walked out of the darkness and rested his hands gently on Servan's shoulders. The stranger's silver hair was like moonlight. "Am I dying?" he murmured softly. "It's still early, Servan." The young man kept his eyes low, as if he was conveying a message from God. "It's not over yet." "Is that so?" Servan whispered softly. Maybe it was intoxication from alcohol or the effect of the medicine that made his vision darken slowly. "How much longer?" "I have already grown tired of such war that only brings pain." "Soon, very soon." The man behind him gave a gentle push, and the chair slowly slid towards the window, making him look at what seemed like a war in hell. "I brought something back," the man said. "Consider it as a gift to the city." "Gift?" Servan laughed. "Where?" In the reflection of the window, the silver-haired young man tilted his head and lit the pipe at the corner of his mouth. He inhaled deeply, and the flame on the tobacco flickered. The phantom-like smoke rose and blurred his face. He said, "It is right in front of you. The sixth mode is activated. Petitioner number 1 has finished aiming. Code, a gift to the pains of the world. Fire." The next moment, in the depths of the fog, the slumbering monster opened its eyes, murderous intention in its gaze. A blazing light tore apart the darkness, noise, distance, and everything. It engulfed everything. A sudden silence descended. The whole world seemed to have been thrown into the bottommost of the abyss. The outlines of the ocean and the sky could no longer be distinguished, and even the fire and storm could no longer be seen. It was light. A light that penetrated everything. The light came from afar. The ocean shook, the demons hissed, the heavens and the earth roared, but all sound was lost, as if the sounds had been blocked out by the light. The light that destroyed everything was emitted from the mouth of the monster. It penetrated thousands of miles of rain and waves, tearing apart the towering iron-gray tides. It chiseled a precise crack in the bowl, imprisoning Avalon, advancing forward. Forward, forward, forward. It ignited the fog, pierced through the wind, evaporated the sea, crossed the distance, stung countless stun-eyed mistakes and descended on the battlefield. It engulfed the ancient tide summoner drumming and singing in the center of the tides. Dead silence. The short moment of silence felt so long. The next moment, a fierce scream of pain resounded between the heavens and the earth. It was the ocean crying in pain. It was the whine of sorrow of the dying old Murloc. It was the roars of the 10,000 tons of seawater that had lost all forms of support and fell from the sky, returning to the sea. As the seawater that had risen fell again, the vacuum collided with waves of air, producing bangs similar to steel scraping against steel. The iron drum had already evaporated in the light of destruction. The huge humpback whale turned into stiff charcoal in an instant. The tide summoner lost its tides, and its entire hunched body shrunk significantly, like frost evaporating quickly when exposed to the scorching sun. Observation is complete. Shelling has been effective. Transition from the 6th mode to the 7th mode is complete. Petitioner number 1 overheating, cooling process started. Petitioner number 2 warmed up, transfer of alchemy array complete, warm-up of petitioner number 3 started. Aiming is complete. Fire. In the next moment, a terrifyingly bright light burst forth from the behemoth that roared past from afar once more. It was a roar of ecstasy and anticipation, containing murderous intention that was reignited after many years of slumber. It was the ecstatic cry of the old men. Yes. That's right. That's how it should be. Facing the ocean that was stirring up huge waves as if it was enraged, mad laughter sounded from the deck, and the madmen dancing in ecstasy roared at the sea. Look, our souls are here. Right here, dot. A flaming holy emblem slowly rose above the bow and ignited the iron-gray sky. It was like a sun. After many years, the emblem of the religious court of inquiry made its mark once again on the battlefield that it hadn't set foot on for a long time. Come fight us, for we are back, it declared. Continue, our war that would never end till the day we die. War. The blazing light of destruction descended from the sky as if it would never end. The deciding piece had been placed on the chessboard of war by an outsider. The monsters who made their way here from afar had finally embarked on the battle belonging to them. On board the Sovereign, Servan was finally jolted awake from his drowsy state, confirming that everything that had just happened was not just a dream, nor an illusion. After jerking awake from his drowsiness, Servan turned back in shock and looked at the young man. He was smoking a pipe and kept his eyes down. His silver hair reflected the fire outside the porthole and shimmered as if it was burning. Who on earth are you? Servan asked. Me? The silver-haired young man laughed and opened his left hand. In his palm was the poison capsule that should have dissolved in the wine a good while ago. Nice to meet you, Mr. Servan. The young man shrouded in smoke raised his head, like a monster in the mist revealing its true form. My name is Ye Qingxuan, he said. Hand of God, Ye Qingxuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Counterattack. Chapter 563, Counterattack. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. At the moment, at the bridge of the Sovereign, a dead silence ensued. An unknown warship is approaching. The lookout turned his head in shock and looked towards the command post. The warship has fired at the demons. Is it from friendly forces? It does not have an identification code. Do we cooperate or do we not? The command post was empty. Loud bangs roared. The second observer was ecstatic. The Tide Summoner is badly hit. The red-spotted squid as well. The other 6 sea monsters within observation range have transferred their aims. The unknown warship is increasing its speed and has entered the coastal waters of Avalon. The two parties have begun to fight. The representative of the aristocrats, who had taken over Servan's place, was stunned. His expression changed as he had not expected such an event to occur, nor did he know where the unknown warship, which was key to the battle, had come from. Sir, the situation is great. The staff officer looked up and asked, do we follow up the victory with a hot pursuit? The representative wrinkled his brows, a cloudy expression on his face. No need for that, it's just nice that someone is helping us attract firepower. Sail homeward. Carry on with the evacuation plan. The staff officer was silent. He thought, withdrawing now can save the royal fleet, but this means leaving all the pressure to the unknown reinforcements. The pressure faced by the unknown warship will probably double in such a situation. Abandoning the miraculous assistance, but instead choosing to continue with the Dunkirk evacuation. No, there will be no more evacuation. Someone opened the door and entered, pushing the representative in his seat aside. Servan put on his hat, and he was in high spirits. We counterattack. Fully cooperate with the reinforcements, and take Avalon back from the demons. Amid everyone's shocked expressions, he turned and looked behind him. So I'll leave it to you, thanks, Mr. Yi. It's my duty. Ye Qingxuan nodded. In the confused gazes, he pinned the badge representing the 5th Division on his collar, then stood in the middle of the bridge unceremoniously. Attention, all. From now on the command of the ship is transferred to Ye Qingxuan, the temporary person in charge of the 5th Division. Next, we will launch a counterattack against the catastrophe. From the communication array, Servan's voice rang out on board each surviving warship. Victory is in sight. I hope that all of you will fight courageously, and not tarnish the glory of the kingdom. Counterattack? The navy on board the ships was stunned at first, then ecstasy and cheers rose among them. Counterattack. The time to counterattack is here. Soon, after installing the interval of identification, the communication channel between the Royal Navy and the Religious Court of Inquiry was set up. An ancient voice sounded from the array, "This is the mountain of nomadism." "Sure Dawn?" Ye Qingxuan asked. "Yep," came the reply. "Get ready for the war. You will need to take the lead in the coming counterattack." Ye Qingxuan said calmly, "The good name of the Religious Court of Inquiry has just been reinstated, and everyone is looking forward to our performance. If it is smashed by the demons, we really will lose face. All glory and victory in the mortal realm will be yours," Grand Inquisitor Shi Donggong replied. "Very soon, the demons will know who they are fighting against today, but..." Ye Qingxuan smiled, leaned against the chair and adjusted his posture until he felt comfortable. "All right, I'll wait and see." "Did you hear that?" On the deck of the warship, Shi Dong turned back. Behind him, the Knights of the Witch Hammer, who had finished putting on their armor and equipment, went down on one knee and affirmed in unison. "Then you may go." Shi Dong lowered his eyes and said, "I'm getting old, and have limited energy nowadays, so let's make it quick." The knights nodded silently, turned and left. Against the hurricane blowing right at him, Shi Dong gazed at the giant squid waving its countless tentacles about and stirring up waves amid the glow of the burning fire. 10,000 hand clergy. Let's start with a big one. He whispered softly, "It makes me upset to see the warehouse so empty. If we catch this creature, it should be able to fill up a significant portion of the empty space, right?" Shi Dong turned back and ordered softly, "Remember, capture it alive." So, the pitch-black mountain of nomadism roared, separating the waves and advanced. After the 3 main batteries took turns firing and carpet-bombed the demons, they were all overheated and were in the midst of cooling. At the moment, the warship had almost 0 firepower. However, the most dangerous thing about the warship had never been itself, but the group of old devils on the ship who were craving demon blood. The craving was so strong that it was almost driving them crazy. Booming movements suddenly burst forth. In the bilge, all the purifiers gathered together, achieving coherence via the alchemy array. Using the sound of Heart of the Mountain of Nomadism as the main axis and a landmark, the disorganized movements of their sound of heart was constantly changing, until they finally had the same rhythm. Vast ether waves were born from it. The waves in the pool of ether tumbled as if they were boiling. Inexhaustible energy rose against the flow and ascended into the sky, gathering on the burning holy emblem in the sky. Then, from the holy emblem, a vague figure appeared. It was the vacuum that materialized after more than 100 purifiers joined forces to carry out nature interference, their sound of heart converging. Attaching their tenacity on it, their powers merged into one, constructing the embodiment of discipline with their music theories from the same school. The phantom clergy, who was wearing a crown, donning a robe and holding a rosary made of rose quartz, lowered his head and gazed at the world. He reached out and pointed at the surface of the sea. So, in an instant, the huge red-spotted squid let out a scream of fury. Benediction de Dieu dans la solitude. The horns blared in a high pitch, seemingly excited. Hot steam spewed out of the hull of the mountain of nomadism, followed closely by the serious and cold melody. It was a pipe organ. It was a gigantic pipe organ that had been built into the hull during the manufacturing process, with the central pool of ether as its source. The 6 layers of piano keys played on their own, and the organ stops popped up and down, as the organ played a solemn hymn. In the melody of the hymn composed by the King of Blue of the first generation, the music theory containing the essence of the school of abstinence spread out. As the figure pointed, it fell into the sea. Nature interference. Build the temple of God here. Prepare his way, pave his road, turn the 7 seas into a thoroughfare. And solidify the sea completely. The nature interference of terrifying scale had completely altered the seawater in the whole region, turning it into a rock-solid state. The initially turbulent waves disappeared, leaving only seemingly frozen, solidified ripples. The red-spotted squid, with half of its body floating above the water surface, was completely trapped, its angry tentacles whipping the water surface furiously, causing loud bangs that sounded like iron and stone scraping against each other. On the front deck of the Mountain of Nomadism, the metal assembled in arrays flowed silently. 2 iron tracks, like that of railroad carriages, rose from the cracks in the deck. They fixed themselves on the deck and extended outwards bit by bit. In the end, they were directed at the 10,000-hand clergy struggling angrily. Everyone get ready. The battle begins. At the vanguard, the Grand Knight put on his helmets and stepped onto the iron tracks. In a flash, the tracks whistled sharply, ejecting the armored knight forward in the midst of sparks resulting from friction. He broke through the air, traveled a long distance and slammed towards the huge demon. The next moment, they brushed past each other. The horrifying amount of kinetic energy provided by the armor caused the épée of size to whistle sharply as it smashed through the air, tearing a huge crack open on the red-spotted squid. The putrid blood gushed out as a heavy tentacle was cut off neatly. It fell on the frozen sea and curled unconsciously due to the residual nerve signals. The overloaded power armor emitted a burning glow. The Grand Knight abandoned his sword and removed the heavy steel banner he was carrying on his back. Holding it firmly with both of his hands, he stabbed the squid with all his might. Amid the roars, the flag tore a red spot resembling a holy emblem apart like a nail, pinning the squid's head on the surface of the sea. Then, a fiery flame ignited from the banner, providing a guide to the phantom clergy in the sky. The glints of armors crossed the night sky one after another, the stars falling like rain. In a flash, tens of knights of the Witch Hammer had descended from the sky, plunging the iron shovels they carried with them downwards. In the end, tens of burning banners were erected from the sea. They pointed upwards at the sky as if they were guiding the descending destruction, and flames flared up. In the sky, the phantom clergy pointed again. The pitch-black layers of clouds were torn apart, and horrifying meteors fell from the sky. They were made of iron condensed within the clouds. The iron was cast in the thunderclouds and shaped into stakes. With the howling wind, they descended over a long distance and smashed towards the 10,000-hand clergy in the impassioned blaring of the horns. They dedicated themselves to declare that the dawn had arrived. Night on Bald Mountain. The next moment, a sharp hiss sounded from the beak of the red-spotted squid. Innumerable stakes of a scorching red nailed into its body, the purifying fire blazed and spread, covering its whole body, as if it had been thrown into a burning purgatory. Although it was surrounded by the sea on all sides, it could obtain no solace from the cold waters. In the burning fire, it convulsed in pain. Countless tentacles suddenly whipped out, breaking the iron nails, but also leaving many appalling wounds behind. Then, it spat thick, pitch-black ink out from its beak. Such liquid was a manifestation of its abnormal nature, a weapon produced in the demon's organs by gathering the evil elements in the bloodline of the catastrophe. Although it looked like ink, it was actually how catastrophic music theory looked after it had eroded reality. By simply appearing, it swallowed everything less than a kilometer away from it instantly. Even the glow of the fire was as faint as that of a firefly in comparison. For it, the area covered by the thick ink was its paradise, but for all other creatures, it was a desperate situation. But in such a desperate situation, a hurricane swept here. At the moment, the old knight holding his sword raised his eyes, a steel-like glint in his murky pupils. "It's time for a meal," he murmured softly. So, flames resembling the eyes of a monster burst forth in the ghastly white bones of the snake, which formed the stem of the ship. The ship charged into the thick ink. The heart in the pool of ether pumped wildly, stirring up waves. A magnificent amount of power flared, spurring the humongous mountain of nomadism into the fog. The steel-like seawater was shattered under the impact. The armor covered in scales scraped against the steel-like seawater, causing loud bangs. The terrifying weight and momentum of the entire warship was immediately exerted on the gigantic monster. The ram, made of demon bones, smelted in a furnace under high temperature, ruthlessly hit the body of the squid, glinting in dark green. It overpowered the squid as easily as crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, smashing into the enemy territory with an unstoppable and formidable force. What other weapons would it possibly need? The mountain of nomadism itself was like a famed, tempered blade. A weapon fit for war, armed with its own mass and the added momentum provided by the heart of a behemoth. Even a legendary warship could not withstand a direct slam from it under full force. According to calculations, even an island made of stone would split to form a straight passageway if hit by a mountain of nomadism in full force, let alone mere flesh and blood. For a moment, innumerable tentacles were crushed into pieces. The 10,000-hand clergy whined in pain, as it was almost cut in half. In the excruciating pain, the monstrous red-spotted squid waved its tentacles about forcefully, wrapping them around the mountain of nomadism. Countless tentacles tightened forcibly, scratching against the hull and tearing the steel on the outer layer apart as if it was trying to pull the entire hull apart completely. In the past, it was a really useful trick. Initially, apart from a particular worship of Asgard that resembled a fortified city, everything else was fairly fragile when wrapped in its tentacles. Unfortunately, this time, it had chosen the wrong opponent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564 Avalon, I'm back. Chapter 564 Avalon, I'm back. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the ink-like pitch-black darkness, sharp sounds rang out one after another. It was caused by the tentacles of 10,000-hand clergy scraping against the steel. In the tugging and restraint of the tentacles, the mountain of nomadism was almost snatched up from the surface of the sea, and the machinery hung on the deck was crushed in an instant. At the foremost, Sherdong stood quietly. Despite the thick tentacles stirring up hurricanes that brushed past him, he merely looked up and stared at the demon close at hand. He looked at its strange eye. And he couldn't help but smile. Instinctively, the huge squid felt an unexplained uneasiness. Just looking at the old man's face made it feel threatened. It had been more than 200 years. From the start till the present. Since Sherdong held his sword for the first time, countless demons had seen the cold, forbidding smile at the corner of the old man's lips before their deaths. At the moment, the smile had been stained with blood, lending a grotesque note to it, and exuded a chilling and fearsome aura, like one of graves and bones. Even though he was so ancient that he would soon return to dust, even though he was so old that he couldn't stand without a cane, it hadn't changed. The iron-like fanaticism contained in the smile did not diminish at all, as if it was within his soul, or was a flame that was being passed from the carcass of a demon to another. I am here. Sherdong stood up, using his sword as support, and murmured to it softly. Then, a sound beyond tens of thousands of times louder than the noise just now burst forth. On the huge hull of the mountain of nomadism, the innumerable fasteners hidden under the armor were detonated in an instant and detached themselves. The scaly armor fell off the hull like leaves dropping. Wrung by the tentacles, the steel shell that had lost its support shriveled. However, its true nature that had been hidden under the camouflage revealed itself to the world for the first time as the crack spread. It was like a monster breaking free from the cage holding it prisoner. It was alive. Beneath the snake's skull hung on the bow, the blazing glows, which resembled a pair of eyes, turned bright red. The iron shell shattered and collapsed. Under the iron shell, a behemoth with warm and rancid breath revealed itself. The huge mouth full of sharp teeth, with its gums showing, was slowly opening. As if it was grinning, it lovingly gave the prey that had delivered itself to the doorstep a kiss, then shut suddenly. The darkness was boiling. The ink-like dark fog was like a dying leper, madly convulsing, expanding, contracting, roaring, crying. First, a series of earth-shattering loud bangs rang out. Then, painful screams sounded. In the end, only a chilling munching sound remained. Crack! 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 When the fog slowly dissipated, only the mountain of nomadism that was stained a dark green by the blood was still floating on the sea. Insignificant pieces of meat and residue slowly sank into the sea. As for the 10,000-hand clergy which had been reigning in the deep sea for centuries, it had completely disappeared without a trace. Elder Sherdong, are you? Carol climbed up the deck clumsily, full of worry, but lowered his voice without realizing it when he saw the figure standing in the pool of blood, with his back straight still. Are you all right? Me? I can't possibly feel any better. Sherdong turned back with a smile on his aged face, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his smile. I hadn't been expecting such a refreshing appetizer right after reaching Avalon. Carol, I'm starting to like this era, he said. What's going on here? At the moment when it was clear who had won the battle, everyone fell silent for a short while, as if they were doubting their own eyes. But it was soon followed with boiling ecstasy and cheers. The 10,000-hand clergy has been defeated. The blood of the demons was ignited in the purifying movements. The mountain of nomadism bathing in flames cut through the waves and slowly advanced in the magnificent movements. Like an iron plow turning the soil, invisible forces from it continuously fished out demons hiding in the seawater and tore them apart. So, the turbid seawater was dyed in ink like crimson red. The viscous blood floated on the surface of the sea like grease, fueling the fire. The scorching hot flames spread in the water, illuminating the dark world. Cheers and praises came from afar, reverberating on the sea. Like thunder, they almost drowned the hisses and roars out. Dear all, join the battle, our counterattack has just begun. Ye Qingxuan's voice rang out on the bridge of every ship. We will not retreat in this war. Let us banish the demons from this region of the sea completely, to pay our respects to the souls who have died heroically in battle and the sacrifices in the past. He paused and declared resolutely, let us reclaim this country, reclaim Avalon. Countless people shouted fanatically in response. Counterattack! Counterattack! The roars and shouts voice echoed on the entire battlefield. Under the illumination of the holy emblem, bangs and roars sounded once more. The vast, mighty war resumed after a short break. After a century, the fire of burning stakes was reignited in the dark night that was too long for one to see when it would end. After a brief silence, the silhouettes of the Knights of the Round Table rose from Avalon and joined them on the violent battlefield. As the mountain of nomadism advanced, the gigantic demons hidden in the deep sea were pulled out one by one and chopped up into tiny pieces. After the materials that could be utilized were extracted, the remains were mercilessly thrown into the purifying flames. In the end, the ocean was almost covered by flames. Using demon carcasses as firewood, the flames danced in the hymn, outlining the scene of the purgatory of trial in the mortal world. The battle lasted for the whole night. It was a short night, but it felt like forever. When the last giant monster of the deep sea was crushed by a cannonball from the petitioner, and the dark rivers that the demons had gathered into were burned completely by the flames, the war finally came to an end, for the time being. Everyone stood where they were, blank looks on their faces, and stared at the sea that was covered in blood and ashes. It was as if they had just awakened from a nightmare and didn't know where they were. It has ended? No more demons? We have won? Victory! Long live! Long live Anglo! The ecstasy of surviving a disaster and the glory of victory after a fierce battle blended together and became an impulsive feeling to tear up in joy. Be it on the decks, in the sky, or in the bridges of the ships, everyone cheered and hugged each other, bursting into tears, screaming and roaring. Amid the hustle and bustle, in the commander's seat, Ye Qingxuan took off his hat and put it on the table. He stretched tiredly and felt his whole body finally relaxing. Gazing at the city outside the porthole that relighted, I couldn't help but smile. Return to the harbor. He murmured softly, let's go home. Avalon, I'm back. After traversing through a long and narrow waterway, the sluice of the port, which was covered in scratches, slowly opened. The machinery rotated, making a sharp scraping noise. In the turbulent waters, the Royal Navy, with scars all over, finally entered the harbor. They were met with dazzling lights. The crowds were surging and cheering wildly. No matter how hard the guards outside the port tried to block them, it was impossible to extinguish the enthusiasm and ecstasy. Long live Avalon! Long live Avalon! Long live Avalon! The cheers were like a tsunami. They no longer had to worry about being left behind in the sudden great retreat, or being separated from their family members, having to leave their homeland and embark on a long dark journey. The sudden great victory was a shot in the arm to the city that had almost suffocated under the lengthy torture, and the suffering people were full of anticipation for the future. The pitch-black warship that had shown up out of the blue brought them hope. The purifying musicians who opened up land in the world of dark during the pioneering era a century ago had returned again, holding their flaming banners high. They came to the city at its darkest and most vulnerable moment, cast the demons into the flames and illuminated the dim, suffocating world once more. At the foremost of the crowd, the nobles who had rushed to the scene from various agencies, or even the fleet of evacuation, were not necessarily feeling lighthearted. The upper-class men, who got to know about the evacuation plan half a day ahead of the commoners, had carried out innumerable secret transactions in the very short period of time to obtain priority in the evacuation and fight for the last remaining resources. Some even ran through a fortune. The authorities let it go unchecked, as the exhausted Lancelot was too tired to care anymore, and even went so far as to acquiesce in their setting up of the government in exile. The evacuation plan ended up being aborted, and the government in exile was nowhere to be seen, of course. Some people were slower in taking action, and had been wringing their hands in frustration or even despair, but felt relieved after the victory, smiling cheerfully and rejoicing at their fate. As for those who were quick-handed, they had already boarded the boats a long time ago. The boats were still here, but they meant nothing now. Although the fate of the city was still uncertain in the coming days, who could guarantee that there would be another suitable timing for evacuation? In the sudden great retreat this time, the nobility and senior officials occupied as much as 2/3 of the fleet. Few of the remaining 1/3 of tickets fell into the hands of commoners but were priced astronomically, as the prices were driven up wildly due to high demand. The grassroots were extremely disappointed with them. The consultants didn't even need to investigate further before they sighed and assured their employers that their credibility and image were presently at a new low, and that they were completely stuck in the Tacitus trap. Whatever they did would be seen as evil deeds. If another evacuation was to be conducted in the future, then what they would face before the retreat would be an angry riot. At that time, it would be hard to say to whom the spots on the ships would belong to. Therefore, regarding this savior who had shown up out of the blue, quite a number of people only felt a strong sense of bitterness. They had zero gratitude for him, and even felt a tinge of hatred, despite it being well hidden. In the complicated looks and hushed conversations of the nobles, the crowd surged. Led by a grand knight and escorted by the garrison, 2 black carriages drove to the port. One bore the emblem of the church and was from Westminster Abbey. The door opened, and with the help of the attendants, Mephistopheles, the archbishop who had been blind for many years, got off. The other was even more low-key and bore no emblem. A pale middle-aged man got out from the carriage. He wore a black formal-looking dress suit, but a sharp-eyed person could see the wrinkles on the corner of his blazer, which clearly had not been changed for many days. The dress suit was thicker than ordinary. It had thick fur sewn into it and was fairly warm, but his face showed no ruddiness. Instead, he covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed so hard that it felt like his heart and lungs would be torn. A number of years ago, he was badly hurt by an assassin when he was protecting the Empress, and his wound never healed properly. His lung disease had already been determined as incurable. Marquis Lancelot, the soft discussion in the crowd paused. Everyone looked at the figure standing in front and couldn't help but stop talking. At this moment, the only remaining backbone of Avalon, the actual ruler of the Kingdom of Anglo, the leader of the Privy Council, Lancelot, showed up here alone, without even bringing any attendants alone. He only nodded at Archbishop Mephistopheles, but said nothing and cast his gaze on the black warship entering the port slowly. He didn't speak a word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565 Return. Chapter 565 Return. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. When the black warship docked, the entire port fell silent. Everyone gazed quietly at the sharp silhouette that it cast in the dim light. A strong wind with a strong stinking smell blew from afar. Lancelot covered his mouth and coughed restrainedly. After a good while, he wiped off the blood between his fingers with a handkerchief. A low sigh came from beside him. Mephistopheles reached out and handed him a small yet exquisite hand warmer. Lancelot did not refuse. As he held the hand warmer, his face turned slightly more rosy. "How much longer can you stay outdoors?" Mephistopheles' blind eyes seemed to fall on his chest and look past his clothes at the lungs plagued by an old illness. "I believe that the doctor has told you not to come out. There are always exceptions to everything." Lancelot shook his head and stared at the silent dark shadow, murmuring softly, "I really want to see him." "Lancelot, so does everyone else who is here." The murky pupils of Mephistopheles, which had no light in them, looked forward, but it seemed as if everything was within his observation. The pair of blind eyes overlooked the crowd, looking at the civilians, nobles, businessmen, and soldiers, distinguishing their faces one by one as if he could see their thoughts. He slowly spoke. "Some come here out of respect. Some come here to display their stance. Some come here to put on a show." He paused, his blind eyes fixed on the outermost of the port, the surging crowd stretching all the way to the end of the road, and a shimmer of awe and respect appeared in his murky pupils. "And some come here to honor the legend." At that moment, a deep, low sound rang out. At first, it was the deep reverberation of the creaks from the hinges of steel armor, followed by the sonorous echoes of iron boots stepping on the deck. Hundreds of people gathered into a regiment and assembled into arrays. As they moved forward, the sounds evolved into magnificent roars. The dead silent seawater was stirred by the sounds, forming waves. The cold sea breeze swept past, blowing at those who were trying hard to put on a smile until their faces turned pale. The people who made their way to the front, wanting to make a good impression and display goodwill at the earliest time possible, were stunned. They paused where they were in the sound, and could not help but want to back away. Because in the glow of the lanterns, the bright red banners were raised once again. The holy emblem fluttered in the wind and advanced. 2 rows of armored knights, who were stained black by the blood of the demons, walked out of the slowly opening door. Under the illumination of the light, a cold glint reflected off the steel helmets in a grotesque fashion. The clergymen, who had such burly builds that they looked inhuman, held the bright red banners high and led the way. They wore chain hoods, and their robes were covered in heavy iron armor. As they marched forward slowly, the armor clanked, creating sonorous echoes. The clergymen leading the way marched forward in a straight line. As if they did not see the people welcoming them approaching, their speed did not slow down, causing the enthusiastic smiles on the faces around them to become stiff and unsustainable. The people who had approached backed away clumsily, turning the warm, welcoming atmosphere into a silent and awkward one. "What is going on?" Several representatives of aristocrats wiped cold sweat from their brows and exchanged glances. Someone was chosen and reluctantly gathered up enough courage approached the clergyman leading the way. But the advancing procession showed no signs of stopping, continuing forward slowly. The representative standing in their way was stunned, his face becoming whiter and whiter. Finally, the footsteps stopped in front of him. The clergyman holding the banner high lowered his eyes and seemed to be sizing him up. Under the illumination of the dim light, the burly clergyman cast a thick, dark shadow, covering the pale face of the representative, who couldn't help but swallow hard and forced out a smile. The representative said, "I am the concertmaster of Avalon." "Thou shalt bow," a hoarse voice said, interrupting him. In the clergyman's blurred outline, against the light, it seemed that a cold and indifferent gaze was cast downwards, with an iron-like majesticness. Under the gaze, he could hardly maintain the smile on his face, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. He averted his gaze, not daring to look at the pair of eyes anymore. The clergyman withdrew his gaze and declared it coldly, "Fear God." But in the dead silence of the cold wind, only the banner with the holy emblem on it was making a fluttering sound. Faint footsteps sounded from a distance. Gazed upon by everyone, the thin figure walked out of the darkness, stepped on the road paved by the purifiers and entered the area illuminated by dim light. In the dead silence, even the sounds of breathing had disappeared. Only faint footsteps echoed. In the clanking of steel, the armored knights went down on one knee and lowered their heads as a sign of respect to the rulers. Surrounded by the clergyman, the thin young man stepped off the warship and set foot on the port. In the cold wind, he breathed into his palms and rubbed his hands, seemingly not used to the cold of winter. A stole embroidered with black gold was draped over his shoulders and covered part of the vestment he was wearing. It was not of a crimson-red color favored by archbishops but of a deep purple. Under the illumination of glow coming from the swaying lantern, his silver hair, blown by the wind, resembled burning mercury. In the silence, he stood on the shore and gazed at the city that he hadn't returned to for quite some time. He had only bid it farewell for the short span of 4 months, yet everything had become completely different. A lot of things had changed. Everything of the past had disappeared. But its essence still remained the same. Avalon. "I'm finally back," Ye Qingxuan murmured softly. Under the fluttering, bright red holy emblem, he overlooked the crowd and raised his hand, like the emperor who arrived here back then, proclaiming the truth to mortals. He declared, "God bless Anglo." Tsunami-like cheers sounded. The crowd surged like boiling water. Even the earth trembled from being stepped on chaotically by countless people. Dust flew up, whirling in the air, and tremored in their shouts. The fanatical crowd stared at the emblem and the young man's figure. Waving their arms, they swarmed forward, trying, again and again, to enter the cordon area regardless of the attempts by the guards outside to block them. Countless people held the lanterns in their hands up, waving their arms, and shouted at Ye Qingxuan, praising him with all the words they know. As Ye Qingxuan advanced, the banner with the sacred emblem on it was held high in the gale, and the believers became more and more fanatical, throwing themselves to the ground at the Savior in front of them. The disorganized shouts gradually overlapped and merged into one, saying the same words with the same voice. "Hand of God." The crowd looked up at the figure of Ye Qingxuan and praised him fanatically, "Hand of God. Hand of God." As the shouts of countless people gathered to a roar, it shook the world. It was like the quiet city was humming in a low tone. As if its true master had finally arrived, it respectfully presented everything in its possession, humbly imploring the arriver to bestow salvation upon it. In the deafening shouts, the people standing in front gazed at each other embarrassedly, their expressions changed slightly. Despite obviously trying to remain calm, they could not hide the shock and fear emerging from the bottom of their eyes. It wasn't that they were unclear about Ye Qingxuan's identity and his past. At the moment of Ye Qingxuan's return, the information of his past was presented to countless people. In the beginning, they thought of uniting to control such a powerful force. After that, when they saw how powerful he was, they eagerly wanted to establish good connections with the distinguished young man that had returned. But now, they didn't even have the courage to stay here and introduce themselves. At that moment, they finally understood that the newcomers were not loyal soldiers, nor naive heroes, nor impressionable politicians who could be persuaded with benefits and compromises. The clergyman told them, "Thou shalt bow and fear God." Under the deep purple vestment in the stole symbolizing justice, he was not the young man they had expected, but the archbishop sanctioned by the sacred city, the grand inquisitor who had re-established the religious court of inquiry, the hand of God who had brought iron and fire with him. All mortals intoxicated with power and desire were like dust in his eyes. Another a madman, someone whispered. Lancelot, haven't you understood? Mephistopheles turned back and looked at the dismayed Lancelot. He said, Avalon has changed, old friend, and so has the world. He is no longer the child you could protect. I know what you're thinking, but you can't change him. Lancelot lowered his eyes and said nothing. In the cheers of the crowd, Ye Qingxuan walked forward and smiled as he looked at the old archbishop in front of him. Archbishop Mephistopheles, it's good to see you so well. Out of habit, he wanted to put his hand over his heart and bow, but just as he lifted his hand, he was stopped by Mephistopheles. The murky blind eyes rose as if the archbishop was looking at a young man in front of him. After a good while, he smiled with a tinge of emotion. You are already the hand of gods, archbishop, there's no need to bow to me. As he spoke, Mephistopheles removed the signet ring, which was a token of power, from his index finger, and carefully put the ring on Ye Qingxuan's right hand. Finally, he bent down and drew the young man's right hand to his forehead, which touched the signet ring gently. I'm already old. He smiled as if he had unloaded a burden. From now on, all matters in the Archdiocese of Anglo will be completely under your jurisdiction. Ye Qingxuan had never expected that Archbishop Mephistopheles would hand over the Westminster Abbey, which he had been guarding for decades, and the entire enchantment of Avalon to him immediately upon his return. Although he held the concurrent post of Grand Inquisitor, in the hierarchy of the Church, he was still of the same rank as Mephistopheles. In fact, as a diocesan bishop, Mephistopheles could totally ignore Ye Qingxuan's opinions regarding the matters in the archdiocese. It was a right granted to Mephistopheles by the Church. But at the moment, he handed all of it over to Ye Qingxuan. You probably still have many more things to deal with, I will not disturb you any further. Mephistopheles did not give him time to refuse, but simply nodded and bade him farewell. I have prepared the encampment for your subordinates at the Westminster Abbey. I'll be waiting for your arrival there. Having finished his words, he stepped back with the aid of his retinue and left. But when he walked past Chardon, he paused for a moment and seemed to nod in reverence, but it was so subtle that it could hardly be perceived. In the end, Ye Qingxuan sighed and looked in front. He looked at Lancelot, who had been waiting for a long time, and opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say. However, Lancelot clutched his cane and walked towards Ye Qingxuan, brushing aside attempts from others to support him. He came closer and observed the young man's face like he was trying to identify the contours from the past. As if he was looking at a family member who had finally returned after a long time, his gaze became complicated and gratified. You're back? He asked softly. Yep. Ye Qingxuan nodded and got a shock. It was because Lancelot raised his arms strenuously and hugged him. For the first time in many years, Lancelot hugged him, but he had become weak and lacked strength. That's great, he said, it's good to see you back. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a long time. He wanted to break away, but hesitated, and did not refuse in the end. Soon, Lancelot realized his faux pas. He let go and rubbed his eyes awkwardly. Sorry, I was caught up in the moment. All these years, I have been hoping that you would return. It's really great that you came back. As he spoke, he supported himself with the cane and dragged Ye Qingxuan forward with staggering footsteps. Let's go, I will bring you back home. I have a lot to say to you, little Yezi, a lot. But Ye Qingxuan stood where he was, and as he looked around, the look in his eyes became one of confusion. Why are you guys the only ones here? Where's Maxwell? The old B** starred. Surely he isn't trying to put on airs, not even bothering to welcome me back? Lancelot was silent for a moment, put on a forced smile. Certain things beyond everyone's expectations happened. He couldn't make his way here for now. He continued, "Let me bring you home to get some rest first." Lancelot averted his gaze and refused to look at Ye Qingxuan's eyes anymore. "A lot has happened while you were gone. You have enough time to make sense of it slowly." Ye Qingxuan looked at him and remained quiet for a long time. Finally, he slowly nodded. "All right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 566 Thames. Chapter 566 Thames. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Above the warm water's surface, thick water vapor drifted in, slowly rising. It danced on the dome above, which was adorned with porcelain decorations, condensed into water droplets, and finally fell into the pool. Tick. The sound was gentle and soft. Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes and rubbed his face with his hands. In the warm bathing pool, his body, which had stiffened in the sea breeze, warmed up. Tiredness took its toll, and a deep drowsiness engulfed him. He propped himself up, stepped out of the bathing pool, and pulled the towel off the rack to dry himself. Outside the door, a servant's voice rang out, "Young master, dinner is ready." Noted. Ye Qingxuan finished changing and opened the door. The servant at the door bowed his head respectfully. "The master is waiting for you in the dining room." "All right." Ye Qingxuan caught a whiff of the scent of incense lingering in the air, and his nose felt itchy. As one of the founding fathers of Avalon, the Lancelot family owned many properties in Avalon. Even in Midtown, which had once been the most prosperous region, they also had a large mansion in the most expensive area. It even came with a wide courtyard and garden, isolating the mansion from the noise outside, making it a tranquil spot amid the hustle and bustle of the city. It was much better than Lola's remotely located mansion, which resembled a haunted house. In the past, when the previous head of the household, namely Ye Qingxuan's maternal grandfather, was still alive, Ye Qingxuan used to come here often, and he could still remember many of the decorations and furnishings here. His grandfather even planned to transfer the house deed to him on his birthday, but unfortunately, what happened later caught everyone by surprise. It was the first time he revisited the place in more than a decade. Everything had changed. Even though the house stayed the same while people had changed, he still couldn't suppress the sense of rejection in his heart. Without requesting the servant to show him the way, he made his way through the corridor and the stairs, towards the dining room. Due to the mansion's location being easily accessible by various modes of transportation, the Lancelot family had often held their banquets here. After centuries of renovations and constant betterment, every corner of it had been perfected with dedication. It contained innumerable precious collections. Even a seemingly inconspicuous piece of tapestry on the wall could be a gift from a duke or a rare piece that had once been sold for an astronomical price at some auction. It really is a wealthy household. He glanced at the huge oil painting hanging on the wall of the dining room and couldn't help but sigh softly. To his surprise, Lancelot was alone in the dining room, and his daughter Christine had not returned. Compared to other aristocrats who generally had dozens of sons and daughters, not to mention countless illegitimate children, the Lancelot family, which had been passing down 2 round table armors, could be considered as having few descendants. For many generations, the family had had only one child. The line of descent almost got cut off several times even. For this very reason, they cherished their descendants. Even illegitimate children would definitely be brought into the household. The wife of the previous head of the household gave birth to a son and a daughter, which was already considered an unexpected pleasant surprise. As for the present generation, Lancelot only had a daughter, and his wife had died prematurely after being bedridden with chronic diseases. Not counting Ye Qingxuan, the Lancelot household consisted only of the father and the daughter. Purely speaking, in terms of lineage, the family was at its most dangerous position. After Ye Qingxuan was seated, servants laid out the meal. The layout was simple, the servings not really large, but the food was exquisite enough and sufficient to satisfy one's appetite. Lancelot did not say anything, nor did Ye Qingxuan take the initiative to start a conversation. The silent dinner soon ended. The servants removed the plates and served them black tea. In the soft lighting that was just a bit too dim, Lancelot took a few pills with another cup of hot water, and he looked much better. The two were separated by the water vapor rising from the teacup. After contemplating his thoughts for a moment, Lancelot began to speak. He said, "I know that you must be wondering about what happened while you were gone. Why has Avalon, which has been preparing for this war for a century, been reduced to such a miserable state? In this regard, I have no intention of hiding anything from you. After all, you have returned to Avalon to save the country, you deserve to know everything." He gazed at Ye Qingxuan. Looking at the young man's eyes, Lancelot's expression turned to a complicated one of bitterness. It all started half a month ago, from the night when Leviathan was about to enter the reawakening phase. Half a month ago. Heavy rain poured from the dark sky. Icy rainwater fell non-stop from the sky, covering the lonely city on the sea. The weak lights in the city flickered, as if being crushed under the weight of the rain. Located at the highest region of Avalon, the palace faced the dead silent ocean in the distance. At the highest point of the throne room, from the weighty throne, one's gaze could pass through the open door in the heavy rain, cross the vast plazas in the long distance, and fall squarely on the sea. "It's raining." The weary empress on the throne jolted awake from a long sleep, raised her eyes, and saw the black clouds and flashing lightning above the sea. So, a trace of relief emerged in the green eyes. "Finally, it's coming?" "Yes." Beside the throne, Lancelot nodded, holding a crutch, expressionless. In the heavy pattering of the rain outside the door, he simply gazed at the round platform placed in the center of the room. On the round table was a square prism resembling a work of art created by the best glassmiths. The core, which was as hard as steel, looked clear and transparent. One could see the raindrops shattering in the plaza outside through the glass. But at the moment, in the transparent prism, strands of blood vessels covered its inner walls. As if it was alive, the blood vessels were pulsating, like a living thing breathing. The fine blood capillaries branching out from the main vessels waved in the air, like roots of trees, and twirled in the soft singing. The king and his accomplice kidnapped the queen and jailed her in the dream. "We have the power, yet where should we go? Oh, men, hoist the sail. Pull, thieves and beggars, we'll live forever," the song came from the prism. It was a broken piece of flesh. When the piece of flesh was sealed, it was only as small as the knuckle of a little finger. But at the moment, it had eroded the steel and grew in the seal, expanding and turning into a vague face. A few months ago, the face was just a bloody mess, vaguely resembling a woman. But now, the face had formed completely. The facial features were well defined, the eyes were shut, and the corners of the lips lifted, as if it was slumbering in a sweet dream. As the lips moved slightly, hallucination-like singing sounded. The singing was alive, as if it had a soul, piercing through layers of walls and the heavy rain, and reverberated between the sea and the sky, summoning the demons far away to come to Avalon. The face looked delicate and possessed an androgynous beauty that was neither completely masculine nor feminine. It seemed gentle, but also strong. It seemed to be pouting angrily but also smiling. What one could observe from each angle was completely different. The only similarity was that the face had a devilishness unlike that of a human's. In the soft singing, the empress got up from the throne. She walked closer and gazed at the face in the crystal. After a good while, she murmured softly, "It's been so many years, you must have felt very lonely, Prince Thames." No one responded. So Elizabeth reached out, wanting to hold the crystal prism. "Your Majesty." Lancelot stepped forward. He looked at her and shook his head. "You mustn't." Elizabeth smiled, and touched the prism, very her palm gently, as if she wanted to caress the face. Innumerable fine, fluff-like blood capillaries instantly extended, like greedy roots, and wrapped themselves around her hands, wanting to take root. However, red firebird spewed out from the slender body. Her power was of the same origin as that of the face, but it was so violent that it seemed as if it was trying to destroy everything in the world. Just staring at it made one feel a stinging pain. Just touching it would lead to destruction. The blood capillaries evaporate in an instant, severing from the main vessels, which shrunk back into the crystal. The face convulsed, the eyelids shivering, as if it was about to wake up from a nightmare. I really envy you. It's been so many years, yet you haven't grown any older, and are still as beautiful as ever. Elizabeth took the prism and examined the face. The look in her eyes became complicated and sorrowful. It must be very painful. Suffering in our stead for so many years, sentimentally attached to the mortal world, and being unable to die. Still, no one responded. Lancelot went down on one knee and pleaded again, "Your Majesty, Leviathan is awakening, we don't have much time. Let me look at him for a bit more." Elizabeth caressed the prism and looked at the sleeping face. "This is my uncle, Lancelot. It is the sacrifice made by the previous emperor, the 16th person to die for the blood of sin, the one and only Prince Thames. Do you know? He was the youngest brother of my father. When I was born, he was only 3 years old. He died when he was 13, but he had spent the 7 years before that with me. I even remember the tone he used to speak in, it was soft, like a girl. He once hugged me, took care of me, and he was like a brother to me. The dragon blood in him was far stronger than anyone else in the family, so he became the sacrifice and died in the hands of my father. Now that I am the empress, it is my turn to be responsible for killing him, but..." Lancelot was silent. Such was the shameful secret of the royal family, the secret which Anglo couldn't afford to let anyone know. As early as a few decades ago, Leviathan should have awakened for the 6th time. It was the sacrifice of Prince Thames that delayed it till the present. A descendant of the dragon blood was made a sacrifice and cruelly burned into ashes. The remains which the fire had failed to burn was sealed in iron, the ashes were sprinkled into the flowing murky water and returned to the sea. It was the only thing that could be done to save the country, and it must be done. For a very, very long time, Elizabeth kept her eyes closed. In the silence, the Empress, who had suffered from the curse for many years, suddenly regained her calmness. It was the result of a strong will forged through the endurance of excruciating pain. Sometimes, I am grateful for having the blood of the monster in me. Elizabeth raised her eyes, gazing at the heavy rain outside the throne room and the dark ocean. After all, many people have died, but I am still alive, no? Lancelot was at a loss for words. Rest assured, Lancelot, I am not that weak. At the very least, I am the empress of the country. In this war that should not have begun in the first place, too many sacrifices have been made. I will not tolerate the continuing deaths of my people. Elizabeth lowered her eyes, no longer weak, nor emotional, as if she had turned into steel. Now, how bad is the situation? Everything is as expected, the losses are also within the acceptable range. Lancelot replied, communication with the provinces in the fog has been resumed. Most citizens of the country have immediately begun to take refuge. Other than a few shelters that have fallen in attacks, the rest remain standing firm. According to the plan, the Second Royal Fleet has set off, traveling to various places to provide reinforcements. The Third Royal Fleet is guarding the coastal waters and is combat ready. The First Royal Fleet has been unsealed by the Stein Chamber No. 0. Once Your Majesty gives the order, the fleet can be awakened any time. It's just that the black tide this time around is more troublesome than that in the previous years. The total number of dark rivers brewing up is about 30 as of now, and the lookouts report that the number continues to increase. The giant demons which inhabit various regions of the sea have also been awakened, and the vile spawn of the sea have begun to multiply once more. Based on the growth rate of the prince's remains, we estimate that the first seal will be torn open tonight. Using it as the core, Leviathan will enter the actual reawakening phase. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567 I Am the Country. Chapter 567 I Am the Country. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the silence, only the face and the crystal was singing softly. The singing, which seemed to linger in the air, spread in the rain towards all directions. As a result, the pitch-black ocean let out a piercing reply. The seawater boiling as rivers of darkness emerged from the depths of the ocean. Countless vile spawn of the sea were responding loudly. They were coming. The sea and the sky roared. Your Majesty, Lancelot went down on one knee and implored, please return to the throne. Is it time already? Elizabeth smiled, holding the singing crystal in both hands, and observed the face in it. Do you think so as well? No one responded. But in the silence, the eyes on the face, which was previously sunk in deep slumber, opened. The eyes that seemed to contain the abyss in them gazed at the Empress in front of him, as if suddenly enlightened, but they were empty. Only the bestiality of catastrophes was surging and flowing in them, the evil seemingly materializing, like an endless deep sea. It was a glimpse cast by Leviathan in its sleep, looking at the turbulent world. Elizabeth smiled. No worries, Prince Thames, I'll be with the bloodline of sin. She held the crystal prism carefully in both hands and walked up the steps slowly. Then she sat on her throne in a dignified manner, staring at the pitch-black ocean and the sky, murmuring softly, this time, I will definitely bring an end to you and this ominous bloodline. Bang! The crisp sound of steel scraping against each other sounded from under the throne. The earth quaked. No, it came from somewhere deeper, not the prison-like palace by itself located at the highest point, nor the splendid and majestic uptown, but Avalon. The depths of Avalon quaked. The machines that had been buried in the darkness since the construction of Avalon were activated. Under the extraction by ether furnaces, huge amounts of energy were drawn from the ley lines of ether. The energy spewed out like a waterfall, propelling the rotation of the incredibly heavy gears. Steel banged. The earth was torn apart, flames ignited, hurricanes stirred up, blocking the downpour. In the roars that seemed as if they had been passed down from the ancient times, the floor of the throne room cracked and shattered, numerous steel parts and gears emerging from the steel frame beneath. Fragments of the floor broke, fell, and got stuck in the gaps, but could not stop the operation of the gears and were crushed into dust. Bang! 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 Harsh, piercing sounds burst forth from the throne. Nails popped out of it one after another, wedging deeply into Elizabeth's spine, connecting themselves to her nerve center. Layers of steel rose and covered her, integrating with her body. In the end, she was completely fixed on the throne, and could not even move her little finger. At the moment, she had become connected to the huge machine, as well as numerous facilities all over Avalon. The earth was her body, countless huge steel machinery her internal organs, and the ether ley lines flowing beneath the ocean her blood. It is the long-cherished wish of the ancestors of past generations. In the intense pain, Elizabeth's blood seeped out of her pores, Firebird spewed and swept like fire, covering the entire Avalon, giving her control over everything. Her pale face put on a faint smile difficultly, and she murmured softly, now, I am Avalon, I am Anglo. The Empress had taken her seat on the throne, abandoning her mortal body. With Firebird, she took over the body made of steel and merged into one with her country. Anglo had started preparing for the war since 100 years ago. Even the Empress herself must play her role as a chip on the table, in the gamble of life. At the moment, the destructive Firebird had been strengthened by thousands of times, emerging from the depths of the earth like a flood. In only an instant, the scarlet red wrench bloomed on the ocean. Just seeing it would sting one's eyes. Just by existing, it would devour everything. Just touching it would cause one to be swept up in destruction. The essence that was thousands of times purer than that of Mary's revealed itself in the Firebird. In an instant, it tore several rivers of darkness apart and exterminated countless vile spawn of the sea. For so many years, Elizabeth had struggled to keep the monster within her in check, but when the war started finally, she no longer had to suppress it, and the hungry beast was let out from its cage. The power and its host existed as two facets of the same being, like the city of Avalon and its shadow. The human bloodline bore the consciousness of the host as a human, whereas the dragon bloodline bore the negative elements born out of one's own personality, pure darkness and madness. Such was the essence of the curse, the parasitic scarlet red dragon in the host's body that would devour everything and would never be satiated. Now, the legendary elements in the bloodline had been released. With Avalon as its body, it wanted to swallow the entire ocean of darkness into its stomach. Such was the true form of the ruler of Anglo. In just an instant, countless vile spawn of the sea turned into ashes in the blooming range. The torrential rain was shredded by Firebird. Like water being boiled, it vaporized into a ghastly white fog, ascending into the sky. The sky and the earth shook. In the depths of the ocean, the behemoth that was about to reawaken seemed to have felt a stabbing pain and jerked furiously. Leviathan, which is about to wake up from its long dream, fought back with rage. The war between mankind and catastrophes had finally begun. In the dancing white mist, someone passed through layers and layers of defense, entering into the throne room belatedly. "Your Majesty." The old man, who has aged quite a bit, bowed in reverence. "Maxwell, you have come late." On the throne, Elizabeth opened her eyes, her pupils scarlet, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "You seem to have disappeared recently. Where did you go? Do you have any interesting stories to share with me?" "My apologies, Your Majesty, I have gotten into the bad habit of drinking alcohol recently. Not only did I not do anything, but I was often drunk and lost track of time." Maxwell took off his hat and poncho, and combed his fingers through his wet unruly hair, smiling resignedly. "Fortunately, I didn't wake up too late." "I see." Elizabeth nodded, not minding his negligence, nor angered by that his dejection. She just looked at him, her eyes full of empathy. "Did you have a sweet dream?" "Yep." Maxwell got up and stepped forward, setting foot on the steps, causing Lancelot to frown and stop him. "Maxwell, you are in the throne room. Mind your etiquette in front of Her Majesty." From the moment Elizabeth sat upon the throne, she had become one with Avalon. From then on, until the end of the war, she would not separate from it, even though it was burning away her life. The Knights of the Round Table, who had guarded the royal family for centuries, was her final line of defense. In the past, he would have let it go, as it wasn't exactly rare for Maxwell to commit a breach of etiquette. But the current situation was different, and Lancelot would not allow anyone to approach the throne, even Maxwell. Moreover, the stench of alcohol on this guy was so strong that it could suffocate someone 10 meters away to death. Lancelot grumbled mentally. "Oh, Lancelot." Maxwell drunkenly opened his eyes and finally recognized the person in front of him. He gave a smile of sudden realization, then took out a half-empty bottle of rum from his pocket and waved it in front of Lancelot. "Want some?" The stench of poor-quality alcohol intensified, stinging Lancelot's wounded lungs, turning his face crimson with anger. Right at that very moment, Maxwell let go, and the bottle of rum fell from his hand, shattering as it smashed on the ground. His hand, now empty, balled into a fist, the knuckle of his index finger protruding, and hammered down. From the other side of the round table armor which was not activated, his fingers pressed against the wound from many years ago, which had yet to properly heal. Snap! The brief exchange ended in an instant before anyone could see clearly. Lancelot lost all his strength, half kneeling on the ground. Maxwell easily took away the iron case beside Lancelot and put it in his arms. The steel in the case shook as if it had been angered, but it was forcibly suppressed in the next moment. "Sorry," Maxwell whispered softly in Lancelot's ear, as he stepped forward. "To the throne." The drunkenness in his eyes was ignited, morphing into an indescribable coldness and a murderous intent. Lancelot drew his sword. Bang! Summoned by Maxwell, a quaint and majestic long sword penetrated the curtain of rain, answering his call. It brushed past Lancelot's cheek, and the fierce impact left a wound on his face. Then, the sword hit the steps that lead up to the throne. Scepter, the kingdom of heaven on earth. In a flash, the kingdom of heaven descended here, erecting an unbreakable iron wall and separating the room into two domains. It locked Maxwell and the queen inside together. Maxwell, outside the iron wall, Lancelot coughed up dark blood. Not even having time to gasp for breath, he turned back in shock. "What are you trying to do? Isn't it obvious?" Maxwell said as he advanced on the steps, not even bothering to turn his head. The iron case originally kept safe by Lancelot laid open in his hands. The meteorite metal that was slumbering in it was taken out and awakened. It drew the ether in the air and quickly proliferated. In a flash, in the hands of Maxwell laid a heavy lance more than 2 meters in length. A massive amount of ether gathered on it, forming a scarlet glow that seemed to be flowing, as if the lance was entangled in silk. It was the dragon-killing lance that had the name of a saint bestowed upon it. Maxwell set foot on the last step, with his back towards Lancelot. He held the scorching hot lance tight, despite it burning his hands until they were charred. He went down on one knee and bowed at his empress for the last time. "Your Majesty, pardon my offense, I see that the need to make a choice has finally arrived." Maxwell, Elizabeth looked at him and seemed to understand what was going on. After a good while, she sighed softly but did not resist. Instead, she chose to obey the arrangement of fate and closed her eyes. "Maxwell!" Lancelot roared in rage. The next moment, Avalon let out a dying whine of sorrow. "From that day onwards, Leviathan broke through the second seal and entered the resurrection stage," said Lancelot. In the dim light, he kept his eyes down. The uptown fell at the same time, covered by the dark fog. If not for Master Haydn's timely return to seal the entire palace, then all of Avalon would fall under the power of Leviathan. Her Majesty is dead, and the princess is missing. All our preparations have gone to the dogs because of Maxwell's betrayal. The war between Anglo and the catastrophe has yet to begin, but we have already failed. The dead silence lasted for a long time until Ye Qingxuan spoke in a hoarse voice. "It is absolutely impossible." Lancelot only smiled indifferently. He lifted the teacup, did not explain further and just said, "If you don't believe it, open the window and take a look for yourself." Ye Qingxuan got up, and after hesitating for a long time, he pushed the sealed shutters open. In an instant, the whistling wind gushed into the dining room, bringing a faint whine of sorrow with it. In the biting cold wind, Ye Qingxuan raised his head and looked up at the direction of the uptown. In the seal of the enchantment of Avalon, the abyss-like darkness that engulfed everything finally revealed its tracks, dancing like a living thing. As dawn arrived, the city did not usher in the morning sun but remained in a deep slumber in the illusion-like singing. Somber tolls of bells sounded from the depths of the darkness, booming and reverberating in the skies of the city, as if the behemoth in the sea was laughing. Leviathan would eventually arrive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, The Evil of Humanity, Part 1. Chapter 568, The Evil of Humanity, Part 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was already noon when Sherdong woke up. But the sky was still dark. In the city void of light, the difference between day and night seemed to have disappeared, as if time had solidified here. The city seemed to have fallen into an eternal slumber, and only shadows travel through the streets. The Westminster Abbey was empty as well. In the past, it used to be as crowded as a marketplace, with countless carriages and people coming and going. At the moment, even sparrows were unwilling to come. Only dead leaves fell from the drying branches, scattering on the ground, and no one bothered to clean up. "Don't you even have any handyman here?" Sherdong asked. "Everyone has been evacuated," Mephistopheles replied. He said, the Royal Institute of Research, the Royal Academy of Music, Anbois Heavy Industry. The talent reserves of the institutions of high importance were all involved in the first secret evacuation, and have been secretly transferred to Birmingham before the war began. I sent the young priests away, and only a few old men like me have stayed here. Having said that, he sighed. Someone must stay behind to lead the evening prayers for people who are unwilling or unable to leave, right? The bishop of the previous generation passed the church down to me, and I vowed to guard it for the rest of my life. Looking back at my words now, I'm afraid that I may face significant difficulties in keeping my promise. It's perfectly normal. Shi Dong yawned. When you have a catastrophe for an opponent, you will lose many battles and win very few. It doesn't matter if the church is destroyed. At most, let the future generations build a new one. My father was a stonemason. He taught me one thing when I was still very young: if an old house is on the verge of collapse, one should consider other options besides fixing it. Mephistopheles was silent for a long time, and said straightforwardly, your father's method of educating you has certain problems. Who said otherwise? Shi Dong shrugged, then shuddered and lifted his pants. He looked back at the archbishop. Are you done with peeing? It'll take a bit longer. Mephistopheles said, stop looking at me, I get nervous easily. Aren't you blind? How do you know that I am looking at you? Shi Dong asked. I know it when someone is looking at me. It has nothing to do with me being blind or otherwise. Mephistopheles retorted. You should have switched to an artificial prostate gland a long time ago like what I did. It's much better, Shi Dong commented. Aging is also one of the joys of life. Mephistopheles twitched his mouth in disagreement. People like you who like to change their body parts to artificial ones won't understand. Enough of the fiddle-faddles of old men. Shi Dong sighed and leaned against the wall of the toilet. No point flaunting your seniority in front of me, little Mephistopheles. I was the one who brought you up, after all, thought. Mephistopheles scratched his hair, and his attitude suddenly changed from a senile one to one of slovenliness. He fished out a packet of cigarettes from the inner pocket of his robe. Fancy a smoke? Nah, I dare not, it will damage my artificial lungs. Shi Dong shook his head. But I'm surprised to find out that you actually smoke. That's so unlike the saintly appearance you have been putting on. Oh come on, sir, only the dead can be revered as saints, for they no longer have opportunities to sin. Mephistopheles ignited the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and puffed out a cloud of smoke. He relaxed and squeezed out 2 more drops of urine. I am already so old, yet I have never assaulted little boys sexually, never embezzled public funds, and never had any affairs with secret lovers. I have abided by the canon law and remained a virgin my whole life. My life is so pure and wholesome that it's abnormal. I'm sure God will forgive the occasional self-indulgence of people like me. From whom did you learn the canon law? Shi Dong questioned. Mr. Qatar, came the archbishop's reply. No wonder. Shi Dong shook his head. He died 2 years ago. He was over 100 years old, it's normal. How did he die? Mephistopheles asked. His dam whipped him to death, in bed, Shi Dong replied. Mephistopheles was at a loss for words. So, you need not always talk about the canon law that a perv taught you. Shi Dong glanced at him. We don't have many conversation topics between us. Let's talk about something that we are both interested in, such as catastrophes, such as war. What do you want to know about them? Mephistopheles asked. Leviathan, Shi Dong said. Of the 3 seals that were set up back then, how many have been broken? Mephistopheles smoked in silence. In order to seal Leviathan, the past generations of emperors of Anglo set up 3 seals, one for each of the 3 stages of its reawakening. The breaking of each seal represented an increase in Leviathan's powers to a stronger level. The reawakening of Leviathan's consciousness meant that the first seal had disintegrated. The beginning of the resurrection of Leviathan's body meant that the second seal had been broken. When the third seal was broken, Leviathan, the catastrophe that possessed both consciousness and flesh, one of the four living creatures at the top of the hierarchy of non-humans, would descend upon the world completely. After a good while, Mephistopheles mumbled, "As far as I know, the second seal has been broken." Sherdong was silent for a long time, then finally said, "I thought you didn't say anything for a long time because you were trying to muster up enough force to urinate. I almost wanted to cheer for you." "Shut up, don't interrupt me." Mephistopheles paused, and his voice became low. "It's still brewing, I'll be done soon." "Nah, don't. Peeing at the mention of catastrophes is such a shameful thing," Sherdong remarked. Mephistopheles said nothing. After a good while, a faint pattering sounded for a while, then disappeared once more. Mephistopheles breathed in relief and buckled his belt, finally escaping from the awful awkwardness. Aging is really awful, he thought. In the empty courtyard, the two sat on a bench and exchanged information on what had happened in the past few days. Sherdong contemplated his thoughts for a long time, scratching at his bald head. "How much longer are you and the rest of the church planning to keep it from the public eye?" He continued, "At least we should let the people die knowing the truth? After all, it's a shameful thing." Mephistopheles also frowned gloomily. Halfway through his sentence, he lowered his voice and asked, "Can you help me see if anyone is around?" "What?" "No one else is here," Sherdong answered, expressionless. "Feel free to smoke." "Sorry, I have finally freed myself of this burden before Avalon is destroyed." After stepping down, I slackened slightly. Mephistopheles lit another cigarette. "I was under stress. I'm old already, and my heart can't take it anymore. Such matters are best left to the youngsters." "You handed Westminster Abbey over to our Grand Inquisitor because of this?" Sherdong asked. "Yes, what else?" Mephistopheles asked. "The entrusting of a mission to someone else at a critical moment is a form of political wisdom." "Oh yeah, where were we?" Sherdong looked at him and said, "Such a disgrace." "Yes, a disgrace." As if he did not realize that Sherdong was criticizing him, Mephistopheles wore an indifferent expression. "After all, it's a shameful secret of the royal family. Anglo and Leviathan are mortal enemies, but hasn't the royal family ever explained why? Countries on the sea are aplenty, but why has Leviathan been targeting Anglo and only Anglo for so many years?" Sherdong asked. "Explain? How to explain?" Mephistopheles said. "Surely they can't say that it is all because of the wrongdoings of their ancestors? Just look at them. In order to explain how wise and brave King Arthur was, they have even gone to the great lengths of making up a tale about the Lady of the Lake. Whose idea was it? It totally sucks. Look at the terrible script written by some third-rate writer." Sherdong couldn't help but want to spit. The wise and brave King Arthur won the heart of the Lady of the Lake. The fairy lady gave him a sword, a kiss, and her blessing, so he became the king chosen by destiny. He conquered the 7 seas, made Avalon his capital, built the kingdom of heaven on earth, and made it his betrothal gift to the Lady of the Lake. He married her and made her his queen, and let her give birth to his descendants of dragon blood. God knows where did the dragon blood come from. Arthur was merely a fisherman before he met the Lady of the Lake. From the beginning to the end, you all have refused to admit that the so-called royal family is the actual vile spawn of the sea. The so-called Lady of the Lake, the so-called queen, is Leviathan, which King Arthur killed. We can't admit it." Mephistopheles shook his head. "How can we admit it, Dot?" In the silence, Stone leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and hummed the hallucination-like song. "The king and his accomplice kidnapped the queen and jailed her in the dream. We have the power, yet where should we go? Oh, men, hoist the sail. Pull, thieves and beggars, we'll live forever. Stop singing, it gives me the willies." Mephistopheles threw the cigarette on the ground and crushed it, putting out the flame. It's ridiculous, Mephistopheles, a catastrophe falling in love with a human. Sherdong said calmly. She loved Arthur so much, loving a human being to the extent that she did not hesitate to give him her own power, and did not hesitate to satisfy any wishes of his. She used her power as a catastrophe to foot the bill for Arthur's wild ambitions. Mephistopheles shook his head in pity. Unfortunately, the interest charged is too high for Arthur's descendants. People have to pay their debts. After all, Mephistopheles, Anglo should have gone bankrupt a long time ago. Sherdong said coldly, like what I said, if an old house is on the verge of collapse, one should consider other options besides fixing it. I can sort of understand why Maxwell has rebelled now. Such a kingdom has been founded on wrongness from the very beginning. Actually, he has always held the role of the one fixing the house. Mephistopheles smiled bitterly. Despite the fact that he has failed to resolve many internal and external issues, if it isn't for him, I'm afraid that the declining royal family cannot even survive until now. We have to give him that. I have been pondering this question for a long time. Is he a representative of one of the old devils? Sherdong wondered out loud. Mephistopheles replied, I don't think so. Why would a person with such abilities hide behind the scenes? Moreover, choosing someone like him to be one's chess piece is not just a matter of having difficulties in controlling him, but a decision that is way too dangerous. What else do you know about him? Sherdong asked. Next to nothing. Mephistopheles shrugged. He is a person who suddenly appeared in this city one day. We know nothing of his roots and origins, nor do we know anything about the identities of his father and mother. It's as if he came from the stone split opened by the stone sword. At the beginning, when he first appeared, he was serving as the private secretary of the previous emperor. Later, he succeeded the principal of the Royal Academy of Music. Then, his scope of power began to expand rapidly and got out of control. In many instances, he acted without scruples, being willful to the extent that it was impossible for any emperor to tolerate him by right, but he remained deeply trusted. He was even appointed as the sword-bearer, and many domestic affairs were entrusted in his hands. He was even allowed to form the Fifth Department, a twisted intelligence agency. His own ability can only be described as incredible, and he knows everything that happened in this city. In the past few decades, all of Avalon was like a toy that he could fiddle with in his hands. A descendant of the royal bloodline? Asked Sherdong. Impossible. No records of him have been found, and he doesn't match up with anyone born into the royal family in these years. If he had royal blood, how could anyone else have a chance to sit on the throne? Mephistopheles sighed. Unfortunately, he is not the emperor. Yeah. Sherdong smiled gloatingly. Fortunately, he is not the emperor. Mephistopheles remained silent for a long time, and his expression became one of vigilance. What mischief are you plotting this time around? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, The Evil of Humanity, Part 2. Chapter 569, The Evil of Humanity, Part 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. What mischief are you plotting this time around? Asked Mephistopheles. Hearing his words, Sherdong couldn't help but laugh heartily and gave a wave of his hand. No, don't overthink. But Mephistopheles still remained vigilant and stared straight at him. Mr. Sherdong, Anglo is miserable enough, don't torture it further by causing more trouble. Now you aren't even bothering to address me as Sir. Sherdong sighed. Do I look like a cruel man to you? Mephistopheles snorted coldly. Isn't the religious court of inquiry such a cruel place? Mephistopheles, you know us very well, but not well enough. After all, you have never been one of us, said Sherdong. Yeah, because my conscience is in the way, Mephistopheles replied. No, because of cowardice. Sherdong looked at him. You witnessed the lives of monsters with your own eyes, so you are afraid to be regarded as a monster by others, and so, you have never understood the real religious court of inquiry. Since the world is the land God has promised to mankind, what we possess is a madness allowed by God. Sherdong said calmly, Mephistopheles, we are madmen, yes. We get our job done, by hook or by crook, and we stop at nothing. If a person is involved in collusion with demons, even if he's a child, we can burn him without any hesitation. Humans fear us because we are evil. But at the same time, humans need us, because such evil is necessary and meaningful. Someone must act on behalf of the evil of humanity. Such is the purpose of the religious court of inquiry. If we are to do something, it must be something humans need us to do, even if we will be spat upon for doing so. We are the monsters created by mankind, the evil of humanity contrary to benevolence. We are driven by justice, as mankind knows it. With the morality that has been trampled underfoot by human beings, we judge demons and measure the starry sky. Such is how we live as monsters. Otherwise, what difference is there between us and demons? Mephistopheles was silent for a good while, then shook his head. In the end, it's nothing more than highfalutin words. I don't think Ye Qingxuan can accept such means and ideas. Don't underestimate him, Mephistopheles, Sherdong disagreed. He said in a disapproving tone, you specialize in guarding over the believers, so you can perceive their spiritual weaknesses, but Ye Qingxuan is different the rest. If we are monsters, then he is the king of the monsters that I picked. He has his weaknesses, and many human frailties, but he has witnessed the evil of humanity in himself. He faces his own desires and the ugliness in his nature better than anyone else, and he is stronger than anyone else. He continued, just wait and see. He will save the country and take back everything he deserves. He added, at all costs. It was 4 p.m, and the sky was still dark. A carriage stopped at the end of Queen's Road, the entrance to the uptown. The silver-haired young man got out of the carriage, raised his head and looked up at the pitch-black sky, and the huge seal that glimmered with a faint, flowing glint. Then, he stepped forward and entered the forbidden area. A whiz sounded in the sky. Burning wings of light descended and made a rough landing on the ground, resulting in a loud bang and stirring up a hurricane-like wind. The Grand Knight in the Archangel armor raised his head, and the eyes that were not covered by the helmet reflected cold red light. Who are you? Ye Qingxuan snapped his fingers. A bronze badge flew up and shot across the air in an arc. It was caught by the knight. He looked at the coat of arms on it, which comprised of the sacred emblem and fire. Religious Court of Inquiry, Grand Inquisitor, Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan looked at him. Kindly inform Mr. Haydn of my arrival. Tell him that I come to him to seek advice as a junior. The Grand Knight looked at him for a while, put away the badge, and flew away without saying anything. Soon, the sealed door was opened. Please follow me. A knight of the Round Table walked out and led the way for him. A terrifyingly hot wind blew in their direction. The streets along the way were dead silent, and only the sonorous clanking of metal could be heard as the patrolling knights of the Round Table walked. Nothing was burning, nor was there a fire, but one still felt hot and sweaty in the streets. The high temperature was the product of massive amounts of ether flowing. After entering the door, in Ye Qingxuan's sense of ether as a musician, it was as if the entire uptown was shrouded in glaring sunlight. The sea of ether here was like a leaking hole, with flood-like waves of ether being drawn from it all the time. The ether waves advanced along the huge array and became part of a huge movement. Genesis. With the Avalon enchantment as the base, a massive amount of ether was extracted, and the vast domain created by Genesis engulfed the entire uptown. Just by sensing it from afar, one would experience the frightening illusion of falling into the corona of the sun. After walking around the entire uptown for quite a bit, Ye Qingxuan finally saw the old man who was directing the royal musicians to reinforce the seal. The contemporary saint, Haydn. Is that Ye Qingxuan? From a distance, Haydn saw the visitor. He wiped his sweat and waved to Ye Qingxuan. Just come over, there's nothing secretive here. Most musicians generally dislike being watched by others when they were playing a musical instrument to avoid exposing their core music theory and secret tricks, let alone saints who had directly inherited their holy names. They themselves were the embodiment of music theory, and what they had mastered was the essence of mankind's music theory, hence others were not allowed to snoop around. But since Haydn had said so, Ye Qingxuan did not refuse and went straight in. He had come into contact with Ye Qingxuan in the incident regarding the shadow of Avalon last time, and he regarded the young musician talented in the path of abstinence quite highly. But he hadn't expected that the young man, whom he believed would lead the school of abstinence after 30 years, would have achieved the level of master when they met for the second time. Furthermore, the young man had been granted the title of archbishop by the sacred city, an honor no less than his own, and was even mandated to re-establish the religious court of inquiry to begin the crusade against demons and catastrophes. In the short span of a few months. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Master Haydn. Ye Qingxuan nodded but did not bow, as his status made it inappropriate for him to do so. Haydn smiled and just praised, "Good job last night." The first battle of the re-established religious court of inquiry was a good start. We still have a long way to go. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. Killing one or two of its descendants won't hurt Leviathan at all. Haydn didn't reply, but reached out and pointed to the vast enchantment beside him, Genesis. You are here for this, right? Yes. Ye Qingxuan nodded. How much has the situation uptown deteriorated? Haydn shook his head. You can see it for yourself. He waved. The ancient scrolls suspended in the sky slowly closed, removing the disguise produced by Genesis, and revealed the actual view of the forbidden area. The first thing Ye Qingxuan saw was the black mist. Like ashes that remained after everything had been burnt away by fire, the particles were flying and floating about in the uptown, covering the entire area. Everything within it became vague and difficult to see. However, from his location outside the uptown, Ye Qingxuan could see the whole picture clearly. The streets were still deserted, but vast spreads of buildings had collapsed. Vine-like blood vessels grew within, spreading from the palace and the depths to the surrounding area in all directions. They even rooted themselves in the rocks, pulsing slowly. In the pulsing of the blood vessels, a dark red glow rose upwards, forming countless strands that fluttered in the sky. They extended beyond Avalon, into the endless ghastly white mist. They were one. The fog and the sea were parts of a monster, and the earth and rocks of Avalon had mutated, becoming its flesh and body, whereas the strands formed by the pulsating, blood-like glow was its red-colored veins. The entire Xinjiang district had become a living thing. Leviathan is inside, Haydn said in a low tone. It has broken through the second seal and is resurrecting. Even rock and steel have been eroded by its breath and are coming alive. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a long time, and finally looked up, asking, "Is there no way to destroy it?" My specialization is not destruction. Haydn shook his head. Genesis can only create a fake world that could contain it, forcefully creating a chasm in the realm of ether. I can turn it into an extremely harsh environment. In fact, I have done so. You could probably sense the nature interference within. The cup of hope here with me. The air inside Uptown has been replaced with lethal poison. The temperature settings alternate every morning and every evening, and the difference in temperature is up to thousands of degrees. And other harsh conditions. I have turned it into hell. But the activeness of the catastrophe's body is too terrifying. It has even evolved in favor of resistance genes specific to my settings. The only things that can cause damage to it, the stone sword and the meteorite metal, have been lost inside. Ye Qingxuan nodded. Ultimately, Genesis is not a movement used to bring destruction, he thought. Saint Haydn specializes in constructing music theory domains covering vast regions. Originally, the intention of Genesis is to open up safe zones in the black zones of the world of dark and adjust them, not to destroy them. It would be great if Wagner or Tchaikovsky is here. Haydn couldn't help but sigh, unfortunately. Unfortunately, neither of them can come to Anglo. Ye Qingxuan completed the sentence mentally. What each generation of Saint Wagner passes down is the movement titled Valkyries, also known as the embodiment of war. Its divinity overpowers all forms of bestiality in the school of summoning. The movement can summon the mythical army of the Valkyries. Hence, Saint Wagner alone can defeat hundreds of armies. But tens of days ago, he is set off to the world of dark to assist the King of Blue in conducting a border patrol, to warn the other catastrophes and defend the borders of the human world. Among the saints, Tchaikovsky has a similar specialization as Haydn: interference over a vast region, from the school of abstinence. However, as opposed to Haydn, he specializes in the opposite of creation, destruction. Let's not talk about secret symphony movements like sorrow and so on. Despite only being an overture, the 1812 overture can create a hellish vacuum with a radius of 10,000 miles once played. In the violent nature interference, nothing can survive or even remain. But the Tchaikovsky of the previous generation has already passed away. He had no descendants nor students, and there is no one suitable to inherit his legacy. The Tchaikovsky of the new generation has not even been elected. Otherwise, he would be responsible for guarding the Caucasus region, and most likely won't suffer multiple defeats at the hands of the eagle-wing mother. The situation really is terrible. Ye Qingxuan rubbed his temples. How much longer do we have? Haydn gave a smile full of resignation and self-mockery. Who knows? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570 Friend, please wait for one. Chapter 570 A friend, please wait for one. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the Siberian wilderness of the Caucasus, dim fires flickered in the dispirited city in the distance. The stench lingering in the wasteland had yet to dissipate. The ignited ruins were still emitting pungent smog, and the extinguished embers gave off a dark red glow, which flickered in the cold wind, like the breaths of a dying person. The powder-like snow that was drifting profusely fell in the cold wind and covered the earth. It descended upon the world, accompanied by the pervasive cold wind that sprinkled it into the fortress. The wounded soldiers lying on felt croaked difficultly, trying to breathe. They exhaled white clouds of air as if souls were dissipating as death gradually drew near. The war with the catastrophe was about to end. The shadow cast by the eagle-wing mother marched across the territories of the Caucasus, passing straight through the Siberian wilderness, and was about to descend upon the country's last line of defense. It had consumed millions of lives greedily, hatching countless eagle-bodied demons from blood and carrion. They surrounded the supreme king of the sky, the great eagle-wing mother, and had swallowed most of the kingdom into their bellies. The country was like a prey struggling hard under the beak of the catastrophe. It was ripped apart bit by bit, its internal organs devoured. As the catastrophe munched on carefreely, the country gave its dying kicks before losing its last bit of life. In the ditch frozen with muddy water, the stench of torn boots and rotten feet lingered. Dozens of soldiers with unkempt hair lay on the ground in dead slumber, and thunder-like snores rang out nonstop. In the snow that was drifting profusely, in a corner that was relatively warm and sheltered from the wind, someone tossed and turned. In the end, he resigned himself to his fate and gave up on sleeping. He pulled a scrap of curtain on top of his face away, revealing cracking lips and a face covered in ashes and dirt. He climbed up, held on to the edge of the ditch, and extended his head out into the cold, howling wind. He took large gulps of breath in the life-saving fresh air and panted. How awful. Foot odor alone would be a great weapon for this country, no? Charles leaned over on the edge and retched for a long time, but did not manage to vomit up anything. In the silence where only snores could be heard, he looked blankly at the surrounding wilderness and the city behind him. After a good while, he raised one foot and kicked the dead-asleep guy next to him. I heard a group of girls singing. Don't be silly. Wolf Flute rolled over on the floor and mumbled, It's the dead of the night, why would there be people singing? I'm not kidding, Charles shouted in a low voice. I can smell wine, the royal knights. You're overthinking, said Wolf Flute. Charles's pestering prevented Wolf Flute from falling asleep again. Wolf Flute dragged a broken bucket filled with liquid over inattentively and handed it to Charles. Come, drink some aged kerosene to satisfy your craving. Charles was speechless, and he squatted back down in the ditch. The two men stared at each other, at a loss for words. After a long time, they shivered at the same time. It's so cold. One of them exclaimed. It's really king cold. The other agreed. Charles wrapped the scrap of blanket tightly around him and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why is there not even heating? The local gangs really lack courtesy. They can't do anything about that, they're too poor. Wolf Flute shook his head. He fished out a small bottle and took a sip. The gratitude and respect of the Caucasians for your willingness to die have already manifested themselves in the form of the blanket for you to cover. But you are still unsatisfied, and here you are, requesting for heating, girls, and wine. Are you still human? Charles was rendered speechless once more. He stared straight at the bottle in Wolf Flute's hand. What are you drinking? Charles had been starving for a night and was so cold that he was almost willing to go to hell to warm himself by the fire. Seeing that Wolf Flute had something edible, Charles couldn't help but want to pounce on him. This? You want some? Wolf Flute raised an eyebrow and shoved the bottle right in front of Charles's nose. Stunned by the pungent smell, Charles almost tripped. Would you like a sip? It's a special medicine for treating dysautonomia and schizophrenia. It's really effective. Ever since I started drinking it, I can no longer see my second cousin who doesn't exist, said Wolf Flute. You still haven't recovered? Charles asked. It won't be so easy for me to recover. Wolf Flute shook his head. Behind him, the phantom of the wolf-headed god flashed across, half of its body missing, and it looked as badly damaged as before. That old fellow, Wagner, is really strong. Although our phantom beasts are both divine, the level of completion of Anubis is far lower than the Valkyrie, which had been passed down for generations. They just brushed past each other, and Anubis was hurt so badly. To recover completely, it'll take at least another half a year. Looking at him, Charles couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't sleep. As he looked at the dark sky, his expression became sad and worried. I wonder how little Ye and Bai Xi are doing now. One way or another, I'm still worried about them. You can rest assured. Wolf Flute laughed gloatingly. According to what I know, Ye Qingxuan couldn't be better. He is probably gathering his strength to beat you up. Charles shrugged. Nothing I can do about it then. After all, I was the one who ran away. Don't be sad, the worst-case scenario for you is still much better than my situation. Wolf Flute shrugged as well. There's a terrifying old man in the world who is ready to clean house. Charles said, You mean Ba. Before Charles finished his words, Wolf Flute's expression changed suddenly. He reached out, covered Charles's mouth, and raised a finger to his lips, motioning for Charles to keep quiet. Shoo, Wolf Flute whispered. Boom! Sudden bangs sounded in the sky. Frenzied lightning brewed up, burst forth, and stabbed towards the mortal world, bringing blazing light that only lasted for an instant. The light illuminated the phantom wolves around Wolf Flute. Their eyes were green, and they silently gazed at the sky. But the thunder and lightning only lasted for a flash and soon returned to silence. For a long time, nothing could be heard. Wolf Flute let out a sigh of relief, let go and shook his head at Charles. Don't ever mention that name, especially when I am around. Charles didn't say anything, just stared straight at him, a weird look in his eyes. What's wrong? Wolf Flute gave a resigned smile. Got scared? It must be very warm, no? Charles suddenly asked, surprising Wolf Flute. Charles pointed at him indignantly. Don't deceive me, I just saw them. With so much fur around you, it must be very warm. And I was wondering how you don't shiver at all. You are too mean, you have so many wolves, it's not like you can use all of them on yourself, so at least give me one. Wolf Flute didn't know what to reply. 2 minutes later, Charles, who was surrounded by the wolves, moaned happily, hugging one of the wolves and rubbed against its fur. You should get some rest. Wolf Flute looked at him with resignation. There's a lot in store for you tomorrow. Charles was silent for a long time, scratching his head. Speaking of which, you guys are surely not expecting me to deal with the catastrophe tomorrow? Haven't we told you about it many times? Wolf Flute said. I thought you guys were joking. Charles was confused and shocked. It's not just any catastrophe, but the Eagle-Wing Mother, the legendary king of the sky that made a name for itself 400 years ago, the old-school catastrophe that has never been defeated so far. Are you sure I can defeat it? My death is but a small matter, but what if my defeat affects the great scheme of the revolution? Wolf Flute patted his shoulder. Tomorrow on the battlefield, I will not protect you. Thank you. Wait. Charles spluttered. I am already hurt, bro. Wolf Flute shrugged. I have exhausted all my strength trying to protect you during our escape from the sacred city. Surely you can't let me confront a catastrophe head-on to protect you? Plus, he paused, his expression complicated. Plus, what? An ominous premonition popped up in Charles's heart. Plus, it's not tomorrow. Wolf Flute raised a finger and pointed at the dark sky, it's already here. Boom! The next moment, the dark sky cracked. A torrent like hurricane swept down from the sky, wrapping countless black eagle feathers in it. In the roar of the gale, a piercing alarm sounded from the entire line of defense. Countless eagle-bodied demons screamed one after another, making anyone who heard them shudder. In the cracked layers of clouds, countless thunder and lightning flashed wildly, illuminating a huge pair of black wings. Catastrophe Eagle-Wing Mother. The real king of the sky had descended. Ah, we're counting on you. Wolf Flute patted his shoulder and made a thumbs up. Go! You can't be serious, bro. Charles looked up at the sky, his face pale. How am I supposed to fight against it? Kill it by biting it with my teeth? Wolf Flute slapped his own head and finally remembered something. Ah, before leaving, Mr. Gaius asked me to pass this to you, I almost forgot. He stuffed something into Charles's hand mysteriously, with a serious look. Take it, it's a secret weapon. Charles was momentarily cheered up. He opened his palm and looked down, then sprayed a mouthful of blood on Wolf Flute's face. You're F***ing kidding me. Charles waved the item in his hand angrily. At least give me an artifact. What good is this thing? In the hand of Charles lay an exquisite triangle. It didn't even come with a beater. No fears, I have checked. Are you not a level 10 triangle player certified by the Sacred City? Wolf Flute left him a confident smile. I'll leave it to you then, goodbye. As Wolf Flute finished his words, Anubis wrapped around his body, and he disappeared in a flash. Only Charles was left alone in the empty ditch, holding a triangle, staring blankly at the dark sky. No, this is no way to fight a battle, He dismissed the idea of bludgeoning the catastrophe to death with a triangle before it had a chance to develop. Making up his mind immediately, Charles kept his body low and started running with all his might, abandoning the scene. He ran away. I must run, there is no other option. In just a few seconds, 2 musicians of the level of master had been crushed under the Eagle-Wing Mother's claws. If he didn't run any faster, it wouldn't even have to do anything to get rid of him, as its subservient descendants alone could tear Charles into pieces. I shall make use of the opportunity to run away first while its attention is attracted by someone else. But very soon, Charles noticed that something was wrong. In his hands, the triangle suddenly became boiling hot, as if it had been burnt red. It stuck to his hand firmly, causing severe pain, and he could not get it away from him despite swinging his hands madly. The severe pain could still be handled, but shortly after that, the triangle sent out horrifying ether waves. It automatically drew power from the 9-layer sea of ether and exuded an aura more terrifying than that of a musician of the level of master. It was as if the triangle was trying to announce something in all directions: I am here. By right, at the moment, Charles should feel a power from heaven descending upon him, as if he had received the help of God and the huge amount of power would be about to make his body explode, or something along those lines. But he couldn't sense a thing. In other words, the item in his hand was all looks and no use. Its only use was to attract the attention of the catastrophe. Feeling icy maliciousness coming from all directions, Charles stopped in his tracks, wanting to cry but no tears came out. Let me explain, it's a long story. I'm actually just an innocent passerby. The whole battle has no goddamn thing to do with me, no offense to birds, In the sky, the huge shadow seemed to have sensed something and cast down a sinister gaze. Behind the wings of countless eagle-bodied demons, a vague figure that looked old could be seen faintly. It was an old woman that looked half eagle and half human. Her gaze was filled with a non-human grotesqueness, and she pointed a finger at Charles. Charles's expression changed drastically, as he held up his hands and begged for mercy. Friend, please wait for one. Boom! He was swallowed by the howling torrent of wind. 1. The literal translation of the previous part of the sentence is, the whole battle has no bird thing to do with me, as there is a curse word in Chinese that literally means bird, hence the second part of the sentence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Here's to the New World, Part 1. Chapter 571, Here's to the New World, Part 1. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. The crystal chandelier gave off a beautiful, soft glow. A warm fire was burning in the fireplace, and the fragrance of burning incense lingered in the basement. In the emotional singing, girls draped in tulle danced in the gentle melody. Their toes sunk deeply into the cashmere carpet, and were engulfed by the soft wool. The charming girls swayed their bodies, exuding a seductiveness full of desire. Piercing laughter rang out. The middle-aged man who was only wearing a pair of shorts drank the last bottle of wine in the whole of the Caucasus. He stood up straight, his fat belly in full view, and jumped into the group of dancing girls, wriggling his body along with the melody. Commonwealth of Caucasian, the world's greatest nation. All the other countries, their kings are such dummies. Intoxicated, he sang the national anthem loudly, altering the lyrics without feeling any semblance of shame. Oh, Commonwealth of Caucasian, the first in exportation, all the other countries, there are of low quality. Oh, Caucasus, your mother river is a great miracle. It is 200 meters wide, the waste in the feces, 80% is removed by it. Commonwealth of Caucasian, friends with every nation, just not Burgundy, their noses are big and the people gossipy, they've got shit for brains and they're nutty. As he sang, stuttering over the words every so often, he took off his shorts and hugged the petite girl nearest to him, grinning. Please come shake hands with the great D*CK of His Majesty, we invented begging, aphrodisiac and toffee. Suddenly, the melody came to an abrupt stop. As the door opened, a cold wind that should not belong here swept across the room, causing everyone to shiver. At the same time, an old figure that should not be here showed up as well. Gaius. Leave us, he said. So, the entertainers and dancers hurriedly gathered up their things, lined up and quickly left. Only the man lying in the middle of the carpet remained. Why are you here again? Displaying his private parts unabashedly despite the other person's presence, the man, who was intoxicated with song and dance as well as alcohol, waved his hand impatiently. Haven't I already put you fully in charge of everything? I'm just here to inform you that the war has begun. Gaius said, the war has a direct bearing on the fate of the Caucasus. From sentiment and reason, you should at least take a look. Now, the Caucasus no longer has anything to do with me. The man continued to pour spirits into his mouth. Gaius, I am a king. Could you please respect me a little? When you were promoted to the representative of the sacred city back in the olden days, I voted yes, so you owe me one. You see, I have handed the right to command over to you fully, and instructed everyone to cooperate with your orders to the best of their abilities. You are their savior now. You have taken all I have, surely you can't ask me to do work on your behalf again at the 11th hour. His Majesty the King shrugged and belched. Especially when I'm planning to have some fun one more time. Gaius frowned. Like it or not, you are a king. I must race against the clock and have fun while I still can, exactly because I'm a king. The king rolled his eyes and patted his round belly. Be it victory or defeat, someone must take responsibility for the deaths, right? Gaius was silent for a moment, and nodded. Yes. Other than the king, is there anyone more suitable? The king questioned once more. Gaius shook his head. No. Then what's wrong with me having fun before I die? The king waved his hand impatiently. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to continue. Before going out to save the world, please help me call my girls back. Gaius withdrew his gaze and glanced at the girls standing in a row in the corridor, hugging each other and shivering in the cold wind. He pointed towards the room. The girls were visibly relieved and returned to the warm basement once more, snuggling up to the fire, like canaries returning to their comfortable cage. So, a smile appeared on the king's face once more. He randomly grabbed a girl, and pinned her to the ground, groping and kissing her recklessly. He laughed loudly. Gaius took a final look at him and withdrew his gaze in disgust. He turned to make his leave, but heard a hoarse laugh behind him. Here's to your new world, Gaius. The king murmured softly in his state of intoxication, you better pray that your trump card will come in handy. On the battlefield, torrents swept through. No miracle occurred after the torrent of eagles swept through. Nothing was left. Only a ghastly spread of blood covered the frozen soil, melting the snow and turning it into a sickly sweet mud. It was as if he had gone into a trace for a moment and the whole world had changed when he opened his eyes. Charles stared blankly at the pitch-black sky, then lowered his head and sought his split-up body. Blood oozed out of his broken limbs twisted and fractured, and bones scattered on the ground. His internal organs had been pulled out of his abdominal cavity and were soaked in warm blood, like a cooling pot of hot soup. But he couldn't feel the pain. Because bright flowers bloomed from the blood, a gentle, warm wind caressed him, and some singing rang out in the distance, like a lullaby, drifting one off to sleep. A gentle palm stroked his cheek, rubbing against his weed-like beard and touched his lips lightly. She held him in her arms. So he smiled happily, shedding tears and sniveling in a flustered manner. He clung to the gentleness, sniffing the red hair falling on his cheeks tenderly. The red hair is so beautiful, he thought. Like embers of flames. Mom, he whispered softly, it's been a long time. I finally see you again. I have always been here, a soft voice answered, making him feel more secure. Have you been all right? He asked. Haven't I always been like this? The soft voice answered him, lonely, but not really feeling good or bad, probably sad? What do you think? Charles looked at the corners of her mouth and asked confusedly, but aren't you smiling? Because it's what you want to see, the voice answered him. Lithe hands cupped Charles's cheeks, and the woman kissed his forehead. Charles, what you're seeing is an illusion. I'm already dead, don't you know that very well? Nothing will be left after death, no hell, no heaven, no place for the soul to go. She held on tightly to Charles's cheeks and whispered in his ear, right from the start, humans have never possessed souls. Charles's eyes widened, but he couldn't see her expression clearly. He just felt confused and uneasy, and wanted to hug her, but couldn't feel his hands. "You don't have it as well?" he asked fearfully. "Of course I don't," his mother answered. "But you," he looked at her as if he was in a trance and muttered to himself, "You're right here, you told me so. Don't you know the answer very well?" The voice gave a cruel laugh as if she had already understood what he was thinking. "I am not happy, Charles, I've never been happy. I never attained happiness or relief, the world has never changed for the better, and you won't be able to gain salvation and hope. Why do you always like to deceive yourself?" Charles was stunned. He wanted to hug her, but felt nothing in his arms. The cruel illusion gradually thinned, disappearing into nothingness. Just like his own absurd fantasy. So, he finally understood. "So that's how it is?" "Yeah," the voice replied. The gentle hands gradually became cold. They dissipated, losing all color and contours, and returned to nothingness. He couldn't help but cry hard and murmured hoarsely, "Have I always been alone?" No one answered. The gentle illusion had disappeared. The only comfort in his nightmares abandoned him, leaving him by himself, with the ice-cold flowers that bloomed from his blood. "So that's how it is," Charles murmured softly and opened his eyes. At that very moment, in the muddy puddles of blood, the demons with eagle bodies that were pecking at the broken limbs were startled and flew up high into the sky, only to freeze motionless in midair. In the world that had gone still, in the pool of blood, the scarred eyes slowly opened, revealing golden pupils. They resembled burning suns. Countless beautiful and alluring illusions flitted across the suffusing fresh blood. Pure white flowers sprouted from the sickly sweet mud, and bloomed. In a flash, the flowers had spread all over. The arms with exposed white bones slowly lifted from the pool of blood, 5 broken fingers holding the scorching triangle. His flesh and blood that had almost completely been eaten quickly proliferated, the shattered bones healed, and soon, intact arms and hands grew out, but the triangle had disappeared, seemingly integrated into the bones. In the pool of blood, Charles, who had been reborn from death, stared at the pupils on the sinister face in the huge shadow, and his expression resembled a smile. It wasn't deliberate, nor was he expressing his emotions. It was just instinctual. It was the look of natural scorn and indifference that a monster at the top of the food chain would have when it looked down. He reached out and tapped like he was hitting the triangle. Crisp notes reverberated between the heavens and the earth. It evolved into a majestic movement that swept in all directions, pulling everything into a violent turmoil. Countless music theories emerged from the finger, and thousands of strands gathered together. From notes, they condensed into combinations of intervals, then music theory was constructed and the movement revealed itself. In the end, even the vast sky was completely covered by the movement. In an instant, a power strong enough to stun countless musicians brewed. Construction of music theory over a super vast domain. Then, the overture of destruction followed closely. Amid continuous loud bangs, all the air, all the ether, and all the power were cruelly extracted and converted into torrents, spraying in all directions. But in the sky, the vacuum descended. Countless nature interference took place at the same time, and the result of layer-by-layer evolution was the complete repulsion of everything. The horrifying change in air pressure caused the ions in the air to collide, thunder burst forth, and lightning struck. The gases in the air condensed into a viscous liquid and flowed wantonly in the vacuum without restraint, destroying everything within reach. 1812 Overture. At that very moment, all the survivors cheered and screamed in joy, 1812 Overture. The discontinued legacy of the saint had descended upon the world once more. It brought wonders to the battlefield. No. Miracles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, Here's to the New World, Part 2. Chapter 572, Here's to the New World, Part 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In just an instant, heavy rain started to pour. What fell were not water droplets, but the charred remains of eagle-bodied demons roasted by thunder. In the vacuum, all the blood of the demons had spewed out of their bodies. After becoming dehydrated, the bodies shriveled, shrunk, and were burnt into unidentifiable masses by the thunder. In a flash, a carbon-like substance covered the entire battlefield. Countless demons had fallen. It was just an overture, a prologue to the war. The clouds, which had resembled an iron curtain, dissipated, and the huge shadow also shook in front of the figure slowly rising on the battlefield. The night was torn, because the hot sun had descended. The frenzied, terrifying ether waves suppressed all the other noises completely. It was as if Charles was sitting on the throne of the gods, shrouded in a strong light, dignified and blinding. Even the so-called king of the sky couldn't look straight at him. The half-human, half-eagle old woman screamed sharply, spreading out her wings, dyeing the whole sky black again. The sky was an extension of its wings. Shrouded by the shadow of the wings was death. After losing most of her descendants in an instant, the catastrophe, Eagle-Wing Mother, was enraged. Sensing the familiar and repulsive aura of the 1812 overture, she hesitated no longer and pounced at Charles fiercely. Unfortunately for her, this time, she was no longer fighting against a saint. Symphony No. 6, Pathetic. So, the sad and desolate melody swept, covering the entire sky. The bleakness contained in the deepest part of one's heart flowed like water, sauntering gently and deftly. It embraced everything in its arms, narrating whispers about the world, dreams, and pain. Soon, grief was surpassed, and everything was no longer important. Great bliss descended. It descended in the embrace. But between the heavens and the earth, screams of extreme pain rang out, like sorrowful weeping. Black rainwater fell from the sky like a waterfall. It consisted of countless withered feathers. The wings that had merged with the sky into one shattered together with the sky. In the blissful embrace, decomposition cruelly and mercilessly turned everything within into nothingness, without hesitation. It was the power of dissociation which overrode everything else. In the vast domain covered by the movement, where the light from the sun-like scepter shone, the terrifying ether waves showed their cold nature as the music theory evolved. It was the essence forged by the great power that combined the music theories of the school of abstinence and the school of modifications, bridging the huge gap between the two schools. At the moment, the power contained within even surpassed that of saints and was beyond that of the catastrophe. The dark night had left and light appeared. Under the shine of the sun, all matter, all ether, and all beings, tangible or intangible, dissociated and disintegrated, unable to remain intact any longer. Even catastrophes. Even the Eagle-Wing Mother. A cold and cruel miracle had descended here. In the melody of Pathetic, it gave all disasters their end. It gave all griefs a peaceful slumber. It gave all despairs salvation. Death saved everything. In the most agonized scream ever, the dark wings wrestled with the hot sun, sending the heavens and the earth into turmoil. The earth was torn and cracked to reveal huge gaps, giving birth to canyons. The wilderness shook, crumbled, then rose once more, forming hills. The sky shattered, exposing the darkness of the universe behind it nakedly. The glow of the stars swayed, being caught in the crossfire of the strong powers, and broke into pieces. The hurricane swept between the heavens and the earth, its wretched howl blended with the melody of the movement, like a sad song that God would play when destroying the world. Charles, Gaius stood on the city walls and raised his head with difficulty. He held his hair and looked up at the light battling with the darkness. His bodyguard rushed in front of Gaius, disregarding his own safety, and blocked the huge rocks smashing towards them and the sharp, knife-like gale from Gaius. The bodyguard shouted hoarsely, "Lord Gaius, it's dangerous here. Please leave quickly." In the chaos, Gaius did not move but stood where he was like a nail. He simply stared fanatically at the sun, despite the light scorching his pupils. Finally, the last of the wretched screams sounded, and the darkness was torn apart. The bright radiance of the sun descended upon the earth once more. The sun was glorious. In the terrifying glow, half of Charles's body was torn, burning blood dripping from the wounds, but he still looked majestic. In his hands was the catastrophe that had been damaged beyond recognition. After losing its wings, the king of the sky could no longer fly. Half of the eagle wing mother's body had disintegrated completely, leaving only its incomplete face and what remained of its shriveled body. Charles gripped it by the throat, and it struggled difficultly, but could not break free from the hands that resembled the embodiment of judgment. Charles stared at its face, but he had an empty look in his eyes. His empty gaze seemed to penetrate its body and fell on the earth. At the torn corner of his eye, blood dripped, like tears. "Mr. Gaius, it's true that heaven doesn't exist?" He whispered softly like he was asking a question. Gaius was silent for a long time and nodded. "Yes." "So, everyone is unhappy?" Charles murmured again. "Yes." Gaius kept his eyes low. "But it can be changed, right?" Charles asked. "Definitely," Gaius replied softly but firmly. "So," Charles laughed. "That's great." The hands of judgment slowly closed, crushing the bones and causing the eagle wing mother to scream hoarsely and struggle madly. As if it had understood its ending, the ugly face of the old woman twisted into a writhing mass and screamed wildly. It spoke, hoarsely in difficulty, in a vaguely human tongue. "I will return again." It said, "You can't kill me." "You're wrong." Charles shook his head. "I can." In his palms, flames rose. As if it was a living thing, the fire wormed its way into the catastrophe's face and filled its body. Charles took over its consciousness, extending and spreading its perception towards the far distance. It only took a brief moment before the vast source of the catastrophe, which was slumbering in the desert and the ruins, were detected by the pair of golden eyes. At that very moment, an iciness colder than ever arose in the consciousness of the eagle wing mother. It was an emotion that the catastrophe had never experienced since birth, what humans named as fear. Ether, music theory, consciousness, life, and everything else was all robbed away. The distorted face of the eagle wing mother stiffened. It couldn't move, and even the strength to scream was taken away from it. The last remains of its body were rapidly petrified and shattered. In the end, between the closed palms, it turned into flying dust. No trace of its existence was left. It had no more so-called future. But in the sky, Charles roared painfully. The sun shook. In the terrifying light, he bent over and screamed. Behind him, a horrifying scar emerged suddenly. Ether gathered and turned into slender bones that proliferated, unfolding painfully in the cold air. The scorching light covered the bones like flesh and skin. In the end, flames were ignited and evolved into scarlet red feathers. It was a wing. A lonely wing grew from Charles's back. It seemed to cover the entire sky simply by waving. On the city walls, the surviving soldiers looked up at the terrifying radiance and slumped on the ground. They raised their hands to block their eyes, not dare to look directly at the frightening magnificence. After witnessing the entire process, the believers, whose abilities to reason had completely been defeated, wailed plaintively. "What on earth is this?" "This is God." Gaius looked up at the sky, spread his arms, and laughed wildly. "This is the God that belongs to us, the God of the mortal realm." The sorrowful wails of war and the bangs from the earth shaking had stopped. The sharp screams had come to an abrupt end. Everything returned to silence. A faint cheer sounded in the distance. In the basement deep under the palace, the girls had left a long time ago. No more singing and dancing took place. Only the king, who had exhausted his energy and joy, was lying on the sofa, sipping the last of his wine, drunk and drowsy. The door was pushed open. Someone sat opposite him. The king raised his eyes groggily and looked at the person. "Have you won?" "Yes, we won," came the reply. So, the king laughed. "From now on, it will be a new era, right?" Gaius. "Yep." Gaius nodded. The king looked at him, full of curiosity. "What kind of country will you build, Dot?" "Yes, I wonder as well, what kind of country will it be?" Gaius took off his hat, revealing mottled white hair and a confused gaze. "I haven't made up my mind yet, Your Majesty, do you have any suggestions?" "You're asking me?" The king laughed. "What do I know? No country has appeared out of thin air before, with no roots and origins. If you want a new world, the only option you have is to use the old corpses to nurture it. Listen to the cheering voices, Gaius, you hear it? There lies your country." Gaius kept quiet for a long time, then shook his head. "Your Majesty, they are your people, the ones you have saved by sacrificing yourself and giving up all you had." "My people?" Upon hearing the phrase, the king's smile turned stranger and stranger, like it was full of mockery. "Gaius, they are all monsters. Don't you understand? When I was young, my father told me that the king's duty was to lead the people. He only told me before his death to fear them, imprison them, and make them fear you. Only by doing so, will you be a king, a living king? You must make them see your power, your glory, your greatness, bestow upon them peace, food, and jobs, like a god. Then only will they be tame, forget their claws and teeth, and obey your rule. If the day comes when you can't do all these, when you're tired, hurt, and have fallen down, your people perceive pain in the cold wind, so they will grow dissatisfied. They will unite together and riot, they will become a huge monster, holding up the banner accusing the king of misconduct, and swallow you up. I'm sure you are very clear about this as well?" Gaius said nothing. "How can what I've done be considered giving up everything to save them? I have merely chosen to die before such matters take their course." The king drank more wine. The spirit leaked from the corners of his mouth, splattering on his chest like a burning flame. It made his voice hoarse and his gaze one of madness. "I can already see the day coming, the end for people like us. The nobles will be brought to account, the manners ignited, and the old Caucasus buried in the fire of revolution that you have brought along with you. Such a spectacle, simply awesome." "Then?" Gaius asked. "Then?" The drunken king snickered. "The resources of production will be redistributed, social classes re-established. After a long, long time, a new country, no, a new monster will be born." "Exactly as your wish, isn't it? Such words are too much, no?" "Your Majesty." Gaius seemed amused by the king's drunken babble and chuckled as if he had heard a joke. But the king did not laugh. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Gaius' collar, pulling Gaius towards him. The king stared straight at Gaius with eyes burnt red by alcohol, not taking his eyes away. "Compared to what you are doing to the world, my words are disgustingly gentle, aren't they?" The king hoarsely whispered, "You use so-called freedom and democracy to overthrow the monarchy system which has been in place since ancient times. You want to lead them forward with the promise of a glorious future, lead them through the canyon of darkness. But the canyon of darkness is too long, and they can't wait long. They will only succumb to desires, they don't even know how to protect themselves." He paused and continued, "If no one has ever reminded you of it, then I'll take it upon myself. Gaius, you are playing with fire." "So what?" Gaius' smile dissipated, and his expression became as cold as iron. But the king laughed hard, clutching his stomach as if he couldn't help himself. "Just look at yourself, Gaius. You have gone mad, yet you still pride yourself on being rational. Your eyes are blinded by the so-called future, but you can't see the price it will take to arrive at the future. Is everything that you have been through all along still not a good enough lesson for you? Your revolution and nothing else is the worst thing in the world. You released it from the cage, now you are trying to free it from the shackles of religion, and let it spread its poison in the world. You have promised them what they should not have, letting them manage their country by themselves, giving them false hopes that seem close at hand. Maybe what you're doing is right, but this is a sick world, and nothing right should remain. The day shall come when your revolution goes out of control. Your army and your country will become a deformed child under your sick ideals. Regardless of whether it can swallow the world up, the day shall come when it destroys itself because of non-stop demands for more and more. The king laughed wildly. The mad laughter was harsh and piercing, as if the world was coldly mocking Gaius through the king's body. Full of delight, the king tilted his head back and finished the last drops of wine. So, final darkness rose in his vision, hugging him, greeting him, and accompanied him in his brief journey towards death. At the very last moment, he spat out a mouthful of stinking dark blood and looked at Gaius. With a smile of pleasure, he softly bid farewell, Gaius, I will witness the day with my eyes, in hell. Everything returned to silence. Gaius sat in his chair and watched the ugly face that had turned grotesque due to the lethal poison, like he was waiting for something. But a long time passed. His Majesty spoke no more. The king had died. The door to the basement was closed. Seal it. Gaius said to the craftsman, after all, His Majesty was the king, let his palace be his coffin. The craftsman bowed in acknowledgement. He put on his hat, walked up the steps, and returned to the wide courtyard on the ground level. On the bench, Wolf Flute, who was smoking a cigarette, raised his eyes. What did His Majesty our king say as his last words? You don't seem very happy. It's just drunken nonsense. Gaius replied coldly, what about your job? Is it done? On the bench, Wolf Flute whistled and spread his hands out. Rest assured. After witnessing Charles's power, the old priests are already going crazy. Soon, the Sophia fraternity in charge of the Caucasus Church will throw themselves at your feet, endorse the miracles that have occurred today, and re-advocate the orthodoxy abandoned by the Church of the Sacred City. They are also saying something along the lines of how divinity and humanity are not in opposition with each other but in communion. I don't really understand the quack's words. One way or another, they promised that they would break ties with the sacred city and establish a new sect with the other fraternities in the Near East. Soon, a sect that suits your wants will serve you and shepherd believers for you. However, out of respect for their ruler, they want to ask you regarding what to name the new church. Gaius pondered for a moment, and soon replied, since they advocate orthodoxy, name it the Orthodox Church. As you command. Wolf Flute bowed exaggeratedly, removed the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, and stepped on it to extinguish the fire. He turned and prepared to leave, then his footsteps paused. He turned back and asked. Oh, right, one more question. About Charles. Yes? Gaius looked at Wolf Flute and saw his mirthful expression. Wolf Flute looked at Gaius and asked curiously, you personally lifted him onto the altar and made him a god. But what if he wishes to come down from the altar one day, what are you going to do then? Gaius said nothing. Wolf Flute got his answer. He turned and left. In the sky, endless snow fell again, sweeping across the wilderness and the city. It swallowed everything up, covering the old corpses of the country. Under the frozen soil, some seeds were sprouting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, It's been a while. Chapter 573, It's been a while. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was 6 p.m. in Avalon. The sky was still dark, the ice-cold drizzle had disappeared and was replaced by a fog, which grew thicker and thicker. The fog permeated the air, and almost engulfing the entire downtown. At the moment, the cleaning up of downtown had yet to be completed. Having once fallen at the hands of the demons, downtown was still occupied by a large number of the vile spawn of the sea, which had even attracted a lot of parasitic demons, and the pollution level escalated. Some heavily polluted areas had even become habitats of demons. They were plagues parasitic on Avalon, and would definitely develop into deadly tumors in the future if not cleared in time. The Knights of the Round Table, leading the garrison, went about the downtown doing their job without a moment's rest. Hundreds of tons of burning coal were transported by torpedo cars and distributed to the various squads. After the coal was equipped on the showerheads, gusts of blazing flames shot out, burning the demons and their lairs into ashes together. In the distant sky, flames rose. But certain places were still dark. Everyone downtown had always understood one thing: one must be able to handle one's issues by oneself. Sometimes, if the army was not doing a good job of cleaning up, they could only take it upon themselves. And when it involved their immediate interests and life-threatening problems, their efficiency was actually higher than the army's. The first to be cleared was the hidden port favored by smugglers. After the short span of half a day after the fall of the downtown, the port was reclaimed. After the musicians' blazing fires purged everything on the water, the whole port became clean and neat. The air was filled with the reassuring smell of smoke. It was sharp and warm, but not stinking. At the port, in the dim light and the dense fog, someone held a lantern high and looked into the distance. "This is the last ship of today." Conrad, fugitive and former captain from Asgard, sat on the cold steps, smoking cigars of low quality, and looked at the blurred outline in the distance, which was gradually approaching. At the moment, he had been recruited as a thug. With killing techniques trained in the army and a one-track mind, he was fairly recognized among the local gangs. He brought a few dozens of brawny men along to the port to work as temporary porters and await further instructions. After a busy afternoon, he had unloaded 3 ships' worth of goods, and was so tired that his hands were getting cramps. As he looked at the last ship approaching slowly, he couldn't help but sigh. These smugglers are really putting their lives on the line to get rich, still daring to sail in such circumstances. The thin man working for him chuckled. "If I have a boat, I will do so too. Weapons, food, spirits. These items are in shortage. Do you know how high their prices have soared in the black market? You can't even buy a pound of pork with the amount of money needed to buy a pound of gold. All rich people have gone crazy now. In their eyes, whoever can bring them what they want at this time is better than the rescue angels from the religious court of inquiry last night. I calculated briefly just now, each trip they take here can earn them more than 20 times the profit." Before seeing the blank looks on the people around, he spat and counted with his fingers. Estimating conservatively, he said a number. In a flash, everyone's eyes turned green with envy. "Do you think this is the main deal?" "Not even close." The thin man lowered his voice and said, "Smuggling things here just earns them additional profit. Do you know how much they charge to fetch a person out of here? They don't accept paper bills, not even money orders from the church, only black gold." The porters who gathered around him were stunned and started talking all at once. Not far away, the person in charge frowned. He glared at Conrad, who was at the lead, signaling for him to keep his subordinates in check and stop the goddamn gossiping. Hearing his voice, the young man beside him smiled. "They are all very energetic young people. It's good. At least this place won't feel dead." The manager wiped the sweat off his forehead and gave an ingratiating smile. "They're a bunch of ill-mannered rednecks, but it's fine as long as you don't find them irritating." The young man shook his head and did not answer. He just stared at the smuggling ship that was gradually approaching from afar. The manager held the lantern up for him, illuminating the thin blanket on his knees, which sheltered him from the cold. The blanket was checkered, revealing the outline of his 2 slightly atrophied legs beneath it. Upon accidentally glancing at them, the manager felt as if his vision had been burnt by a soldering iron, and dared not look again. In the dim light, the young man's face looked pretty, like that of a girl. He sat quietly in a wheelchair, his fingers tapping on the back of his seat without making a sound. The quiet pair of eyes was iron gray. It resembled steel that cooled after being heated red. "Sir, something's not quite right." At the frontmost of the pier, the hunched man waving the lantern frowned. They did not return the signal. The smuggling ship was coming closer slowly, and people with good eyesight could already see the paint peeling off from the bow, but the whole ship was deathly silent. No signal was sent, and no sound could be heard. "Mr. Watson, allow me to show you out," the manager bent over and whispered. Thinking of the possible consequences, his face turned pale. "The situation doesn't look good." "It's no big deal, just order your men to get ready." Watson propped up his chin with his palms. He tilted his head and gazed at the boat that was floating in the calm currents. "Send the musicians over to take a look. Be careful, there are still plenty of valuables on board. Don't let everyone here come in vain." The last sentence seemed to be a joke, but he said it in such a serious tone that no one dared to laugh. Soon, an obese musician rose into the air, crossed the short distance and landed on the deck. Then he bent down and vomited. The snakes stored in his chest cavity slid out from his mouth one by one, rapidly dispersing in all directions. They entered every opening, sneaked into the cabins and began to investigate. But it didn't take long before the musician's expression changed to one of confusion. After inspecting repeatedly, he gave a signal. It was safe. Upon returning, the musician bent down and reported in a low voice in Watson's ear, "The cargo is still in the bilge, but no one is on the ship, nor is there the smell of blood." "All right, let's go." Watson nodded and turned the wheelchair in the other direction. The person beside was stunned. "Go? There's no one alive to look for us and collect money anyway, just leave the things here." Watson said casually, "Do you still want to carry the things home despite knowing that something is wrong?" Everyone swallowed hard and turned back to look at the deathly silent smuggling boat. Their eyes were full of dismay, but the strange atmosphere around made them shudder uncontrollably. Upon hearing the command from their superior, the workers below were stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. They dropped the crowbars, spades, and other tools they prepared and got ready to leave. Just give it up like that? Conrad, who was smoking on the shore, inhaled deeply. The superiors didn't seem to care, but he couldn't help but feel anguished over such a waste. But when he looked at the ship that seemed to resemble a black hole, his heart couldn't help but pound, despite him not knowing why. A huge chill went down his spine, and extinguishing the spark of anguish he felt, as he finally realized the strangeness of it all. One can earn as much money as one wants to. Worst come to worst, one can do so by robbing, no big deal, he thought. But one only has one life. What are y'all waiting for? Let's go. He took the cigar from the corner of his mouth, threw it into the seawater below the steps, and walked away. The red-hot cigar traced an arc in the air, penetrated the mist and fell into the water. At the moment the fire went out, it seemed to have illuminated a face. For a split second, Conrad thought that it was just his mind playing tricks on him. The next moment, the calm surface of the dead silent seawater was suddenly broken. The demon lurking underneath pounced suddenly. Cold water droplets splashed and a thick suffocating stench filled the air. Its speed was incredibly fast. In just an instant, it overwhelmed him. Its jaws opened to reveal 2 rows of sharp teeth, and pressed down at his throat. Crack! The sound of cervical vertebra breaking rang out. Blood splashed, and his head fell from his shoulders. Screams sounded one after another as well. The initially deathly silent sea boiled in a sudden. Countless dark shadows emerged from it, breaking the water surface, and climbed out. They leaped onto the port, looking for the traces of every living thing. Unlike the murlocs from the previous attack, which were used as feed and consumables, the demons attacking this time were even weirder. They had no feet, but long snake-like tails, and 4 arms each. Unlike ordinary demons, they showed no signs of slowing down after leaving the water. Instead, they swayed their tails to propel themselves, achieving an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they overwhelmed several thugs who were infamous for their brutality. The people who finally managed to react unsheathed their swords and battled with the demons. However, except for a few who obviously had military experience or underwent special training and cultivation, others could hardly sustain their efforts. Several musicians immediately formed a circle with Watson in the middle to protect him, then only activated their musical movements. They attempted a counterattack, but was interrupted by several loud bangs. The smuggling boat docked at the shore suddenly shook. The hull ruptured, and several gigantic, beast-like demons climbed out of the crack. They leaped onto the port and started devouring people. Through the crack in the hull, one could see the torn boxes inside. The hiding places of the creatures were self-evident. The creatures that had made their ways out of the boxes were still proliferating. They had no hair on their bodies, but were covered in a layer of scales. As if they had just been born, the soft scales that were originally moist hardened quickly. Soon, weird crisp sounds rang out from their skulls, which were covered with strange hair, and sharp horns grew out of their foreheads. For the monsters, which were as big as elephant calves, the killing of enemies was far more important than the hunt for flesh and blood. They did not take a second look at the blood on the ground, but continued to attack anything that was still moving aggressively. Someone risked his life and pierced through a demon's scales with brute force, but the parasites and acids that spurted out of its abdomen after that made him scream. The demons are not of naturally existing species. Watson tapped the handle of the wheelchair and raised his brow slightly. Natural evolution will not result in such targeting behavior. It is a species cultivated by dark musicians. He seemed to have understood something, and the corners of his mouth turned up to form a sneer. The sound of birds flapping their wings rang out. Under the wheelchair, it was as if a pigeon cage was opened. 1, 2, countless robins of a cyan color emerged from under the wheelchair, flew up, tweeted crisply, and flew at their prey. They were only flying birds, but they gave off a resplendent glow in the darkness. Their wings did not consist of feathers, but of flames. Flames that burned in an iron blue color flared on them. The power from the Son of Phoenix incorporated the destructive heat from the path of modifications into bestiality, and the thousands of birds gathered into a torrent. Under the control of their summoner, they produced a low humming sound that cut off all other noises, and swept across the entire harbor. In a flash, the situation had been reversed. Powerful indeed. The musician, who was his bodyguard, couldn't help but sigh. Such attainments could be considered shocking, and even musicians like him who had long made names for themselves were far less powerful. Just watching Watson made him feel ashamed. But while Watson was focusing on controlling the huge flock of birds, a crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded from the ground. The brick-paved ground suddenly bulged. Following the waves of ether from Watson, a demon that had sneaked into the quagmire from the seawater and hid under the soil suddenly made its way out. Stirring up a stinking gust of wind, it rushed at Watson. It was incredibly quick. At the moment, everyone's expression changed, but it was too late for them to do anything. In a flash, only a cold glint flashed across the air. From the cracked handle of the wheelchair, a slender dagger popped out, its metal glint tracing an arc in the air, and fell into Watson's hands. He flipped his wrist and stabbed down. It was like a fleeting meteor. A miserable whine sounded. The worm-like demon had been nailed securely to the ground and struggled with all its might. Just as everyone was relieved, Watson grew impatient. He turned back and looked at the shadows in the distance. How much longer are you going to stay there and watch? In the shadows, someone rubbed his face awkwardly. Oh, I'd been discovered? Watson gave him a cold look and said unceremoniously, "Come and help." "Sure." In the shadows, the newcomer smiled and stepped forward. The broken lantern that fell on the ground illuminated the robe draped on him and the right hand he lifted. His pale index finger ignited a wisp of flame and pressed it on the pipe at the corner of his mouth. So, in the misty smoke, the pipe was lit. The reddish tobacco leaves burnt as if a fuse that was extended into the sky had been lit. At the next moment, a terrifying glow emerged from the dark clouds suddenly. It was a furious thunder, and burnt the iron-black clouds red. Whistling sounds burst forth one after another. Several dozens of fiery fires cut across the sky and descended as if God had cast knives of punishment. Activated by the purifying musicians, stakes smashed towards the ground, shaking the earth. Everyone staggered and almost lost their balance. After that, a horrifying heat burst forth, accurately engulfing each and every demon, and pulled anything that exuded the aura of non-humans into the frightening inferno. In the end, in the dead silence, only gulps could be heard from the people witnessing the feat. The men holding their weapons looked each other blankly, their faces illuminated by the raging fire. It only took an instant before all the demons disappeared as if they had never been born. All of them were exterminated in the flames, and the fire purified everything. Under the piercing light of the bonfire, Silverhair was caught up in the hot wind. In the thin smoke that was slowly dissipating, the young man in the purple robe tilted his head and looked at one of his few remaining friends. So, he smiled happily. "Hey, Watson," he said, "it's been a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 574, Trust. Chapter 574, Trust. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Everything returned to silence. On the quiet street, Ye Qingxuan pushed the wheelchair along, walking slowly, like he was taking a stroll after dinner. Watson sat in the wheelchair, a blanket on his knees, enjoying the service from the noble Grand Inquisitor. As if he could feel an aura very different from that of the past, Watson sighed softly. "You've changed." "Oh?" Ye Qingxuan laughed. "For better or for worse?" Watson shook his head. "You've gotten stronger." Ye Qingxuan asked, "Isn't it a good thing?" "Yeah, it's good." For reasons unknown, Watson couldn't help but sigh softly. "Very good. With me being away for a long time, I didn't expect you to be getting by all right." Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "I thought you would be a bit more miserable, waiting for my rescue." Watson snickered. "Haven't you realized something? As long as they stay away from you, anyone can get by all right." Ye Qingxuan was silent. After a good while, he scratched his head awkwardly and sighed. "Your words are so cruel, Watson, they sadden me." "Oh come on, Ye Qingxuan," the young man on the wheelchair snorted. Watson was unsympathetic, his tone malicious, as always. "Nobody is obliged to become a savior to other people, do you understand? Your arrogance will be your demise sooner or later. No, hasn't it already destroyed you, more or less? Who's to say otherwise?" Ye Qingxuan shrugged but didn't seem to mind at all. As if a sword had poked into cotton and the assailant did not see the blood he had expected, Watson had nothing to say and was instead somewhat irritated by Ye Qingxuan's indifferent attitude. Watson rubbed his temples, inhaled deeply, and suppressed his annoyance, calming down once more. "I shouldn't stoop down to that asshole's level, nor bother arguing with the likes of him," Watson thought. "I should have known from the beginning." So, he changed the subject and their chat could be continued. "A lot of things happened while you weren't here." Ye Qingxuan nodded. "I know." In the silence, Watson suddenly said, "White Crow has appeared." After a moment of silence, he heard Ye Qingxuan's reply. "I see. Should we track him down?" Watson asked. "Sure, go ahead and investigate, no hurry." Ye Qingxuan's voice remained calm. "Since he has gone into hiding for so long, he definitely wouldn't reappear just to buy coffee in Avalon during the discount season. On a side note, how many of our guaranteed routes remain as of now?" Not many are left, Watson replied. Only 2 secret routes remain. Plus, with the demons in upheaval now, the ships get overturned easily. I will give you 50 more men, all of them purifying musicians of the religious court of inquiry. Don't worry about the demons. Ye Qingxuan placed an envelope on the thin blanket covering Watson's knees. The matters on the list, settle them properly in secret. Lolo will assist you. Watson pinched the envelope to gauge its thickness and snickered. You have just gotten back and are already starting to send people on errands? Capability invites laboriousness. Ye Qingxuan patted his shoulder. I don't have many people that I can trust now. Watson was silent. He said no more. After a long time, their long walk was finally over. The wheelchair stopped outside an inconspicuous villa. Upstairs, someone cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. One could vaguely hear the sound of arrows being knocked, the rustle of steel scraping against each other lightly. After getting a clear view of the visitor on the wheelchair, the hostility dissipated rapidly. The gates opened, and the respectful subordinates took over Ye Qingxuan's job of pushing the wheelchair, surrounding and protecting Watson. I'll say my goodbyes here, Ye Qingxuan bid farewell. I'll get going. If you need to contact me, go to Westminster Abbey and find an old man named Sherdong. Although the old fellow is a slick, you can trust him. He turned and left, but was stopped by Watson's yell. Hey! Ye Qingxuan turned back. Not gonna come in and have a look? Watson asked. Many are awaiting your return. Ye Qingxuan smiled. Nah, downtown is yours now. He nodded as a gesture of farewell. Sherlock Holmes is dead. Although I'll miss those naive times, I no longer need to disguise myself with a mask. He paused and said, from now on, there is only one Ye Qingxuan. In Midtown, inside the clock shop that had been closed for a long time, quiet ticks sounded one after another. After being closed for a few months and experiencing multiple upheavals, the place was still spotless and well organized. On the counter laid Hermes' favorite crockery set. The tea leaves were of a high-quality Indian variety that he had left behind. The tea was still hot, with swaying vapor rising from it. Ye Qingxuan sat quietly, drinking the tea. In the clock's ticking, Seton, who was sitting on the armchair, carefully took off the pair of glasses that looked funny and tiny on him and closed the storybook in his hands. I see. He whispered, he has really died. Yeah. Ye Qingxuan nodded. He was so annoying that it isn't surprising that he got killed. Seton asked, did he have any regrets in the end? No. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. I heard that he was smug and triumphant. Seton was silent. After a long time, he sighed softly. It's indeed something he would do. What are you going to do next? Asked Ye Qingxuan. Yeah, what am I to do? Responded Seton. Seton sat in the chair, but he was too burly, and he looked as if he had been squeezed into the chair. When he scratched his head, the chair creaked. He was the one who hired me as his bodyguard when I was unemployed, but all I had to do was clean and tidy the place. Although he was mouthy, he never deducted my salary, nor did he prohibit me from taking up other jobs in private. Now that he's no longer here, there's no point for me to stay in Avalon. While Anglo has no time for surveillance, I might take my leave. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment, then asked straightforwardly, to find Gaius? What for? Seton sneered. That guy has never been in his right mind. The more people that have died for him, the more abnormal he becomes. I'm afraid that he has become so twisted by now that even demons would be put to shame. I'm no fool, and I only want to stay as far away as possible from that thing. Ye Qingxuan said nothing. Seton shook his head. Is my senior still okay? His situation can't be considered good, nor is it exactly bad. Ye Qingxuan replied, he's leading a pretty comfortable life, and is well fed. Although he is under constant surveillance, his basic demands are met, and he can continue doing his research without anyone disturbing him. I think he'll like this sort of life. Satin nodded. He has been wanting to live like this for his whole life, though unexpectedly he finally found in prison. Since he is fine, I have nothing to worry about anymore. As he said so, he reached out and fished about his pockets. He took out a small notebook filled with numbers on every page. He held a small pencil and scribbled for a long time. He seemed to be calculating something, but he couldn't get the numbers right every time. So, he frowned gloomily and got a little anxious. In the end, Ye Qingxuan rescued him from the hell of calculations. After taking a look at the array of numbers above, Ye Qingxuan extended a finger and pointed at the page. The total here is 460,000. You made a few mistakes in the calculations above, and double-counted these two numbers, but then, after deducting the amounts here and here, what's the final sum? Satin asked. Ye Qingxuan said a number. It wasn't much, but Satin was relieved. It'll be enough. Satin said, besides the amount put aside to help my comrades out, the rest of the money I saved in the past years is enough for me to open a clock shop back home. Ye Qingxuan was surprised. A clock shop? Yep. Satin grinned, and Ye Qingxuan had never seen him so happy. He fished out a magnifying glass out of his pocket and fixed it over his glasses adeptly, pointing to the pile of mechanical parts on the counter, and two pocket watches that looked slightly crude. This is all my handiwork, unexpected, right? Really? Unexpected. Ye Qingxuan shook his head difficulty. Who taught you the craft? Self-study. Satin said, thanks to your help, actually. I couldn't spell and write before, nor could I read. After a little learning, I tried it out myself with Hermes tools when I was bored. It was quite difficult at the beginning, but making a batch of dozens of them, I got the hang of it. It's a bit of a hassle, but much simpler than killing. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a good while, then laughed softly. Congratulations. Thank you, Satin replied. Ye Qingxuan got up and said goodbye. Scratching his head, he said, I originally wanted to hire you, but now it seems that you have no reason to continue killing. Oh, cut me some slack. Satin shook his head. Not everyone finds the ability to be a monster a good thing, but he accompanied Ye Qingxuan to the back door, saw the empty kennel in the yard, and couldn't help but ask, where's old Phil? Still not found? Yeah, I don't know where it has gone. Ye Qingxuan said, I thought it was staying here with you before I came. No one's left in the academy now, I really don't know where it has gone. In this regard, Satin wasn't at all worried. Don't worry, it probably just went out for a stroll. You need not fuss over nothing, it will still be alive and kicking even if Avalon gets destroyed. I'm really glad to hear comforting words coming from you. Ye Qingxuan smiled resignedly and bid him farewell. The door closed. He stood alone in the alley, and for reasons unknown, he thought of the girl who had once stood here back then. I wonder if she's doing all right. Soon, he put out the flame of worry in his heart and returned to reality. He turned back and looked at the corner in the depths of the alley. You sure you don't want to come out and have a little chat? After a series of rustles, the man, who had been keeping a lookout for Ye Qingxuan there for God knew how long, walked out. He stank of the smell of ditch water, his hair unkempt, and he was such a mess that one would almost laugh upon sighting him. Richard? Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows and stared at the person for a long time, before finally managing to identify the man as his former senior who had belonged to the executive office of the Royal Academy of Music and was an agent of the 5th Department under Maxwell. Why are you here? Ye Qingxuan asked. I've been waiting for you. Richard's face wore no smile. Generally speaking, when it wasn't necessary, he rarely smiled. He seemed to be suffering from very serious internal injuries, and his face was pale like he was a spent force. How long Richard had been waiting there was unclear, and at the moment, he appeared to be almost dying. "Waiting for me here?" Ye Qingxuan asked again. "I know that if you return to Avalon, you will definitely come back here, so I waited for you here." Richard leaned against the wall and sat down like he was finally relieved of his pressure. The corners of his lips lifted, briefly and reluctantly, in what can barely be considered as a smile. "No one else is around, right?" Ye Qingxuan listened quietly for a moment and shook his head. "Feel free to talk. Maxwell asked me to pass this to you if he was gone one day." Richard smiled with difficulty and handed him a copper tube, "and to bring his words to you." He paused, reached out, and pressed his forehead. As if a lock had been opened in his skull, Richard's eyes rolled back in his head, revealing the whites, and the power sealed in the skull was released, dominating his will. As if the old man had returned once more, the words that were once contained in the seal were spoken again via Richard's body. "Ye Qingxuan, you must be careful. Don't trust anyone." Ye Qingxuan heard the hoarse voice of Maxwell, "including me, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 575, The Iron of Decay. Chapter 575, The Iron of Decay. Translator, Ye Bo Studio. Editor, Ye Bo Studio. In the Westminster Abbey, beside the clock tower, in the office, one could hear the sound of gears rotating not far away. It was the crisp sound of the giant second hand of the clock ticking forward. The fire in the fireplace glowed. Ye Qingxuan sat on the sofa and examined the copper seal in his hand. "Ye Qingxuan, keep this in mind, don't trust anyone in Avalon." Maxwell's voice still lingered in his mind. "Including me, Including you?" Ye Qingxuan murmured softly and rubbed his forehead to ease his headache. "I don't get it. What the heck is Maxwell doing? What on earth has happened?" He pondered for a long time, but couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he shifted his attention back to the sealed copper case in his hand. It was 1 thumb thick and 1 hand long, a standard sealed case for storing confidential documents. The material looked like brass, but it was actually an alloy consisting of black gold and copper. Its hardness and tensile strength exceeded that of diamond and was used to store confidential documents and classified information. The unique design ensured that it would be damaged once opened. The specially formulated sealing wax at the opening was perfectly intact, so no one could have possibly sneaked a look. For some unknown reason, the cold sealed copper case felt faintly warm in his hand, as if coal had been put inside. But when he felt it carefully, it still remained cold. "The warmth is just an illusion." "No, not all that." Ye Qingxuan could clearly feel it. Some sort of heat that the human body couldn't sense seeped out wisp by wisp, causing a tingling sensation, as if one was pricked by needles. It was faint and vague, but steel posed it no obstruction. It passed through his body in the air, then dissipated. "What on earth is that?" Ye Qingxuan used both of his hands to disassemble the outer shell of the sealed case carefully according to the method in his memory. He only felt relieved after removing the self-destructive machinery inside and putting it aside. Finally, he unscrewed the screw of the sealed copper case. Unexpectedly, what slipped into his hand from the inside of the copper case was a heavy lead tube. What he disassembled was merely the outermost packaging of the gift. The lead tube felt heavy and seemed to have been processed with alchemy, making it at least several times heavier than similar tubes. After unscrewing the outer layer, one could see the delicate interlayers within the lead tube through the sides. A few dozen types of odd materials were nested together in the middle, carefully enclosing the core within. It was as if something as terrifying as fierce floods and savage beasts was being sealed inside. It was hot. In the illumination of the faint glimmering green glow from the lead tube, the illusory heat felt by Ye Qingxuan was several dozen times stronger than that a while ago. The prickling sensation made him felt as if the capillaries all over his body had burst after doing strenuous exercise. The sensation hit in waves, but while it felt uncomfortable, his body had a strange craving for it. It was like a reunion after a long separation. Ye Qingxuan held the stone, which was the size of the knuckle of his little finger, and observed it carefully. But after a while, he felt dizzy, and when he moved his fingers, his movements seemed to lag. After a moment's silence, he reached out and peeled off a layer of dead skin from his suddenly cracked palm. He could sense that the cells in his body were more active than ever. They were also weaker than ever. They were being killed off at 10 times the usual speed and were also regenerating at 10 times the usual speed at the same time, undergoing some sort of slow mutation? What the heck is this thing that Maxwell left for me? Ye Qingxuan thought. The iron of decay. Outside the door, Sherdong's voice rang from afar. It was as if he could feel Ye Qingxuan's confusion through the thick walls. He didn't open the door to enter but just said hoarsely, "You'd better keep it properly. With the exception of you, no one here can withstand its harm." Ye Qingxuan was surprised. "Is this thing very dangerous?" "Very, very dangerous," Sherdong replied. "In the pollutant rating, it is rated to be more threatening than the Cup of Hope. According to readings taken with the counter, the circulation and mining of the thing you have with you is absolutely prohibited in the East as well. It kills the cells in one's body and destroys one, starting from the smallest structures in the body. Except for the few pure-blood deva in the world, anyone else who dares to meddle with such a thing is committing suicide." Ye Qingxuan was stunned for a moment, then carefully put the iron of decay back into the lead tube. However, the illusory heat and stinging sensation still lingered and showed no signs of dissipating. What is Maxwell even thinking about? Ye Qingxuan thought. It's better for you to come out. Sherdong sighed. I will make the necessary arrangements to seal this place up later. It'll remain unfit for human habitation for half a year. Even after Ye Qingxuan came out, Sherdong continued to maintain a distance of 10 meters between the two, as if he was avoiding a fierce flood or a savage beast. Hey, what for? Your Honor, I still want to live for a few more years. Sherdong cautiously put on a set of weird, thick protective clothing. Actually, you are basically a lethal, human form poison now. I would suggest that you avoid coming into contact with anyone before its traces in your body are thoroughly gone. Judging from your vital signs and metabolic rate, the time it will take is about several dozen times shorter than the ordinary person, so you should be fine after one night. Maxwell, what the heck are you up to? Ye Qingxuan rolled his eyes and sighed resignedly. Okay, why are you looking for me so late in the night? Sherdong pointed towards the room. I believe that you have read my report? Your writing was too lengthy, I have only read the front parts. It's alright, you just have to be clear about the shameful happenings in the past. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a good while, before facepalming inside. Indeed, shameful. The Lady of the Lake turned out to be Leviathan. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with King Arthur's brain? No, history has proven to us that something must have been wrong with that asshole's brain. Really, really wrong. Ye Qingxuan gave a wave of his hand, signaling for Sherdong to follow him. Since the room could no longer be stayed in, they might as well find a place to sit and talk. Soon, they reached the central courtyard of the church. Ye Qingxuan sat on the bench and spent quite a while to gather his thoughts. Finally, he couldn't help but tug at his hair. I know what you want to ask, but with the current situation, I don't know where to start. Sherdong was no stranger to such situations. He simply nodded, and suggested calmly, then let's go through the whole thought process from the beginning once more. Don't forget your purpose. What did you come here for? To save Anglo, of course, Ye Qingxuan replied. But Sherdong was still looking at him and asked, what else? Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Save Maxwell at the same time, but... Sherdong's expression was still cold, like a dotard who wouldn't even be surprised if the sky fell down. He simply scratched his chin. After a good while, he commented calmly, it will be very difficult this way. Of course I know. Ye Qingxuan asked, do you have any suggestions? Me? Sherdong pondered for a bit, scratching his steel skull. He sighed with a tinge of emotion. Based on my experience in the past, if you aren't sure of how to defeat the enemy, then purge your organization first. It's not like you have anything better to do anyway. What? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. Sherdong repeated himself, purge. I mean. Surely you understand what I mean? I know what you mean, but why of all times now? Ye Qingxuan asked. Well, the style of the religious court of inquiry has always been like that, Sherdong replied naturally as if it was something that could go without saying. There's nothing else to do anyway, so we might as well purge the nation of heretics first. To resist foreign attacks, one must stabilize the internal situation first. Cleansing and purification are necessary from time to strengthen an organization's foothold and to ensure that it could be sustained in the long term. At all times, you must make sure that the organization you are leading is pure. At least, we must first find out who the impure are. After finding out? Asked Ye Qingxuan. Sherdong shrugged. We add their names to the list of spare firewood, of course. Demons can still be utilized after their deaths, but troublesome creatures like heretics can only be used as firewood. Fortunately, they can be burned dead or alive. As the Grand Inquisitor, how come you are so slow in this respect? I thought that you'd be very good at it. Ye Qingxuan was at a loss for words. Sherdong, can you suggest something useful? I feel that I have already given you quite an explicit hint, haven't I? Sherdong looked at him, his gaze serious. You know what I am reminding you of, right? If you want to save this country, you shouldn't bother yourself with unnecessary concerns, and don't let insignificant matters hold you back. In this world, never rely on other people. If you want something, you must get it yourself, Your Honor. All you have to do is nod, and stakes will be erected on Queen's Road tomorrow. The politicians who have been attending secret meetings in the past few days, trying to control you, secure more power for themselves and obtain substantial benefits without contributing anything, as well as the aristocratic parasites who regard themselves highly but are totally useless to the country, all of them will form long queues and walk up to the stakes, one after another, turning into a pile of coal ash via this clean and pollution-free process. From then on, you will be free of all inhibitions, and you can show your capabilities fully. Surely you don't have any more expectations for this bunch of good-for-nothings? Silence. A long silence. Ye Qingxuan smoked a pipe and exhaled a cloud of gloomy smoke. He asked, is there really no one worth trusting, in your opinion? Trust? That's such a luxurious term. Sherdong sneered. Your Honor, even the religious court of inquiry could not resist certain temptations, let alone other people. I don't particularly hate the aristocrats, and I understand their stupidity. After all, it is the nature of the ruling class. Many of them could even be considered kind, but their stances have been predetermined by their origins and the positions they hold. As long as you are willing to spare a thought on such boring matters, you can easily understand them. Show them your devilish side, Grand Inquisitor. Who do you think will never betray you? Ye Qingxuan pondered the question for a long time, and asked tentatively, Maxwell? Sherdong shook his head. He loves you, I can see, but there are other things that he loves more. Lancelot? Ye Qingxuan asked again. Sherdong shook his head again. He also loves you, but you get what I mean. Alright, then what about Mephistopheles? Sherdong snickered. I don't know if you have heard this saying before, clergymen can be trusted when pigs fly. Do you really believe that he will keep his mouth shut regarding the secrets he has heard in the confessional? Ye Qingxuan sighed and shook his head. A lengthy silence ensued. Ye Qingxuan's eyes suddenly brightened. I think I have one. Oh? Sherdong raised his brow. In Avalon, the one I trust the most, the one that will never betray me and can even help me. I think I know who that is. Unfortunately, I don't know where it has gone, I can't find it anywhere. Wait. Did you just say it? Yep, it dot. Sure. Dong was silent. After a long time, he sighed flatly. In some sense, perhaps such trust can indeed stand the test of time. He felt resigned due to Ye Qingxuan's tactlessness. Sure, Dong didn't bother to try and convince him anymore. In his view, reality was as such anyway, and the circumstances would force Ye Qingxuan to make a choice. It was just a matter of sooner or later. So, he got up, took his leave and went back to sleep. Ye Qingxuan was left alone, leaning against the bench and smoking his pipe. He looked helplessly at the gloomy night sky above his head, thinking hard, trying to come up with a solution. Such trouble. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. Then, he heard a rustling sound. Amid the dead twigs and rotting leaves, something deftly strode towards him on all fours, with mud and dirt all over its golden fur. Not having been groomed for a long time, the fur was knotted and tangled all over. But its gaze was still arrogant, like that of a superior being, and insufferably proud. It jumped onto the bench easily, sitting next to Ye Qingxuan. Glancing at his flabbergasted expression, it exhaled a gust of air from its nostrils with disdain. Then, it shook its body and splashed mud all over Ye Qingxuan's clothes in an adept manner. Hey, old Phil. Ye Qingxuan finally came out of his trance-like state and jumped up from the bench, ecstatic. He laughed loudly and embraced the person he trusted most in Avalon. It's been a really long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, The End of Solomon. Chapter 576, The End of Solomon. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Ye Qingxuan didn't know how old Phil felt so long after they last saw each other. But surely, old Phil was not an ordinary dog, so it didn't show much emotion. There was still a look of loathing in its eyes, however. Being warmly welcomed by Ye Qingxuan, old Phil just nudged him away with its nose and rubbed mud all over him. It acted like they had not been away from each other for so long, but rather that it had just gone next door to steal a cucumber for lunch. However, a lot of people had gone since then. Too much had changed. A long time ago, they came to the city for the first time, a young man and a dog. Ye Qingxuan had been worried that the virus might make old Phil ill, yet it only sneezed once and shook some hair off. It didn't feel anything at all. This was really astonishing to some, yet Ye Qingxuan was used to this. He always believed that old Phil was no ordinary dog. It was smarter than any man. Where have you been all this time? Ye Qingxuan squatted down and said jokingly, you found a wife, had a bunch of pups, and didn't want to come back, right? Surprisingly, old Phil didn't bite him this time. It just looked at him as if to say your old man is really disappointed with you, which made Ye Qingxuan feel ashamed of making such boring jokes. Old Phil opened his mouth and threw something on the bench. It was a piece of a broken chain. The decoration on the chain was gone, leaving only the chain, which seemed so familiar. Ye Qingxuan blanked for an instant. After a long thought, he picked up the chain. It was so heavy that it must have been made of some sort of precious metal. The design was highly sophisticated and the chain was handmade. Even an experienced craftsman would find it difficult to make such a chain. There were not many good craftsmen in Avalon, not to mention someone who would bother to make such a nice chain. Yet, he quickly remembered something. When he went to the Stein chamber, he saw a necklace with the same design on someone's neck. Mary? Ye Qingxuan asked in astonishment. She was the second daughter of the king who went missing when Leviathan broke the second layer of seal, the princess of Avalon, the future queen of Anglo. He stared at old Phil and asked, you found her? Old Phil peered at him and said nothing. It turned around and whipped him with its tail, meaning follow me. Ye Qingxuan followed old Phil and after some turns, they were suddenly on the street. Then they went through some streets and valleys. The further they went, the more unfamiliar everything became. Ye Qingxuan felt a headache coming on. According to the map in his mind, they had been going in circles for a while and should be where they set off from. Yet, there was a deserted valley in front of them. When he lowered his eyes, however, he found that there was a stream of blood flowing along the way. The path of blood. When he raised his head again, a wave of mist came over and devoured him. The mist was gone, everything was different. Old Phil had also vanished, like a phantom. Ye Qingxuan was in the shadow of Avalon. In the silence, he raised his head, looking at the dark sky. There must be something wrong. What was wrong? The shadow of Avalon was different from before. Everything was shattered as if it had been twisted and folded by some great force. Numerous ruins flew up into the sky, stretching in every direction. It seemed the city had jumped up into the sky and stayed there. The buildings just floated in the air, frozen in time forever. In the second that the city was ruined, the sky must have collapsed and the earth cracked. In the sky, the king's palace was left in the center, releasing horrible ether waves like a dark sun. There was surely something terrible brewing there. The city had been destroyed, yet some monsters occupied the ruins of the city and seemed to have given the city some sort of evil life. There seemed to be a sort of terrible power dominating the whole city. It had devoured the city and made the city part of it. They were crawling out of their tomb and would be alive again soon. Numerous sounds of worms and insects crawling, and beasts howling were hidden in the silence, making the place even more terrible. In the empty streets and the deepest darkness, something was staring at Ye Qingxuan with its blood-red eyes. 1, 2, 3. There were so many of them. It seems I have been targeted, Ye Qingxuan murmured. Then a bronze emblem slid out of his sleeve and into his hand. The music theory of Jiu Shao Huan Pei flew out from the symphony of predestination and wrapped around the emblem. When the music was played, swords of moonlight were released, which was intertwined with red fire, burning the sins of the humans and lighting up the world. This was the most useful skills he had learned in his classes at the religious court of inquisitors, which covered all musical instruments and alchemy devices and hundreds of purifying music movements created since the establishment of the religious court of inquisitors. Besides the four most essential music movements, including the Night on Bald Mountain, 16 for supporting utilities and 34 for purifying, the more than 70 other music movements were all created to kill all creatures except for humans. This was my exercise class, then? He went forward at his normal speed and felt that the pressure was becoming more and more tense. Suddenly, something like a dying beast howled from afar. It sounded so familiar. Ye Qingxuan was so surprised that he raised his head to see what it was. Numerous monsters with blood-red eyes jumped at him, howling. There were also waves of little bugs in the air, extracting ether from the air, which created a temporary vacuum around Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan heaved a sigh and waved a sliver of moonlight from his fingers. Numerous music notes were played in such a short time that the sound was not even distinguishable. Then, fire and light spread around very quickly and quietly. All the monsters and bugs were burned into nothing, leaving not even ashes. In the fading light, Ye Qingxuan looked to the direction of the howling. It was Firebird. And he was familiar with that. Mary? In the ruins of the church, black blood spurted and fell on the mask. A giant monster was cut in half. It fell on the ground, twitching and howling. Yet more monsters were coming. Surrounded by layers of monsters, a knight shouted angrily. He waved his sword again with his great power, generating a gust of strong wind which cut through the space. The wind tore everything apart on its path and chopped up all the monsters within a 100-meter radius. With the blood of the monsters sprayed on the ground, the smell of blood was even stronger. Behind the knight was a girl who was crying bitterly. They are here, Christine. They are here. They are here. They are right here. Her gown torn, her arms were shown. Ye Qingxuan could saw there were red scales showing and disappearing on her arms. Her pupils changed forms as if she were a beast one moment and a normal girl the next. She was struggling between being a beast and being a human. "It is looking at me." Mary murmured, "Christine, give me the sword. Quick! Give me the sword." It was inside me. I saw it. It is tearing me apart. "Your Highness." Christine half kneeled on the ground, shaking her violently. "Don't give up. Don't be defeated by it. It is killing me, Christine." Mary raised her head. Her eyes were full of emptiness. She could no longer see the night but felt the beast inside her. "Give me the sword, Christine, give me the sword." She held Christine's arm and begged. Her strength was so mighty that she crushed the steel of Christine's armor and left her indentations from her fingers on it. She looked at Christine, red-eyed as if she were a demon. "Give me the sword. I can kill it." Christine became silent. She was so sad that she couldn't help but shed tears. "My princess, it is you that you will be killing." Then, the armor suddenly split apart. The girl knight reached out to Mary and grabbed her. Pressing Mary's neck down, she injected a shot of tranquilizer into her artery. At the same time, her arm was broken by Mary. The bones in her arm were fractured and her arm began to bleed. The tranquilizer was injected into Mary's body, yet the beast in her veins wouldn't surrender. It was still fighting and howling. After several seconds, though, it calmed down. Mary lost her strength and fell into Christine's embrace, gasping. "Don't fall asleep, Your Highness." Christine carried Mary on her back. "Hold on for a moment. It will pass soon. Remember the song you liked most when you were a kid?" Mary seemed to answer her. She murmured something as if singing. "Solomon was born on Monday, baptized on Tuesday, got married on Wednesday, became ill on Thursday. His illness became serious on Friday, he died on Saturday, and was buried on Sunday. This was the end of Solomon. This was the end of Solomon." In her murmuring, Christine straightened her arm and put it back into the armor. Then she put the mask on. The tranquilizer would become useless very soon. In the beginning, the effect of the tranquilizer could last a whole day, but now it could only calm Mary for 10 minutes. Christine knew well that Mary must be treated to cleanse her blood, otherwise, she would collapse under the blood of curses and turn into a bloodthirsty monster. Time was running out. "Don't be afraid, my princess." Suffering great pain, Christine raised her broken arm to stroke Mary's long hair. "I will protect you. I will." Yet in the silence, the melody came again from afar. It was the Requiem 6, which was played during the funeral of musicians to pray for the spirit of the dead so that he or she could ascend to the originator. Yet now, it was so dark and savage. Ashes came with the cold wind, forming a vague shadow which was torn apart from the inside, revealing pale skin and hollow eyes. The musician in white stepped out from the shadow. Wearing a crystal crown, the musician had dark and cold ether movements around him, surrounding Christine like snakes. The spirit of the dead musicians came back from the realm of the deceased in such an ugly appearance. On the white clothes was an emblem of the royal musician group, and the body, which had been petrified due to the effects of the drug of Panglai, came forward, step by step. The petrified neck of the middle-aged dead musician cracked irritatingly when he stared at Christine. Then he locked his sight on Mary. "I sacrifice myself to the great emperor." The musician stepped forward again, his hollow voice full of enthusiasm which made people sick. "May God bless the kingdom and my king bless me." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, The Vacuum Sun. Chapter 577, The Vacuum Sun. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the ominous melody, the strange petrified musician waved his hand. The earth shook, and cracks formed striations on stone and iron, making them seem as if they were covered in frost. Ruptures sounded one after another. As the paving bricks on the ground cracked, iron fences rose from the rotting soil, layer by layer. Decaying metal wound around the fences, turning into a forbidding barrier, like creeper plants which were spreading their vines and leaves meticulously. On the dark green metal leaves covered with rust, layers of notes emerged, forming a huge and complex movement. In the blink of an eye, access from all directions had been blocked, turning the place into a cage that would allow no one to leave or enter. It was a shackle that sufficed to hold even a gigantic phantom beast in it. The musician had clearly been dead for a long time. No one from the first generation of the Royal Musician Division could survive until the present day. But at the moment, with dust as the medium, the body that had turned into stone and iron returned to the world once more. His symphony of predestination, which had been silent for a long time, was activated once more. Fueled by the obsession that had lingered on despite his death, the spirituality of the movement replaced the soul that had dissipated a long time ago. With a few simple gestures, he laid an inescapable trap. Judging from his terrifying attainments in terms of modifications, he must have been an exceptional musician when he was alive. Other than being a musician of the school of modifications, he might even have held a concurrent post as an alchemist. He constructed countless formulas skillfully with his hands, forming complex and almost unsolvable music theory equations in the end. Controlling the modified ether, he built a vast array from scratch. He mastered both the creation and destruction aspects within the school of modifications. He was clearly familiar with them and used them skillfully as if they were part of him. On his forehead, a complex, circular alchemy array emerged slowly, the ring of dragon scales. It was an alchemy array that could make any movement of the school of modifications multiple times as destructive. The array that was originally engraved on instruments made of gold and iron was instead imprinted on the fragile skull, despite the fact that should the operation of the array get out of control, the large amount of heat generated would be enough to turn the skull into ashes. Such characteristics were unique to one person even in the entire history of the Royal Musician Division. His identity was as clear as day. That explains it. In her armor, Christine spoke coldly. Master Nigel, the Iron River musician, a member of the first generation of the Royal Musician Division, the conductor of the Birmingham Orchestra, one of the 13 principal conductors, pardon my lack of manners. Nigel's corpse did not move. It seemed to observe etiquette and did not attack with brute force, still maintaining the arrogant habit he had back when he was alive. Christine took a few steps backward and carefully placed Mary, whom she was carrying on her back, on the ground. She pulled out the sword of Galahad at her waist, twisted the hilt with both hands, and stabbed it into the ground beside Mary. The metal hoop nested on the hilt began to rotate immediately. The armature hidden beneath was activated, causing the blade to become hot, as it was burned red by the ether circuit within. Innumerable notes emerged, the blade trembled, and a low whistling sound burst forth. The air suddenly warped for a moment, the faint shadows of countless swords and knives appeared, forming a barrier of protection around Mary. Christine could finally fight without having to worry about her. "Your Royal Highness, I will be back in a while," Christine whispered softly and turned back. The hidden compartments on the greaves of Galahad's armor opened, and two slender hilts popped out. As Christine pulled them out with both of her hands, the sharp blades were unsheathed, and the clanking of metal reverberated in the air for a good while. The two weapons were rapiers. The rapiers resembled lances when extended fully. They were slender, but their length seemed exaggerated and unpractical. The blades were too thin and narrow. It was as if they would break at the slightest touch. But despite their exaggerated length, they still stood straight. The rapiers would suffice to penetrate the iron walls Nigel conjured up and leave a lethal hole in his heart, which was hidden deep in the iron fortress. Christine took a step forward, aiming the two rapiers at Nigel from a distance, and remained motionless from then on, maintaining a perfect setup. But meanwhile, a vast amount of power flowed through the armor, burning the hilts red. Nigel stood with his hands behind him. On his petrified face, the knight's posture was reflected in his empty eyes. He showed no signs of resistance, as if he was calmly awaiting death. However, in the dim light, countless fine fluorescent particles fluttered outwards. Orbs of light the size of dust particles danced. The dust-like particles contained terrifying power due to formulas of explosion smelted into them via alchemical processes. Once a particle burst, it would become a terrifying sun that would emit enough energy to demolish a whole building completely. At that very moment, a roar suddenly burst forth in the air. As the earth shattered, a hurricane surged suddenly and swept forward. Christine's voice couldn't be heard anymore. One could only hear the bangs of iron boots stepping forcefully on iron and stone. The time between two consecutive bangs was too short, making them sound continuous, like the furious roar of a behemoth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of invisible walls made of air were broken purely through brute force, as the owner of the iron boots passed through the hell consisting of alternating regions of vacuum and high pressure. Innumerable dust-like light orbs were detonated constantly, but the horrible airwaves were chopped up before they could spread. The two slender rapiers pierced the air innumerable times in an instant, tearing the orb of light completely apart each time. The slender blades tremored within a minute distance in a dance-like fashion, opening up gaps in matter. Pierce, pierce, pierce. How was that a proper way to use swords and lances? The blades were like deadly stingers. In the sharp noise of metals scraping against each other, the rapiers pierced through layers and layers of obstacles, penetrating all barriers, and were right in front of Nigel in a flash. But in response, two slender fingers quietly gripped the thin blades, letting it tremble at the fingertips. Then, the situation reversed. Bang! The instantaneous elemental replacement completely destroyed the completeness of the entire blades. The two rapiers broke off inch by inch. Countless pieces of iron reversed their directions and flew backward towards Galahad's armor. At that moment, Christine abandoned her weapon and moved forward. The rapier was a sword designed for assassination. Once it was used in the open, it would lose more than half of its effectiveness. Right from the start, she hadn't been trying to kill the powerful musician who had been famous since a few hundred years ago with the two spare weapons. Their purpose was just to attract attention. She didn't need any weapon. A knight herself was the strongest weapon. As for Galahad's armor, since its creation, the power within it had been stronger than most other armors in the world. Arthur sealed a phantom beast he once controlled in it as a source of power, bringing incredible powers to its wearer. The power represented by Galahad's armor was the barrier of iron and wind. Setting up the limiting barrier with iron, it could control the strong wind to completely tear everything that dared to enter the attack range apart. Even though it was not particularly good at attacking, once Nigel entered the attack range of Galahad, the wrath of the hurricane controlled by metals would be awaiting him. A loud bang rang out. The fiery flow of ether spewed out of the gaps in Galahad's armor and wrapped itself around the huge armor. Turning into a terrifying barrier of gas, it rushed toward Nigel. Countless pieces of iron in reverse were swallowed by it and were instantly ground into iron sand. The iron sand then blended into the barrier, faintly lending an iron blue color to the ghastly white tornado, and the destructive power multiplied. It was already close at hand. But Nigel withdrew his palm, as if he had given up on resisting. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang sounded from inside the armor. It was as if gears that were rotating at a rapid speed stopped abruptly. The circuit of the alchemy array was blocked. The heavy pressure within could not be relieved and broke the tracks of the array, flowing out in all directions. Christine's movements came to an abrupt end. The storm dissipated. Oh no! Although the hurricane had stopped, the iron sand in the wind was still moving. They attached themselves to the armor like mistletoe. Layers of rust spread below the iron sand. In a flash, it was as if decades had passed. The steel grew dull, and the armor was mottled. It was because of the formulas attached to the broken pieces of the rapiers. In just an instant, the entire of the rapiers had undergone a qualitative change as music theory flowed into them. Every inch of the steel became a source of pollution that was strong enough to turn a large ship of steel into scrap iron. Upon coming into contact with the armor, the music theory unfolded itself. Like a long needle, it corroded the outer layer and entered the alchemy array of Galahad. With high precision, it cut off the ether circulation between the outflowing layer and the forming layer, causing a huge amount of ether to descend into chaos. It was a very weak force that was only maintained for a moment, but it caused tragic consequences. Galahad's greaves exploded, and the force of recoil tore Christine's right leg. Pieces of steel pierced into the flesh, and the deadly rust came into contact with her blood. She had miscalculated. The being that resurrected and descended here not only possessed the body of the principal conductor but also inherited the operational wisdom he had in life. Even though the armors of the Knights of the Round Table could repair itself, such immense damage would need to be repaired by engineers, and the restoration would probably take more than half a month to complete. Nigel advanced indifferently. Christine coughed violently and vomited blood, but he showed no mercy. After Christine's defeat, he reached out, expressionless, and destroyed every component of Galahad's armor completely, eliminating all possibilities of future troubles. The moment he approached, Galahad's armor suddenly fell apart, and Christine's body popped out from it with the last of its remaining power. In the instant it freed itself from the armor, her right hand, which was still somewhat intact, pulled out a piece of blood-stained iron from the leg and stabbed at Nigel, who was close by. The blow exhausted all her energy. Nigel looked at her dying kicks indifferently, but at that moment, a shocked expression seemed to flash across his empty eyes. He ignored the close attack and turned back suddenly. Nature interference begins. Gospel armor has loaded completely. Power source, vacuum sun activated. At the moment, from afar, terrifying ether waves burst forth in a sudden. Countless music theories were in turmoil. Nature interference occurred at the same spot for tens of thousands of times, each attempt connecting with another and converging into one. It formed a gigantic cycle. In the sea of ether, a huge hollow space appeared suddenly. It was a well-defined circle. Nature interference had affected it for countless times, and music theories interwove within, forming a vast and complex structure. As the music theories operated, a strong force was produced. It acted inwards. A massive amount of ether was attracted by the gravitational force coming from the center of the circle, converging, collapsing, and condensing into an almost imperceptible point. Outside of the circle, any ether that dared to approach was pushed away by the terrifying repulsive force. The repulsion stirred up huge waves in the sea of ether. In the silence, a loud, thunderous bang reverberated, tearing apart any ether waves brewing up as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Between the points of origin of the repulsive force and that of the gravitational force, a pure vacuum existed. It was like a hot sun. It was a sun made out of vacuum. The hot sun that only existed for a moment completely destroyed itself in the next. In the instant during its destruction, a terrifying amount of energy erupted from the collapsing sun. Under the guidance of music theory, the violent torrents broke through the binding of the sea of ether and descended upon the physical world in a flash. The energy that was enough to cause an earthquake converged into one point and moved forward. Everywhere it passed, all matter was crushed into dust, and all music theories were torn into pieces by the violent vacuum sun. Thousands of meters were forcibly crossed, and the distance that seemed beyond reach was instantly shortened. The target was within arm's reach. When Nigel turned back, he only saw two hands covered in dark armor. In the seemingly paused time, the hands appeared to move forward gently, passing through layers of defense easily as if they were popping soap bubbles. Before the soap bubbles even had time to burst, the two hands cupped Nigel's face. They deftly twisted his head. Crack! After the moment passed, the first few things one could perceive was a deafening bang, countless screams of bricks being shattered, and a flood-like hurricane whistling as it swept across the scene. A figure wearing huge armor had suddenly appeared in the scene. In front of him was a headless corpse broken into pieces. Nigel's head was removed, and it fell apart as the figure closed his hands. The pieces of stone became powder and slipped through his fingers, turning back into dust. Just as Kristen was about to be blown away by the hurricane, the figure in the dark armor lifted his palm. A barrier was constructed with the music theory of the School of Abstinence in the blink of an eye, blocking her from the appalling hurricane and the deadly wind pressure following it closely. "Who are you?" Christine looked at him and almost lost her footing. The dark armor suddenly softened, like an illusion, and collapsed slowly. In the end, it turned into a long, black robe draped over the figure, and Ye Qingxuan removed his hood to reveal his face. "Christine, it's been a while since we last saw each other." He smiled. Christine stared at him with wide eyes. After a good while, she fell to the ground, her whole posture slackened in relief. "When did you come back?" "The day before yesterday." Ye Qingxuan reached out and tended to her bleeding wounds. He pulled out the piece of iron that had pierced her blood vessel and bandaged the wound. "You and the princess have been here all this time?" When Leviathan broke through the second seal, Her Royal Highness and I were in the refuge. Christine panted, struggling to keep her mind clear. "When the uptown fell, the princess brought me here. We only realized that the situation was even worse after coming here. She could hardly take it anymore." "The curse of the dragon blood?" Ye Qingxuan asked. Christine nodded. "No need to bother about my injuries, I can still walk. Protect the princess first. We must leave this place. Our medicine has run out. Her Royal Highness is a dangerous threat now. I'm afraid it would be quite troublesome to leave." Ye Qingxuan scratched his head and sighed. "In my hurry just now, I rushed into the encirclement. The time was really too tight, I couldn't think of any other way." Christine was stunned. "Encirclement?" In the dark night, the dissipated melody of Requiem 6 seemed to flow towards them once more. Innumerable dust particles descended from the sky. A dozen figures in white, wearing a crystal crown each, slowly rose from the dust. The ether waves coming from each one of them were no less powerful as compared to that from Nigel, even stronger. Despite having died for so many years, their strength had not been weakened. On the contrary, with the help of the strange music theories in the shadow of Avalon, their strength had continued escalating to new heights. Furthermore, they still carried the precious treasures they had obtained while they were alive on them. Ye Qingxuan's gaze swept over them and his pupils couldn't help but contract. A solemn and quaint sword, ancient scrolls exuding the aura of the oddities of the realm of ether, a strange crystal eyeball, and the familiar black hat. The first generation of the Royal Musician Division, the 13 principal conductors, had all arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, The Blood of Amber. Chapter 578, The Blood of Amber. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Things were getting bad. Actually, it was very bad. On the deadly silent stage, only the melody of Requiem 6 was lingering. 13 principal conductors stood in the darkness and silently guarded all the ways out. Ye Qingxuan could feel the symphonies of predestination in them which were so real, and the even more terrible imposing manners of the musician in a gray coat and one in a red coat. They were the head and the deputy head of the first-generation Royal Music Division, respectively, and the two best musicians of Anglo in the School of Royalty. What's more, they were both scepter musicians and were the best of the scepter musicians. Although it was as though they had been brought back from the hands of death, it was not clear if they still had the power of a scepter musician. Their names and their battle records were enough to send a chill down everyone's spine. The 13 conductors and the 13 big musician divisions were the strongest power of the musicians when Anglo was at its peak. Fighting against one of them, Ye Qingxuan would win as they were resurrected from death and thus were weaker than when they were alive. Fighting 2 of them, Ye Qingxuan would find it difficult to cope. Facing 5 of them, he would not hesitate at all to run away. Yet now, Ye Qingxuan would definitely lose, not to mention, he had to fight the head and deputy head of the first-generation Royal Musician Divisions. He became curious. What brought these musicians, who have been dead for centuries, back to life? Do they have the same power as when they were alive? What do they have to do with Leviathan? Is the seal of the royal palace of the Shadow of Avalon intact? There seemed to be more and more questions. Looking in the direction where they were looking, Ye Qingxuan saw the girl in the corner. Mary? But why Mary? Why did those 13 conductors kill themselves with the drug of Penglai? Why were they resurrected? Why are they chasing Mary? To show her their loyalty to the king's family? That was hilarious. Ye Qingxuan was amused by his own thought. He stood in front of Mary and looked at the 13 conductors. No, there were only 12 conductors as he had just snapped Nigel the Galaxy musician's head off. He was once a scepter musician, yet he hadn't had the chance to use his Symphony of Predestination before he died for the 2nd time. It was so ridiculous that he was so weak. Ye Qingxuan could hardly believe he killed one of them by just one surprise attack. When he was thinking about how to stall and find a way to get Mary and Christine out of the Shadow of Avalon, the musician in red raised his hand. He was the head of the first-generation musician divisions, the strongest of the 13 conductors, the scepter musician who had helped King Arthur build the School of Royalty. The Star Summoner, the Eye of Oddities, the Killer Whale, etc. He was called so many names, enough to write a whole history book. It was said that he had had some problems when he was communicating with the oddities in the ether world and became homogenized by them. His real name and his intelligence had been dissolved in the ether, and he had even lost his original appearance. There was only blankness on his face, as if he were covered by fog. The raised hand reached out toward Ye Qingxuan with a little glass bottle, the size of a fingernail, in it. In the glass bottle was some sticky liquid, the mere sight of which reminded Ye Qingxuan the smell of blood. It was weird and evil, yet fascinating. In the shining glow of the liquid, a cold eye suddenly opened slowly. It was staring at Ye Qingxuan behind the blood curtain. It sent a chill down Ye Qingxuan's spine which spread like an electric shock throughout his whole body. Ye Qingxuan stepped back. He was hardly able to suppress the urge to scream. He began to feel nauseous and fearful, almost losing his consciousness. At the same time, however, he wanted to kill. Every thought in his mind was dragging him into madness. He bent down and almost fell on the ground, sweating all over, gasping for breath. It was only a short second, yet he felt like being tortured for a long time. Suddenly, the sound of Jiao Shao Huan Pei was heard. It activated the blood of Deva in him, in which the silver moonlight rushed and swirled. Ye Qingxuan instantly became fully conscious and dispersed all the emotion inflicted upon him. Then, he ended the desire to kill and the madness in his mind. He was freed. Opening his eyes and wiping off the sweat on his forehead, he stepped a few more steps back and looked at the blood of amber in the Grand Conductor's hand. What the hell was it? Screaming came from inside the Galahad's barrier. The iron barrier of wind and sword was torn up immediately. It was broken from the inside? Ye Qingxuan looked behind him and saw the blood-red eyes of Mary. Crazy firebirds were oozing out of every inch of her skin, more powerful than ever before. It liquidized into red blood and flew out of Mary's body, dripping into the blood pool on the ground which was full of ruin and madness, with blood flowing everywhere. Her broken gown was immediately torn into small pieces by the firebird. Instead, she was wrapped up with a red layer of firebird. Ye Qingxuan then understood the Grand Conductor's blood of amber was not targeting him at all. It was attacking Mary. Under the stare of the eye and the blood, the curse in the dragon's blood was ignited. It broke out and turned into blood, spurting out of Mary's body. With blood all over her, Mary cried and screamed, but she could not restrain the mad laugh that burst out of her. The Ripper was awake. Holy sh*t. Ye Qingxuan heaved a sigh and turned back. He looked at the dead man standing far away and gestured, saying, "Hold on for a moment." Then, he went toward Mary. Instantly, he felt like he was surrounded by blood and irritating screaming. It was like falling into a giant juice extractor, being chopped by the blades, hit by iron hammers, ripped by steel saws, and squeezed by gravity. It could turn a normal human into small pieces in a split second, turn flesh into liquid, and evaporate everything into a steam of blood and stinky smoke. Though protected by the clothes of original sin, Ye Qingxuan was so scared that he grew pale. Mary was in grave danger now. The dragon's blood was awake now and was almost as strong as that of the original blood. Though Mary was too young and less powerful, her potential was even greater than that of her mother Elizabeth. If she could ascend to the throne, she would definitely become a king as great as Arthur, but Ye Qingxuan knew, even without thinking, that was not a blessing. All the members of the royal family in history faced a dilemma: if their dragon blood did not wake up, they would have no power and have no way to use the stone sword in the final defense line of Anglo. If the dragon blood woke up too early, it would be too dangerous and the king would fall into madness and become a monster. Therefore, the happiest king in the history of Anglo was the fourth king, King George the Impotent. In his time, there was no foreign threat and no severe corruption within the government. His dragon blood had not awoken until he turned 40. He was ordinary his whole life, yet he had a happy and rich life, leaving all problems to his successor. Some called it dumb luck. With all this nonsense in his mind, Ye Qingxuan went up against the Firebird and held Mary in his arms. The clothes of the original sin were torn up hundreds of times in one split second and could hardly manage to keep him safe. Ye Qingxuan pressed his finger against Mary's forehead. Mary became quiet immediately, the madness in her eyes gone. She became still, and the Firebird on her dispersed quickly and revealed her skin. "Hold on for a moment," he whispered into her ears. "It will be okay very soon." The clothes of the original sin came off Ye Qingxuan and wrapped Mary up very quickly. Then, many iron crystals grew on the clothes of the original sin and became an iron cage. Then, massive music theories turned into chains and bound it up. The music theories blended with each other and made this ceiling stronger. At last, Mary disappeared and there was only a heavy iron coffin. No sound could be heard from the coffin. It was as if Mary was fast asleep. Ye Qingxuan stumbled, exhausted. He undid the first button of his shirt, gasping for breath. In the ether world, the sub-originators sensed the vulnerability of the body and replenished the body with more energy. Ye Qingxuan began to recover and felt much better. Christine looked at him in astonishment and asked, "What have you done?" Ye Qingxuan smiled bitterly and said, "It was a little trick of a mind musician to create dreams. The emotions are better channeled out than kept in. I made her a channel to release her negative emotions, but it was like drinking poison water to quench one's thirst. It won't last long. We have to get her out of here before it fails." Then, looking at the dead musicians who were coming to them, he cast away his hesitation and confusion and said, "Those musicians of past generations were really terrible." Boom! Jiu Shao Wan Pei popped out from on his fingertip and then became invisible as the music theories established a great music chapter. Then, the symphony of predestination burst out from inside Ye Qingxuan and flew along the strings of the zither. With the resonance of the catastrophe level, Ye Qingxuan was ready to strike. Seeing the astonishment in the eyes of the dead and their transient hesitation, Ye Qingxuan couldn't help laughing at them. "I am better than them, after all. Which of you will fight me first?" Ye Qingxuan stepped forward, pulling Christine and Mary behind him, and smiled. "Or, will you all come at the same time?" The resurrected musicians were enraged by the remarks of this young man who was born generations after them. The crowd parted and the grand conductor stepped forward. Behind him, darkness rose. Massive tides, strong winds, and dark clouds were brewing. In the depth of the clouds, the King of Storms opened his eyes, revealing the nature of the beast. Yet, someone from the resurrected musicians held him back and stepped forward instead. It was his assistant, the one in gray. The Grand Conductor looked at his deputy for a moment and then, as if persuaded, stepped back. And the musician in gray looked at Ye Qingxuan and went forward. There seemed to be some emotion in his hollow eyes. Ye Qingxuan smiled bitterly. For Ye Qingxuan, the deputy conductor was even more difficult to handle than the Grand Conductor, as he knew Ye Qingxuan very well. The musician in gray went forward slowly, holding his stick. Covered by the gray cloak was a simple robe, and he wore a signet ring which was the emblem of his family. He was more like a scholar than a musician. The top hat he wore was the same as the one that Ye Qingxuan wore. Sensing the movement of the sub-originator in the symphony of predestination of the enemy, Ye Qingxuan felt a headache coming on. Are you now going to kill me on behalf of the School of Stoneheart? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Sub-Originator Showdown. Chapter 579, Sub-Originator Showdown. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Sigmund Hoffman. A musician who made his name during King Arthur's reign, he was from the School of Rock and Iron in Asgard and joined the Son of the Oak, a well-known branch in the School of Abstinence, at the age of 24. The following year, because of dissidence regarding music theory, he was expelled by the Son of the Oak and disappeared from the public eye since then. At the age of 30, he came to Avalon and swore allegiance to Arthur. He joined the Royal Musician Division, the cream of the crop of the 13 orchestras. After achieving the level of master, he served as the deputy head of the orchestra. With a music theory, which was completely different from that of mainstream musicians at the time and was even considered heretical by some, he established the School of Stoneheart and passed it down. In other words, he was the founder of the School of Stoneheart. To some extent, he was Ye Qingxuan's forebear. After all, the technology of Ye Qingxuan's sub-originator was obtained from the item Sigmund had passed down. So, Ye Qingxuan couldn't avoid being referred to as the atavic successor of the School of Stoneheart. What was more, Ye Qingxuan had also added his own innovations. Music theories would resonate with each other if they were derived from the same source, let alone sub-originators compiled of music theory, which had intangible mutual sensing between them. Such mutual sensing became especially strong when the distance between the two was less than 10 meters. Ye Qingxuan was getting a headache from the thought of fighting against his forebear. What was more, he also respected this Mr. Sigmund very much, and he really didn't want to see the elder musician on the battlefield. But in this regard, Sigmund had nothing to hesitate about but had instead stopped the principal conductor who was getting ready to take the field and opted to fight against Ye Qingxuan by himself. Fortunately, even though the musicians of the first generation had died for centuries, they still retained an almost instinctual pride and dignity from their past, and they would never choose to besiege a musician of a younger generation. Sigmund opted for the most traditional manner of fighting, a duel between musicians. He stood still 10 meters before Ye Qingxuan, advanced no further and simply waved. Countless dust particles flew and condensed into a faint circle, enveloping a large area. Then, as Ye Qingxuan looked on, Sigmund took off the alchemy equipment on him and handed it to others. In the end, only the dress suit and gray coat that he was wearing remained, as well as the gray-black cane in his hand. As his symphony of predestination began operating slowly, a vast power rose from his body without any disguise and could be clearly seen by everyone. Behind him, the coat of arms of the School of Stoneheart rose slowly. Sigmund gazed at Ye Qingxuan and waited silently for a response. His eyes remained empty. What is this? How to fight against your forebear for dummies. Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but get a headache. Even among the various versions of duels between musicians, the one Sigmund had chosen was the most classical and formal. Participants would remove all their external equipment, demonstrate their strength and declare the school they came from. they would only rely on their own powers and nothing else when dueling. The method would enable the outcome to be determined in the fairest way possible. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a moment. Jiu Xiao Wanpei faded into nothingness from his fingertips, and he removed various alchemy equipment from himself before stepping into the circle of dust. Across a distance that wasn't very far, the two bowed to each other, their actions so synchronized that they looked as if they were cast from the same mold. Ye Qingxuan looked up, and his symphony of predestination revealed itself. It consisted of the seal of moonlight, catastrophe resonation, and the stone of sage which had combined with his sub-originator. In an instant, a round moon descended from the realm of ether and floated behind Ye Qingxuan, the cold, clear moonlight spilling down. The world became calm and quiet once more. This is a sub-originator? Shock flashed across Sigmund's eyes. Soon, he tapped the ground with his cane. In the crisp sound, ether waves were awakened and rose from his body. Under his garment, his heart gave off a glow as bright as fire. His sub-originator awakened. The complicated music theories within were entangled with each other and formed a stable structure. It separated from his body and floated above his shoulders. Simply by appearing, the huge gravitational force coming from its music theory was enough to distort reality, and vague illusions of flames leaping formed faintly. The sub-originator had been constructed in the most orthodox way possible. It was combined with precious materials from the realm of ether, implanted into the human body, and formed an etheric organ after being transformed with music theory. Such was Sigmund's sub-originator. Although its structure could not be compared to the huge moon, each detail of it was exquisite and down-to-earth, having been perfected over and over again. Nothing unnecessary was present, and God knew how many music theories were contained within the sub-originator of the size of a fist. Countless instances of nature interference were occurring in it, and it had even evolved to contain the essence of the school of modifications. Employing the powers of modifications via the powers of abstinence, the music theories involved ranged across two systems. The path of domain formed the carrier, while the path of commandment constructed the pure essence of modifications. It was awe-inspiring. But that wasn't all. As the cane tapped the ground once more, in the crisp sound, a brand new ether wave was awakened. The bones in Sigmund's right hand lit up, and the power residing in it rose, constructing its form from nothingness. Unexpectedly, it was another sub-originator. This time around, revealed in the sub-originator was a faint eye of bestiality, the school of summoning. Then, Ye Qingxuan's expression changed. A third wave rose. Above Sigmund's left hand, the slumbering sub-originator awakened and floated in the air, revealing its true nature. In the sub-originator, which resembled a burl, a strong aura of vitality was exuded. On the surface of the burl, a viscous liquid formed by music theory dripped, corroding the ground when drops of it landed and making a hissing sound. It was a vicious, spine-chilling poison. The school of choir. But it was far from over. The fourth, the fifth, and the final, sixth bubble-like sub-originator, which represented the school of magic, rose slowly. 6 distinct sub-originators gathered behind Sigmund, as if 6 masters had gathered there, their minds in sync, fitting each other perfectly and resonating as one. With one's own self and body in a leading role, the 6 systems of music theory were controlled. Collated under the axis of the music theory of the school of abstinence, the 7 systems of music had converged into a complete symphony of predestination. Ye Qingxuan took in a deep breath of cold air. He had mastered almost all of the music theories employed by Sigmund. He didn't even feel any trace of concealment on Sigmund's part when learning them, as if Sigmund was teaching him without reservations. But Ye Qingxuan had never thought of such an application method of the sub-originator music theory. Such was the pinnacle of the sub-originator, the ultimate achievement of the school of Stoneheart. I initially thought that since the old gentlemen were in deep slumber for the past centuries, they must have been abandoned by the times. The fact that they are capable of such terrifying means took me by surprise. Ye Qingxuan smiled bitterly and nodded as a sign of respect. Excuse me for not realizing it any earlier, but Protected by the 6 sub-originators, Sigmund stood in the center of them, the 7 systems of music converging into one. Faced with Ye Qingxuan's words, he did not reply, but simply raised his cane, clearly expressing his intention to fight without hiding. Bang! The duel began. At that very moment, the exact same melody rang out from the directions of both musicians. Holy! In a flash, the light of heaven gathered like a stream of water, forming invisible barriers around each of the two, the holy domains constructed. The two used the same tactics coincidentally. With holy being the core movement passed down in the school of Stoneheart, its playing was done with a unique skill set. Before musicians of the school managed to create their legend and form their scepter, the domain set up by holy would be the most suitable arena for them to unleash their powers. In other words, it could construct a defense position for them. The domain of holy that was constructed by Sigmund combined the variations of the 7 systems of music. In the blink of an eye, countless music theories gathered, breaking the barrier between the physical world and the realm of ether, instantly creating a unique, alienated territory. As for where Ye Qingxuan was at, countless rays of moonlight flowed, and bubbles emerged faintly from the moonlight, fantasy-like. The path he took was not Sigmund's way of controlling the 7 systems of music with the music theory of the school of abstinence, but the path of the dreamweaver, which involved constructing a dream with the music theory of the school of abstinence after blending it with that of the schools of mind and magic. After learning from the books of the religious court of inquiry, the music theory and structure of his domain had subtly included the elements of purification and righteousness. The 2 copies of the music theory of holy started off the same, but in the hands of the 2, they had become completely different. Unexpectedly, the 2 finished constructing the domains of holy at the same time. Immediately after, neither one hesitated as they reached out, pointed forward, and guided each symphony of predestination to burst forth in a roar. But no other effects emerged, for the 2 had abandoned other movements, and once again chose the core technique of the school of abstinence coincidentally. Nature interference. It was a brutal showdown of the 2 domains of holy. Uncountable occurrences of nature interference took place rapidly one after another under the operation of the 2. The air was turbulent, like ripples in water. But at the moment, hundreds and thousands of ripples were forming and dissipating in an instant. The 2 used their sub-originators as weapons and carried out nature interference. Countless music theories gushed out like a flood as they attempted to rewrite and seize each other's defensive position. The circle of dust that was 10 meters in diameter seemed to have been thrown into another world altogether. The broken slates crumbled into dust, and the dust was swept up by a gale that emerged out of nowhere, but the gale quickly disappeared without a trace. The dust fell rapidly and was burned into fine crystals in the high temperature without warning. The crystals then gathered together due to the turbulent gravitational forces. The soil was as turbulent as an ocean. Countless crystals emerged from it, blooming like flowers, but were soon flattened by stronger waves, wilting and disappearing into nothingness. Numerous strange sights appeared out of thin air and dissipated just as suddenly. As the domains of holy clashed, the symphonies of predestination of the 2 slammed into each other brutally. The torrents of ether in the sub-originators burst forth, countless music theories unfolded and expanded rapidly. The key to the mysteries of ether was hidden in everything in the world, be it birth or aging, sickness or death, soil, water, fire or wind. Everything was just made up of various transformations and forms of music theory. One could interfere with the nature of matter via notes, assign characteristics to matter via music theory, activate powers with musical movements. As long as one had possessed a deep enough understanding of the essence of ether, one could embark on the road to the originator. Such was the belief held by the musicians of the school of abstinence. At the moment, due to the massive amount of nature interference by the 2, ether had distorted the rules of the physical world. The pull of gravity radiating from music theories blurred the boundaries between the real and the illusory. Within the circle of dust, the level of ether turbulence had surged to the highest reading ever, which had been obtained in a black zone, and broke the limit. The entire circle of dust was pushed into the dimension of the sea of ether. renounced the concept of self. Under the interference of the music theory of the school of abstinence, both of them replaced their blood circulation with ether circulation, reposing their souls in their symphonies of predestination, turning themselves into beings closer to the realm of ether. They had almost become oddities. As the environment changed, the pull of gravity of music theories themselves became stronger and stronger as the realm of ether was drawn closer. In the end, as the two domains battled and deviated, the huge pressure tugged at their sub-originators, which slipped into the core of the battle. Boom! The 6 sub-originators revolved like stars, and the huge gravitational field formed collided with the pure white moon. The showdown entered a feverish stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, The Inheritance of the Stoneheart. Chapter 580, The Inheritance of the Stoneheart. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. At the moment of the collision, Sigmunds raised his fingers slightly. The 6 sub-originators which had converged into a whole separated. The moon missed its target and bumped into the center of the battlefield and became brighter. The moon took the upper hand in the battle. Did he give up so easily? Ye Qingxuan was a little surprised. The 6 sub-originators scattered around the moon, like 6 stars surrounding the moon. The music theories rubbed against each other, giving off fascinating rainbow-like lights. But Ye Qingxuan didn't think it was beautiful at all. On the contrary, he felt like being trapped in a cage. He was besieged. Each of the 6 sub-originators was not comparable to the moon, which had integrated with the stone of the sage. However, under the command of Sigmund, they supported each other in the battle and formed a whole. Their strength didn't depend on themselves, but on the power field they created together. The 6 sub-originators resonated with and supported each other, their music theories vibrated and clashed, and their reality-twisting pull overlapped. The concerted power was directed on the moon. It appeared that the 6 sub-originators revolved around the moon, yet their pull was always tearing the moon. The terrible force was inflicted directly on Ye Qingxuan's symphony of predestination. All music movements had their own intelligence, and a musician's symphony of predestination was the crystallized intelligence of the musician. As Ye Qingxuan had entered the level of ether circulation, his symphony of predestination became the carrier of his spiritual power. The pressure on his consciousness was causing him great pain due to the swaying of his willpower. From just one bad move, he was checked. Since he started the pursuit of his dream, Ye Qingxuan had fought many enemies stronger than him. He defeated those enemies by depressing their power with his skills in fighting rhythm and avoiding direct confrontation to find his chance to strike the fatal blow. Ye Qingxuan now began to know the pain caused by being trapped by superior fighting skills. This disadvantage was unavoidable as Sigmund was the creator of the School of Stoneheart. No one understood the music theories of the School of Stoneheart better than Sigmund. Even though the theories were outdated and sub-originators were proved with a dead end which seemed promising, no one could beat Sigmund in terms of understanding of this school. It was like the fact that no human musician could defeat the king of Bach. Sigmund was the very representative of the school and the music theory system, and he knew every skill there was. Each and every slight change in the music theory was powerful enough to greatly impact Ye Qingxuan, who had never known that those basic music theories could be used in ways like that. In the moonlight, Ye Qingxuan raised his hand and pressed his forehead to relieve the pain. He should not have taken Sigmund lightly. He had to admit that he was not comparable to Sigmund in the field of sub-originators. Luckily, his symphony of predestination was much more than this, and his sub-originator was improved to a new level that was quite beyond the limit of the sub-originator theory. Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath. The cold air, with a slight rotten scent, entered his lung and suppressed the anxiety and sick feeling caused by the circulation of ether, lighting up the moonlight in his eyes. The seal of moonlight was initialized. Boom! The music theory changed suddenly and the pure white moon vibrated, giving off ripple-like light. The ripples contained some invisible power. At the moment of the collision, the locking among the 6 sub-originators vibrated violently. The originators were pushed away from the moon and the locking music theories went further apart. The locking was almost broken under the first round of attack. The pull of the moon was greatly increased at that moment. Affected by the tearing caused by the pull of the music theories, the physical world was also twisted and seemed to be whining, cracks forming all over it. In a split second, Ye Qingxuan's symphony of predestination broke the limits and boomed incredibly. Although its power had not reached the level of scepter, the increasing pull was thrilling. Now the battle became a draw between Ye Qingxuan and Sigmund. No. The situation was totally in Ye Qingxuan's control. When Sigmund gave up actively attacking and chose the bushfighting strategy, he inflicted upon Ye Qingxuan great pressure. While at the same time, he also put himself in a dangerous situation. When the system of his 6 sub-originators could not suppress and block Ye Qingxuan's power, he couldn't do anything but watch Ye Qingxuan take control step by step and defeat him. It was destined when he chose to fight Ye Qingxuan in this area in which he was the master. Ye Qingxuan's symphony of predestination was just too big, of which the sub-originator theory represented by the Stone of the Sage took up only 1/3. This was quite beyond reason. Each and every one of the Seal of Moonlight, the Stone of Sage, and Catastrophe Resonation was very difficult to master and included massive superior elements. Not to mention the combination of the 3. The pressure generated during the integration and collision of the 3 movements could crush any musician. It was even harder to coordinate them into a concerted whole and direct them to work in harmony. Even if Ye Qingxuan was best at the music theory construction of the School of Abstinence, without the compatibility across the 7 systems of the Heaven Ladder, the accurate operation of the Jiu Sha Huan Pei and the once-in-a-lifetime conditions in the Holy City, he would have exploded at the very beginning. Now, no one of the master level, even those former scepter musicians, could match Ye Qingxuan at the skills and profoundness of knowledge. The music theories of the Stone of Sage could distort reality. With the help of the Seal of Moonlight, its power could multiply instantly. Sigmund's 6 sub-originators, however sophisticated and concerted, relied on the skills of the musician who were merely using the theories of the School of Abstinence to empower the music theories of other schools. He might have a lot of methods and skills and make the 6 sub-originators resonate with each other, but he could never integrate the 6 sub-originators into one real system. Otherwise, why should Sigmund separate them instead of integrating them into one? What's more, his sub-originator was inferior in terms of material and was not a match for Ye Qingxuan's. This was the limitation of the School of Stoneheart. In the view of the later generations, the School of Stoneheart, though powerful, was born with many disadvantages. The first was that the potential of a sub-originator was determined by the material it was made of. The special materials needed to make a sub-originator cost huge amount of money and a lot of precious ingredients. Otherwise, the sub-originator would be no good than an ether stove transplanted into the human body. Sigmund's theory, based upon the core philosophy of abandoning oneself, was to make ether organs named sub-originator to undertake the pressure of music theories in the musician's place, or even abandon one's body and put one's symphony of predestination in the sub-originator, so that the musician could reach closer to the essence of ether. This, however, determined its super-high requirement on the materials. Ye Qingxuan made his sub-originator with the blood of Deva, which was absolutely luxurious. And then, he integrated the Stone of Sage, which was powerful beyond reason, into it. Sigmund was the deputy head of the Royal Musician Division and lived in the best time of Anglo under the reign of Arthur. He exhausted all his resources yet only made 6 supreme originators. How could that be comparable to the Stone of Sage, which was made by Hermes through painstaking effort? This characteristic of the School of Stoneheart determined that ordinary musicians could never benefit from it, as most musicians were not rich enough to afford the sub-originators. As time went on and the improvement of the music theories, the economy of sub-originators was ever decreasing. With the same amount of time and money, it would be better to try other things than to make sub-originators. With no followers, the study on sub-originators was abandoned after Sigmund died. The school of Stoneheart finally ceased to exist in the course of time. At his time, Sigmund, sticking to his own theory, left the Sons of the Oak and established the school of Stoneheart and spent his whole life studying in that area. Had he anticipated the miserable fate of the school? His whole life's work was treated like rubbish by the whole world, cared for by no one. There was nothing more painful than this for a musician. Sigmund was destined to fail in the level of the masters. Out of Ye Qingxuan's expectation, Sigmund didn't use the scepter. Ye Qingxuan had planned that once the battle reaches the level of scepter, he would start the third part of his symphony of predestination, the catastrophe resonance, which would increase his power by 4 folds. After that, he would deploy the Wormrest enchantment with the music theory of Quiet Moon. In that way, he would eliminate all the aether in this area. He didn't know how those resurrected musicians would be affected and if he could fight against their scepter and resonance. But he would gain enough time for Christine to get Mary out of this place. But Sigmund did nothing to summon his greatest power from the ether world. Since Ye Qingxuan took the upper hand in the fight, Sigmund didn't strike back at all. What he did was only command the 6 sub-originators with his fingers to integrate them with himself. He was fully devoted to playing his symphony of predestination, taking care of nothing else. Numerous music theories were revealed in his realm of holiness to Ye Qingxuan. As Ye Qingxuan's nature interference invaded Sigmund's realm, the changes of the music theories of Sigmund's were totally revealed to Ye Qingxuan. The changes of the notes, the combinations of the tones, the creation of music theories, the combination and application, the secret skills of the school of Stoneheart, the evolution and ways of utilization of the sub-originator techniques, and even the core elements of his symphony of predestination and his road to the scepter level, were all revealed to Ye Qingxuan. This was the origin of the school of Stoneheart, the work of Sigmund's life's work, the precious knowledge he gained by burning his soul in his pursuit of the originator. In his resurrected body, his everlasting wish was urging him to show Ye Qingxuan the profound wisdom he had gained, even if it will burn his life out, again. Finally, the last note was played. The realm of holy collapsed. Surrounded by the moonlight, the 6 sub-originators were all covered with cobweb-like cracks and would break at any moment. The battle was over. Sigmund raised his head, revealing his face, which was like chinaware that had cracked. Despite the horrible face, his hollow eyes were shining with hope. He looked at Ye Qingxuan, as if expecting a reply. "Have you learned what I showed you just now?" In silence, Ye Qingxuan lowered his head and bowed to Sigmund. "Please rest assured that the school of Stoneheart will not die out. It will be passed down and last a long time. There will be a day when our souls will meet again in the originator." Hearing what Ye Qingxuan said, Sigmund's lips curved up a little as if he was smiling. The smile disappeared instantly, but his hollow eyes were shining more brightly. In the last hours of his life, he was burning all his power. Impassioned melody played again. The 6 sub-originators submerged into his body and burst out huge ether fluctuations, increasing his power to an ever-high level. Then, he struck back at Ye Qingxuan in the realm of holy with all his might. In that instant, light and shadow mingled together. Ye Qingxuan closed his eyes and waved his hand. The moonlight turned into swords. Everything became quiet. Under the moon, Sigmund stood still, bathing in the moonlight. The cracked body shattered and turned into ashes and dust, falling onto the ground. The smile on his face disappeared. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Sigmund, the founder of the school of Stoneheart, went back to the embrace of death for the second time. Looking at the ashes, Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but heave a sigh. Then, he unleashed another round of attack with his sword of moonlight, shouting, "Until when do you want to hide?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, The Spirit Won't Pass On. Chapter 581, The Spirit Won't Pass On. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The moonlight was like a phantom, piercing into the ashes soundlessly. But at that very moment, a faint cloud of black smoke rose from the ashes, gathering into a fuzzy human form, and pounced at Ye Qingxuan. A palm made of ashes extended towards his face suddenly. Bang! A sword of flames emerged from Ye Qingxuan's hand and blocked the palm. The flames of nihility collided with the ashes, but it was as if iron and stone were scraping against each other. Sparks flew, illuminating Ye Qingxuan's eyes and the incomplete face lurking in the black mist. Have I been discovered? The broken face looked at Ye Qingxuan from above. You never fail to humiliate me, Ye Qingxuan. What a pity, I've finally gotten mentally prepared to abandon my dignity for this one time and pull a sneak attack you, but it turns out, after killing your forebear with your own hands, it seems like you aren't even feeling one bit of guilt and sorrow? You do indeed have a stony heart. How should I address you? Ye Qingxuan gazed at the face, expressionless. Your Majesty, Hyakum? Or, the Dark Sovereign? As his name was spoken, the face that looked familiar gave an odd smile. He was indeed the incarnation of Hyakum, which had once descended upon the shadow of Avalon, the Dark Sovereign, but Ye Qingxuan had not expected that when Hyakum cut off all forms of connections with his incarnations before his death and gifted the abyss and all his powers to the demons, his actions even caused the Dark Sovereign, who had been obliterated a long time ago, to be resurrected from Avalon. Your spirit just won't pass on, eh? Ye Qingxuan asked coldly, is all of this your doing? Who knows? Upon hearing Ye Qingxuan's words, the broken face of the Dark Sovereign immediately laughed sharply. Ye Qingxuan, why don't you use that tiny brain you're so proud of and have a good think about it? Maybe I'm just a part that isn't even worth mentioning in the grand scheme of things. Or maybe I'm the one that has planned all of this. Surely you don't think that I'll stand aside and let you guys stop the resurrection of Leviathan? Who are you trying to fool? Do you think there's someone else in the world who knows you better than I do? Ye Qingxuan remained indifferent. Only a small amount of residue is left of you, yet you still fail to master the art of going into hiding. Instead, you linger here, clinging on obstinately, entangling yourself in such matters for the sake of friendly sentiments between catastrophes. If Leviathan knew that you were so altruistic as to dedicate yourself selflessly, I'm sure it would be very touched. But why don't you take a guess, after it resurrects and finds out about how miserable you are now? Will it extend a helping hand selflessly? Ye Qingxuan paused and examined the silent face, and his gaze turned cold. Your real target is still Arthur, right? The face that was made up of dust still wore a mocking expression, but it was just an appearance displayed by music theory. Ye Qingxuan could detect the music theory under the disguise undergoing changes at a high speed. Notes were quietly emerging and vanishing one after another, like countless emotional ups and downs. He had guessed correctly. Ye Qingxuan was very relieved. It was as if a large stone suspended in his mind had finally landed. Then, he came to a sudden realization. The shadow of Avalon is a natural maze. After so many years of being constructed and destroyed by each generation of the royal family, it resembles the overlapping of numerous design drawings even more. Even the ones who have originally designed it may not be able to find their way around. For the Dark Sovereign especially, who has lost most of his powers and is only barely resurrected, it is an absolute predicament. He isn't even capable of getting out of here. In the past, he wouldn't have minded lurking there for centuries, waiting for a perfectly sound opportunity to come by. But as Leviathan's seals are breaking layer by layer, and it is about to descend completely, he has to start making plans for himself. Catastrophes have never cared about *T like friendship and the glory of victory. They have only abided by the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest, just like how his real body, Hyakum, had reigned over various catastrophes back then. To avoid being eaten, the Dark Sovereign has no choice but to leave this place. He must leave as fast as possible. Or, he can take advantage of this critical juncture, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and complete his original plan, break the core seal of the palace in the shadow of Avalon and completely destroy the final line of defense of the country. In the end, he will be able to transform Arthur, the source of all the powers of Anglo, into a catastrophe. Regardless of which plan he has in mind, he must first obtain the blood of the royals to be able to move around freely in the forbidden areas within the shadow of Avalon. After Maxwell's act of treason, in all of Avalon, no one is of a purer bloodline than Mary. After making sense of his motives, Ye Qingxuan could not help but snicker. Putting aside other factors for now, do you really think that you are still capable of turning Arthur into a catastrophe with your current ghostly form? He could sense the current state of the Dark Sovereign. Weak, broken, and suffering. The Dark Sovereign even has to hide in stone figurines, like a shattered soul. Even though White Crow has reappeared and may be providing him with various manners of support, he is still barely able to sustain himself. Managing to resurrect the first-generation members of the Royal Musician Division with all his efforts, albeit difficultly, is probably his limit. Plus, in the light of the present situation, it seems like the 13 masters of the Royal Musician Division are not as easy to control as the Dark Sovereign imagined. Otherwise, Nigel wouldn't have been killed immediately in my one-shot sneak attack, and Sigmund wouldn't have been able to impart all his knowledge of music theory upon me during our duel. Then, where is the Dark Sovereign's confidence coming from? As if the Dark Sovereign had perceived the young man's puzzlement, his incomplete face revealed a smile that made Ye Qingxuan somewhat uneasy. "Didn't anyone tell you?" He whispered in Ye Qingxuan's ear, "Arthur is voluntary in the whole matter." For a moment, Ye Qingxuan was frozen on the ground in shock. Arthur is voluntary? Voluntary in being transformed into a catastrophe? Why? Wait, if that's the case, a lot of things make sense now. But if it's true, in other words, everything the royal family has been doing is not to protect Arthur, but to imprison him? This is really enough of the gossip, Ye Qingxuan. The Dark Sovereign laughed, his body of ashes flew upwards, floating in the sky. He waved, and the melody of Requiem 6 blared. The shrill and mournful music echoed in the dark city. Red light lit up in the eyes of the 11 remaining masters, as they were completely dominated by the Dark Sovereign. I hope I have made the last of your time enjoyable for you just now. The Dark Sovereign cackled. Since you've jumped into this trap out of your own initiative, then let's bring an end to the shallow grievances between us once and for all. The body formed of ashes suddenly underwent a series of changes, and the ashes fell into the body of the principal conductor of the first generation of the Royal Musician Division. Then, violent ether waves burst forth from his body. Countless music theories gushed out of the body of the principal conductor, entangling in the air, combining with each other and evolving. Finally, it formed a spectacular and magnificent scene. As if the mythical door to the 9 layers of hell had been opened, countless phantom-like sights intertwined and condensed into a huge threshold. It was a scepter. As one of the 3 pillar gods, Hyakum naturally exerted a certain level of influence on the originator. As a vital incarnation of Hyakum, the Dark Sovereign naturally benefited from the bounties bestowed upon him by Hyakum. Right from birth, the Dark Sovereign contained elements that Hyakum had extracted from the originator. The incarnations were born with natures similar to that of catastrophes. They differed from living things, like humans and demons, and were instead closer to pure creatures born of ether, such as the oddities brewed up in the realm of ether. To a certain extent, each of them could be considered a living artifact, a humanoid scepter. The element of legend inherited by the Dark Sovereign was the concept in direct opposition to humanity's concept of the kingdom of heaven. It was the kingdom of darkness where all sinners would go after death. It was the top-ranking element of mythology, the king of hell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, The Arrows. Chapter 582, The Arrows. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The sleeping Avalon suddenly shook when the scepter appeared. With infinite power surging from the deepest darkness, the city that had been destroyed seemed to be in operation again. Huge waves of ether burst out from the king's palace towering above the city, which was enveloped by black mist, devouring everything in the city. The scene was like a dark sun giving off light and fire. Numerous buildings that had been floating in the air cracked, exploded, and shattered. Tortured by the scepter's power, the moans of numerous people came from everywhere, filling the whole space. Even at a time when it was at its most vulnerable, a scepter was still incredibly powerful, not to mention that he was the Dark Sovereign, the most powerful one among the Dark Chancellors. For centuries, before Hyakum became personified, he had been showing himself as an abyss, conveying the god's will to the world. The key elements of the scepter were the essence of the abyss, the final destination of all sins, the real hell. When he was in his prime, once the scepter was deployed in the ether world, it would pierce through the 9 layers of the ether sea and smash the physical world. It would twist the physical world, destroying more than half a country, leaving nothing but hell on the earth. Last time Maxwell, under all favorable conditions, managed to defeat him only by ambushing him before his scepter was fully deployed, with the full support of Saint Haydn and betting on the hundreds of years of wealth and resources. Now, it was Ye Qingxuan's turn to fight against him. Fight against him? How? Raising his head, Ye Qingxuan looked at the scepter that had penetrated the whole shadow of Avalon and couldn't help but heave a sigh. It's impossible to defeat him. Now that the scepter was fully deployed, the shadow of Avalon became Dark Sovereign's home court. With the stone sword, Ye Qingxuan had no chance to win at all. In the close of the original sins, Ye Qingxuan's symphony of predestination surged, accumulating power with numerous music theory changes to combine the stone of the sage, the seal of moonlight and catastrophe resonance. A glint of ruthlessness shone in his eyes. Run if I cannot defeat him. If that is not possible, I will drill a hole through his scepter with my wormwrist enchantment. At that moment, a hoarse voice was heard from the end of empty street in the north. Protect the princess, Christine. Ye Qingxuan looked back in surprise and saw Lancelot standing there. Lancelot? Ignoring the stare full of surprise from Ye Qingxuan, Lancelot undid his buttons and tossed his coat on the ground, revealing his black gown. In his hand was a big bow which was as tall as a man. The bow was made by the 3rd National Arsenal of Anglo. Composed of hundreds of iron and steel parts, it was called bagpipe by the engineers as the vibration of the bowstring would generate a rhythm that sounds like the melody of hometown. In the 3 trial fires, the bow proved to be amazingly accurate and powerful. Lancelot raised his bow, which shone coldly in the air. His half-kneeling servant gave him the arrow with both hands. Lancelot took the arrow and targeted it on Flute. With the creaking sound of the string when it was pulled tight, the muscle on Lancelot's chest suddenly bulked up under his shirt, revealing the shape of his masculine figure. The thumbwheel on the bow was adjusted by his thumb to allow the maximum power. 30 years ago, before Lancelot was wounded when he was trying to protect the queen, he was the best knight of Anglo. Yet now, he had to give up his bow and arrow due to his illness in his lung and turn to politics. But his skill in archery was never lost. The posture he took when he was shooting the arrow was just perfect. He aimed at the hell that was hovering over the city, the head of the 1st-generation Royal Musician Divisions and the scepter summoned by the Dark Sovereign. He drew the bow to its limit and took his aim, the arrow shining coldly with intention to kill. Then, the arrow whizzed forward. The sound of the arrow flying in the air was thrilling, piercing through the space like a cannon. However, Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but turn his head to the side. The arrow went in the wrong direction. Lancelot was old and had been suffering from his wound for many years. Ye Qingxuan thought it was a miracle that he could draw the bow, considering his illness in his lung. After the arrow was shot, the wound on Lancelot's chest burst open and blood stained his black shirt. The arrow flied in the air along a deflected trajectory and pierced through a rock far away into the ground, its tail shaking as if it didn't want to end up like this. It was so far away from its target. Seeing this, other people might have laughed out loud, yet Ye Qingxuan only felt pity for Lancelot. Shooting only one arrow, Lancelot seemed to have used all his strength. He supported himself with the bow and bent down, coughing and spitting up blood. He was so pale, but there was no disappointment or upset in his eyes. He raised his arm and wiped the blood off his lips. Boom! 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 Another 3 shrieking arrows were shot from the west, the east, and the south. The arrows were the same as the one shot by Lancelot. Surprised, Ye Qingxuan noticed that the 4 arrows formed a rectangular. The arrows pierced deep into the ground, their tails left shaking in the air, giving off scarlet light. At that moment, Christine suddenly understood the situation. Christine wanted to explain what this was, but there was no time. She threw herself at Ye Qingxuan and pressed the Galahad armor to activate the remaining power. Then a barrier was generated to envelop them and the iron coffin in a protective space. Carpet saturation strike. Christine finally found time to finish what she had wanted to say. Coughing, Lancelot said, 3 rounds. At that moment, hundreds of pairs' blue eyes began to shine in the darkness behind him. Those were the masks of the cavaliers. Those eyes were lit up by the ether stoves of the power armor. With the clattering of iron and steel, numerous armored knights turned off their cloaking mode and got into action. Under the command of Lancelot, they all raised the giant bow toward the sky. Then, they took the heavy arrows from their quivers and put it on the string of the bow. After that, they all drew their bows, generating a buzzing sound like that of a swarm of bees flying. A split second later, there came a deafening boom as if the sky was torn apart. Numerous arrows flew high into the sky, whizzing through the long distance. They landed precisely in the square designated by the 4 arrows. The earth shook and wild wind blew. Against the protective shield of the 11 masters, the huge arrows smashed into the ground. Most of the arrows' coatings peeled off in midair, revealing the alchemy metrics in them, as hot as the core of the earth. In the heat, the stress in the arrows was activated. The arrows then disintegrated and disassembled into numerous red-hot iron plates. They were so thin they were almost transparent. They rained down like firestorms with their horribly high temperature. And the iron plates gave off a horrible shrieking sound when they ruptured. Every ruptured iron plate would generate explosive impact on the ether movement. With tens of thousands of them exploding at the same time, they caused terrible whirls in the air. Such was the ether application in the level of armies. Very soon, the defense of the 13 masters were breached by the scrubbing noise of the iron plates. Then, under the massive physical attacks, the cracked defense was shattered completely. 3 rounds of storms of iron and fire. After the 3 rounds of attacks, Ye Qingxuan, within the Galahad defense, looked around and saw only the earth liquefied and the rocks smashed by the terrible power of the attack, and the 11 masters who were so miserable. The ground had sunk several meters, full of holes and ditches. Even the scepter of the hell was trembling. The Dark Sovereign stared at the man at the center of the protective circle of armored knights, his face distorted by anger and cruelty. Lancelot! Lancelot said nothing but waved his hand again. Hundreds of archangel armors took off, giving off hot light. Among them, 7 horrible ether movements spread out. Round Table Knights. Those were the war machines created by King Arthur to defend his country when he ascended to the throne. The armors cost a huge fortune. In the later years of King Arthur, due to the ruthlessness of King Arthur and the wars lasting for so many years, only 9 sets of armor were still intact. And all of them, except Lancelot and Galahad, who were protecting Mary and Ye Qingxuan, were on the battlefield to fight against the heads of the first-generation royal musician divisions and the Dark Sovereign. The enemies were right in front of them. Led by the 7 Round Table armors, the Round Table Knights charged to the battlefield. The war began. Since the very beginning, warriors all over the world had been thinking about how to kill the musicians. Indeed, compared to the almost infinite ether powers, the strength of the flesh was so little that it was not even worth a speck of dust. However, the power armor had given new hope to the warriors. There had been many combat theories against musicians, the most popular of which was surprise attack, kill the musician with just one strike before the musician even knew what had happened. The warrior had to tear up all of the musician's defense with brutal force and behead the musician with one blow. However, for the musicians who had infinite means to protect themselves, it would not work if the musician was on guard. Then, the armor designed against musicians would upgrade the adaptability to the environment and defense. This was to try by any and all means to protect the knights in the armor against all sorts of adverse circumstances, like high temperature, cold, and drastic and abrupt changes in the environment. As long as the knight in the armor were intact, there would be some chance to kill the musician. And finally, there was the most effective way, which was far beyond the reach of most warriors and engineers, to equip the armor with powers greater than the musicians so that it could defeat the musicians at any cost. The Round Table armor was one of the best achievements following this philosophy. They, created by Arthur with the chapter of the Golden Victory, were born with powers beyond ordinary musicians and were able to strike the fatal blow to the enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, I'll be back in a moment. Chapter 583, I'll be back in a moment. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The moment when the Knights of the Round Table rushed into the battlefield, the powers contained in their armor was released onto the battlefield with the clanging of their swords. The first to descend from the sky was a vortex formed by distorted air. Lifted up by a pair of hands in power armor, the vortex slowly materialized in the sky. An unmatched pressure radiated from it like rays of light. The air particles collided and made a low rumble as if they were gravel or pebbles. The air was pulled and collapsed inwards, forming a ghastly white hurricane. Music theory of the school of abstinence brewed up within, like seeds that started off growing slowly but turned into big trees in a flash. Finally, the blurry vortex descended from the sky. Boom! The ground quaked. Innumerable pieces of gravel and debris flew into the sky, but the ground sank suddenly. As if invisible feet of giants were trampling down forcefully, everything beneath was squashed into mud. It was the result of chaotic gravity. Turbulent currents of gravity erupted from it, tearing two stone figurines apart almost instantly and turned the smaller pieces into dust. The next moment, they struggled to put themselves back together and sensed a gale sweeping in their direction. If the wind moments before could only be considered a breeze, then the wind at the moment was truly a disaster-level tornado. As the thin figure in armor advanced, the hurricane swept and formed a huge pair of wings of a ghastly white behind him. The slightest wave of the wings destroyed the buildings covered in cracks and blew away the stone carvings and steel that had been lifted from the ground. As he clenched his hands, a pale white lance formed in his hands as the gale gathered around him. It consisted of turbulent air pressure. A terrifying pressure like that of the deep sea blended with the vacuum of absolute nothingness and evolved into an invincible blade. In an instant, it advanced along the ripples created by the turbulent currents of gravity and made its way into the battle array of the 11 masters. It was like electricity. In just an instant, the terrifying air pressure propelled him forward, and he smashed into the core. Disregarding the fact that he was besieged by the stone figurines, whose attacks were enough to tear him apart, he held the lance of air pressure high and stabbed it into the ground with all his might. As if it was liquid, the wind was injected into the earth beneath the black bricks. The next moment, a terrifying explosion broke out from far below the ground. There wasn't even enough time for the horrifying pressure to blow up the bricks, and the air simply escaped through the cracks on the bricks forcefully, spewing out of the gaps. Propelled by the strong pressure, the wind, which was of an incredibly fast speed, was like a knife or an axe. In a flash, countless knives and axes hacked away in all directions, razing everything to the ground. The terrifying pressure erupted from underground belatedly, completely blowing everything into the sky. Only then did the swift and fierce counterattacks of the 11 masters begin, tearing the steel-clad knight who had broken into the core of their battle array apart. Vaguely, one could see that at the last moment of their attack, a figure was popped out from the armor and escaped as the storm raged on, bringing the core of the armor with him. However, he had undoubtedly been badly wounded. But he had already completed his mission. The turbulent currents of gravity destroyed the defenses set up by the stone figurines, and the vacuum explosion tore their defense position apart, separating them from each other as the explosion broke out. It was as if a heavy siege engine, which had been started, smashed the enemy's enchantment of defense. Then, the cavalry rode into the battlefield and charged at the enemy, splitting up their battle array and separating them from each other. From then on, the musicians would have to fight on their own. Such a tactic had nothing to do with the control of the overall situation, which was crucial to musicians in battle, nor was it a technique to reverse the situation in one's favor. It was the kingdom's military strategy, the combat method unique to armored legions. At that very moment, the remaining knights of the Round Table simultaneously rushed toward the enemy they had been assigned to, obeying their orders. The 11 stone figurines were separated, and in just an instant, they were surrounded by the knights of the Round Table who had charged at them. The form of the war had quietly shifted from siege warfare to skirmish warfare. Under the orders of Lancelot, the armored knights awaiting orders on the outer circle had long since tossed aside their cumbersome longbows. They took out the giant swords that were divided into 6 parts from the equipment boxes they carried with them. In the sharp sound of steel scraping against each other, the swords were done being assembled. The vacuum explosion carried out by the Knight of the Round Table, who had disregarded his personal safety to complete the mission, not only tore apart the defense position of the musicians but also provided room for the remaining knights clad in mass-produced armor to make themselves useful. At the moment, it was time for them to come on stage. Hundreds of ether furnaces were simultaneously operating on overload. The efficiency, which was more than 3 times higher than that of the ordinary mode, brought about a terrifying power more than 3 times stronger than that of the ordinary mode. At the same time, it also caused a horrifying resonance. Music theory naturally exerted its own gravitational force. It was the same for alchemy matrices, which were essentially materialized products of music theory. Whenever an ether furnace operated in full strength, it would form static and a gravitational force unique to itself in the sea of ether. When similar noises and gravitational forces were superimposed simultaneously for hundreds of times, the result would exceed the limit of tolerance of the ordinary musician, causing destructive interference. It might even use up all the ether in the area, causing other musicians to have no more ether to use. Precisely because of that, in large-scale combat engagements on the battlefield, unless they were playing a legion-level movement, ordinary musicians could hardly make use of 1/10 of their abilities. Because of their few numbers, more often than not, they could only serve in the vanguard or as backups and supporting roles. At the moment, when hundreds of power armors were launched at the same time, the resulting clutter covered the entire battlefield in an instant. It disturbed almost the entire environment, and even the domain set up by the Scepter of Hell became turbulent. The scorching red hell in the sky that could initially be clearly seen shook and trembled non-stop as if the illusion had been interfered with. It had difficulties operate smoothly. What made the Dark Sovereign even more furious was that, in the rear, the attendants continuous handed the backup knights wielding longbows special alchemy arrows, which were fired at the battlefield non-stop. The arrows cracked and disintegrated in midair, rapidly splitting and decaying. Before they even landed, they had turned into a huge amount of gray dust and didn't even bear a semblance of lethality. But the process of splitting of the metal required it to absorb ether, just like how a water-absorbing material falling into the water would expand rapidly and drain all the water completely. Not only that, but once the disintegration of the metal was complete and it had absorbed enough ether, the stability of the structure would plummet. The material would become difficult to preserve and hypersensitive to the stimulation of sound. There wasn't even a need for movement. A bit of sharp noise would be enough to excite the material, which would then produce high temperatures. Armored knights were protected by their armor and didn't fear the corrosion of the high temperature. Furthermore, the resulting turbulent ether flows would only exert pressure on the ether furnace and cause no harm to the knights themselves. But for musicians, once the material had accumulated to a certain amount, the environment would become a quagmire for them, as if they were deeply trapped in mud and could hardly take any actions. The special metal, which had been completely banned by the sacred city, its use and study prohibited, was called solder. All along, countries could only keep a small number of samples in private and dared not conduct research and development for military purposes with great fanfare. When the sacred city could no longer exercise control over the nations, the countries that were freed from the shackles spared no time in putting the research of it back on the agenda. Even Anglo was no exception. In a short span of time, the sea of ether corresponding to the area had become thinner than ever, and couldn't be replenished in time. The more of a behemoth something was, the more it would need to depend on the external environment. It was especially so as the Dark Sovereign was weaker than ever, and didn't even possess sufficient power to open up the sea of ether to directly draw energy from the realm of ether. After the Knights of the Round Table robbed him of the ether in the shadow of Avalon, the scepter of hell could hardly be sustained. It was especially difficult for the Dark Sovereign when 4 Knights of the Round Table were leading fierce attacks against him at the same time, disregarding their own safety. The large number of armored knights used the human sea attack tactic to separate the rest of the musicians from the Dark Sovereign, keeping them at a distance. The higher-ranking forces were concentrated in one place, and they instantly stifled the faceless principal conductor. The principal conductor had once almost completely dissolved into the realm of ether. Under backup measures and with the emergency aid of others, most of him managed to be pulled back and was reshaped. Since then, the principal conductor lost his face and his past aura and became a half-oddity being. His own movements also became very strange and couldn't be understood with normal logic. Even though 4 Knights of the Round Table were attacking him ferociously with little regard for their own safety, he was able to keep his defenses up, and even counterattack several times, taking control of the situation every time. However, his attempts were suppressed again and again by the constant and unrelenting attacks of the Knights of the Round Table. The battle had entered a feverish stage. In the distance, Lancelot sighed softly. He turned back, looked at the squire that had grown old along with him, and said, "Put my armor on for me." The squire did not appear to be as shocked as other people, nor did he stop Lancelot hurriedly. He merely nodded dully and put the iron box he had been carrying on his back onto the ground. Reaching out, he felt around the hinge of the iron box and forcefully pulled out the copper ring. In the sharp sound of steel scraping against each other, the gears hidden in the box was activated. Innumerable gears rotated, circlops extended, and the iron box that had been passed down for centuries slowly opened, a stream of biting cold air gushing from it. In the terrifyingly low temperature, the steel armor slumbering in the box slowly rose. After decades of not setting foot on the world, it displayed its stateliness. Lancelot stepped forward, towards the innumerable pieces of steel that had unfolded, and walked towards the armor. The armor was like a living thing. Steel stretched and shrank again, covering him inch by inch. In the end, the silver helmet covered his pale blue eyes. He was finally Lancelot once more. The war god of steel, the unparalleled knight, the real Lancelot. Coughs and wheezes no longer came from him. The armored knight moved forward, towards the core of the battlefield, the besieged principal commander and the Dark Sovereign. He reached out and pulled out the silent long sword at his waist. The sword was like a mirror reflecting the dark city, the blood, and the fire on the battlefield. The aged squire went down on one knee and bid him farewell earnestly. "My lord, may the victory be yours." Facing the raging wind and the metallic fire, Lancelot slowly raised his long sword and brought it close to his forehead, performing a sword salute. He examined the mirrored image of the blade of the sword, which resembled the surface of a lake. The mirror-like sword blade reflected his face, which was covered in steel. The other side of the blade reflected his enemy's scepter from hell. "Be patient." Lancelot's voice was hoarse. He said, "I'll be back in a moment." There was a flash. In the short span of an instant, a light seemed to flash across everyone's eyes. Illusion-like light descended on the battlefield. In the momentarily paused time, the light flitted deftly and gracefully over everything and soared in the sky. The light possessed a thrilling beauty. But in the next moment, it dissipated. It lost interest in the battlefield, and God knew where it went. It did so because everything had come to an end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Time to Leave. Chapter 584, Time to Leave. Translator, Ye Bo Studio. Editor, Ye Bo Studio. Mary had a dream. In the dark dream, she was wading through knee-high. There was no light. Someone was singing from afar, the voice of whom was so familiar, yet so evil. Yet, the melodies seemed like her own singing. The king and his accomplice kidnapped the queen and jailed her in the dream. We have the power, yet where should we go? Oh, men, hoist the sail. Pull, thieves and beggars, we'll live forever. The sing came from all around her. Mary looked around and chased the sound in a rush, but whenever she approached it, the voice would disappear, like the mischief of evil spirits, fleeting in the darkness and luring her to chase them. Finally, she was exhausted and fell into the water. The water smelled like good wine, fragrant and sweet, making her thirsty as if her throat was burning. The thirst urged her to drink the water to quench the draught and the longing in her. The voice singing was just around her, like an invisible ghost. It brought her some dim light, illuminating Mary's pale face and her trembling hands. She held some bloody water with both her hands. The scarlet water fell through the gaps between her fingers and into the stream. Everything she could see was covered by the scarlet water. Mary stood still in astonishment. Looking at her shaking hands, she was enraged by the song that indicated ill fate. She howled, "Stop singing!" The singing stopped immediately. A girl's giggling came from behind her, as if glad that her mischief had worked. Mary turned back slowly and saw a big mirror standing in the blood water. In the reflection of the mirror, there was a young girl in a pure white dress. That was herself, the respectable, elegant, and perfect princess. Mary looked at her, and she looked back. Mary went forward, and so did she. Finally, they stared at each other, with only the mirror between them. The girl in the mirror smiled. "Hi, my elder sister. Long time no see. You've come back to see me again?" "Shut up." Mary lowered her head, her shoulders shaking. She smashed the mirror, leaving the reflection in the mirror shattered. But the broken mirror, sucking the blood, reassembled. The reflection came back, and the girl in the mirror, with an elegant smile, looked at her pitifully, watching Mary smashing the mirror again and again. And the mirror came back intact again and again. Finally, Mary lost all her strength and knelt on the ground, her hands cut by the broken glass, bleeding. The girl in the mirror stretched out through the mirror and gently caressed Mary's face with her hand in a white-laced glove. She opened her arms and held Mary against her bosom. "Now that you've come back here, have a little chat with me. You locked me up in here. I am so lonely here. It is like dying." She whispered into Mary's ears, "Let me out from time to time, could you, sister? Let's go and kill someone, okay? Wipe out all those dirty inferior people and make this world cleaner, and you will be happier, too." "Shut up," Mary closed her eyes. "I will never let you get out of here, never. You are stubborn as usual, sister." She laughed and kissed Mary on her earlobe. "Oh, Mary, I love you so much." The answer was a hand clutching her throat and snuffing out her voice. Mary strangled the girl in the mirror ruthlessly, her fingers sinking into the fair skin on the neck. Mary used all her strength, and the neck cracked and finally ruptured. The neck was snapped. Looking at herself in the mirror and seeing the quirky smile on the girl's face, Mary snarled and said, "But I hate you." The girl in the mirror chuckled. The broken neck slowly recovered, and the girl gave a weird laugh. Then, the girl raised her head and looked at Mary carefully. "Why do you always hurt me? Sister, I'm you yourself." She stretched out and held Mary tightly in her arms. Then she whispered into Mary's ears, I am the misophobia and arrogance in your heart that you can never get rid of. I'm the disgust you feel of other people, the pain you suffered when you had your first period, and the shameful lust you had when you fell in love with a man. Shut up! Gnashing her teeth, Mary used all her strength to spit out the vicious curse, you be *tch, that. You are born this dirty, Mary. What you see here is what you really are. Why do you deceive yourself? Let me tell you. You hate all this, don't you? The girl in the mirror groped her breasts and caressed her body like a snake. And finally, lifting Mary's chin with her hand and licking her lips gently, she muttered, You hate those rituals where you have to behave by the rules. You hate it when you have to be kind to the people from the low class. You hate to shake those dirty hands. You hate the people when they stare at your breasts, hate those maidservants who gossip outside your room, you even hate our mother for giving you such an abominable life. You hate all these things. Mary, you hate yourself. She held Mary and suddenly turned around. Behind them was the huge mirror. In the mirror, there were young girls cuddling up together, rubbing their faces against each other. The two girls resembled each other, but one of them was in white and the other in red. Look, Mary. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, she smiled and said, We resemble each other so much. We were born to be together and should never be apart. Mary closed her eyes and refused to look at the mirror again. After a long while, the sound of the gate opening was heard from afar. The blood river retreated and the way back was finally emerging. The reflection became more and more blurry, and surrounded by the bloody water, fell into silence. Are you leaving now? Staring at Mary, with the kind smile on her face, she whispered into Mary's ear at the last moment, Look at your eyes, sister. You are so weak and pathetic with your funny hatred. Are you still dreaming of someone rescuing you from your destiny? There's no one who can save you. You only have you and me, forever. Mary finally raised her eyes. Looking into her eyes, she became determined. No. Someone will come one day. He will come and kill me and you. Ye Qingxuan woke up from a dream to find himself lying on the hospital bed. He could hear the noise from outside the door. He was all right actually, not wounded at all, but he had to go through the ordinary physical examination. Chorale musicians from the musician divisions had come to pray for him and clean him of the contamination of the abyss, though it was nothing but laughable in the view of the religious court of inquisitors. After the time-consuming examination and inquiry, Ye Qingxuan fell asleep. Yet he didn't expect to wake up on the morning of the next day. Leaning on the bedhead, he didn't summon the nurse or anyone else but recalled what he had seen the night before and was lost in thought. At that moment, he only saw Lancelot draw his sword, and then the light, which was like a fantasy. After the light, everything seemed to come to an end. It was like all sounds had been muted, all the movements frozen, and all the disputes settled. It seemed as if Lancelot stood there, not moving at all, except that he put his sword back into the sheath. Yet in the cold wind, there appeared a straight rift on the ground below his feet, then the rift extended from below his feet forward and through the whole battlefield. The body of the head of the musician division was cut into 2 even parts and dissolved into filth. The scepter was broken into numerous parts. The illusion of the hell that covered the whole shadow of Avalon cracked and then the crack spread out. Then, the moaning and howling went silent. The whole illusion collapsed and finally disappeared. From beginning to the end, Ye Qingxuan had not been able to see clearly how Lancelot struck the final blow. The sword was only an ordinary blade made of iron, yet in Lancelot's hands, it was powerful beyond imagination. Retired from the military for so many years, it was unbelievable that Lancelot could still have such terrible power in his power armor. Even Ye Qingxuan himself, if not well prepared, would have been killed by the one strike. How terrible, he muttered. What is so terrible? Someone asked from outside the door. The man pushed the door open and entered. It was Lancelot. Sitting in a wheelchair, Lancelot was very pale, smelling of irritating medicines. The plastic pipes connected to his internal organs were transporting medicines into his body to sustain his life. That strike had exhausted him, putting his life in grave danger. Seeing that Ye Qingxuan was in astonishment, Lancelot smiled in a it-doesn't-matter way. That was the power of the Lancelot armor, not me. When I die, the armor is yours. Don't say that. Ye Qingxuan shook his head and said, You will live for quite a long time. And you still have Christine. I know everything about my own health. Lancelot coughed so hard that there was blood on his lips. Wiping off the blood, he gave a self-mocking smile. The Lancelot armor is the most powerful of all the Round Table armors. At the same time, it has the most stringent requirements on the owner in terms of morality and integrity. Only a saint would be accepted by it. Christine does not have the ability to handle the heavy responsibilities of the family, and she is not able to be accepted by the armor. Then, I definitely won't, either. Ye Qingxuan didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. So he asked, Where is Princess Mary? Is she awake? Yes. She is resting. The two both fell into silence. After quite a long time, Ye Qingxuan heaved a sigh. You have left all those matters behind to come to see me. There must be something you want to say to me? Yes. After a moment of thinking, Lancelot said, Our king was assassinated by Maxwell. Anglo needs a new king. Princess Mary, as first in line to the throne, will be crowned in Westminster Abbey tomorrow to be the king of Anglo. The first in line to the throne? Ye Qingxuan was shocked. What about the prince? Though handicapped and thus not able to inherit the throne, the prince was still the next in line to the throne. The queen had been cultivating Mary as her successor to the throne, but the status of the prince had not been changed. He is dead. Lancelot said indifferently, on the same day when the king was assassinated, he was poisoned. Guess who did that? Ye Qingxuan understood what he meant. He fell into silence and felt a severe headache. He could think of only one suspect. Maxwell. What the hell do you want to do, Maxwell? Lancelot looked at him quietly. After a long while, Lancelot said, Ye, leave Avalon. Closing his eyes, Lancelot went on, I'm afraid that King Arthur turned into a catastrophe. Leviathan was about to break through the second seal. This country is beyond help. You lead your people out of this country tonight. You can go anywhere you like. Just don't come back. The shadow of Avalon. At the top, darkness expanded. The gruesome ringing of a bell was heard. The palace began to shake with the bell ringing. The darkness, as dense as black ink, poured down from the sky onto the ground. Countless demons grew out of the darkness like wild grass in spring. The demons crawled from the darkness and the blood pool, screaming and howling, worshipping the dark sun. The sun trembled and seemed as if it was about to fall to pieces. The monsters in the darkness slowly opened their eyes and were about to wake up. Under the palace, the broken body of the Dark Sovereign bathed in the rain of darkness, which contained the power of the abyss, and was revived again. He's coming. Finally. The inheritor of the abyss, the Holy Son of Darkness. He cheered and laughed, wild with joy. He is the King of gods in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Protection. Chapter 585, Protection. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the ward, only Ye Qingxuan and Lancelot were gazing at each other in the silence. Leave Avalon? After a good while, Ye Qingxuan slowly shook his head. Not a chance. As if he had already known that Ye Qingxuan would give him such an answer, Lancelot's expression was unchanged. He simply asked, Why? Ye Qingxuan pondered it for a moment and was amused by the answer that he thought of. To save the city, of course. You know very well that I don't need to hear such clichés usually spoken on ceremonies of conferring of medals. Lancelot shook his head. I know, you've brought elites with you, along with all your chips. You want to put all the chips down on the table, bet the house, and if you can't win, you die. But you've chosen the wrong place, Ye Qingxuan. This is not a casino. Your opponent is a catastrophe, or maybe even two. You will lose everything you have. Lancelot continued, all the men who have followed you here will die, but it's everything I could wish for. Ye Qingxuan replied calmly. It is their wish as well. They've come here to follow me to death. If they don't get to die because of my cowardice, they'll definitely be very disappointed. I know what you want to say next, but I won't leave here, never. Lancelot was silent. After a good while, he sighed regretfully. Little Yezi, even though so many years have passed, you still leave me no choice as always. The sounds of objects colliding rang out outside the door. Someone roared in rage, but soon, the roaring disappeared. The noise of power armor sounded and stopped at the door. Ye Qingxuan's gaze turned cold. His guards had been attacked by Lancelot's men. Their blows were measured, but definitely couldn't be considered well handled. What do you mean by such actions? Ye Qingxuan demanded. Rest assured, they will protect you. Lancelot kept his head low and whispered. Protect you and escort you from here. Early in the morning, 5 hours ago. In the pale white fog, Niven breathed out a cold cloud of mist. The mist lingering near his mouth and nose gradually rose, meandering along the stone gate pillar of Westminster Abbey, and finally dissipated at the fingertips of the relief sculpture. On the stone pillar, the relief sculpture of the saint was expressionless, and simply looked down at the quiet street. At its fingertips, a sickly sweet drop of dew condensed of mist dripped down slowly. The dew fell on the back of Niven's hand, causing the 5 fingers holding the sword hilt to tighten. The steel seemed to contain heat, and by clenching his sword tight, he could feel a hallucination-like warmth. In the short span of half a month, after undergoing symbolic blessings, purification, and complicated alchemy rituals, he had implanted the alchemy array of the witch hammer into the back of his neck. Muscle-strengthening liquid was injected into his epitenon. The central nervous system of aether, which was as thick as a pinky, as well as thousands of nerve endings as thin as spider's silk, had been integrated with his spine into one. He was completely different from who he used to be. Due to the special circumstances and Ye Qingxuan's request, in just half a month, Niven skipped the long periods of study, training, and trials that an ordinary apprentice would have to undergo for a few dozens of years and became a new member of the Witch Hammer. After several adjustments, the body that had gradually aged in the torment of the battles in the past years and was going downhill in terms of health, also returned to its peak once more, or even grew stronger perhaps. As a controller of power armor, a knight was no different from steel, and his body was not exactly very different from steel. Removing a natural limb and replacing the original with steel in order to strengthen one's performance in a certain aspect was not uncommon. The direction in which Niven was cultivated was that of the sword dancer, one of the most common paths. No artificial internal organ was implanted into his body, only the spine was partially altered. The thousands of nerve endings of aether brought superhuman reflexes and dynamic vision acuity. Niven's forte in perception and sensing also allowed him to be implanted with another special array, thermal imaging. In the pair of irises that had turned a bone white, everything lost their color, and his vision was altered into a unique state. All matter exuded heat, thus no disguise could escape his detection regardless of how clever it was. Because of this very reason, he was given the task of standing vigil at night. In the shadow beneath the door, he stood quietly, the body under the gray robe motionless, like a stone statue. Only a little white mist was breathed out from his nose and mouth when he exhaled occasionally, proving his existence. But it wasn't long after midnight when he heard the rustle of footsteps coming from afar. Who's there? He looked up immediately and saw the figure walking towards Westminster Abbey, step by step, from the end of the street. Niven's expression gradually tightened. He raised his arm as a signal to the lookout behind the door, then walked out of the shadows and declared in a low voice, "You are approaching an army base, no trespassing is allowed." The man seemed to smile softly, but the footsteps did not stop. He continued to advance forward, 1 step, 2 steps, and with his 3rd step, he entered the region within 10 meters from the door. The lookout gave further instructions: annihilate the trespasser. At that very moment, the silent Niven stepped forward. The blade at his waist popped out and fell into his hand, tracing a concise half-arc in the air. The flash of the sword crossed the distance of several meters in an instant, aiming at the neck of the newcomer. Beneath the gray robe, Niven's chest heaved. Although he was rushing at the trespasser, his body did not shake. His actions were smooth as if he was gliding, but his speed was incredibly fast. In just an instant, the trespasser was within arm's reach for Niven, who swiped the blade of the sword at him. In the shrill whistling sound of the blade cutting through the air, the sound of steel scraping against each other rang out. The newcomer lifted his arm, the rear brace under his robes blocking the blade from his flesh. Both of his hands reached forward deftly, his 10 fingers clenched into fists, which struck at the liver and spleen of Niven. The dim light of the street lamp faintly illuminated the arms, which calluses all over them. The arms were sturdy and grotesque, resembling iron casting. Before they even came into contact with one's body, one could feel the pressure of the wind they stirred up. Niven's pupils contracted. The combat technique used was specially designed to attack armored knights. For elite knights who had been altered and modulated, the protection of body parts like the heart and the head was definitely given the most emphasis. The hardness of the bones located at such parts had most likely been strengthened by alchemy. Attacking such parts might not be effective even with a hammer, let alone with both hands. Therefore, when fighting against an enemy like that, methods to attack other relatively minor parts were actually the most important. In the short span of an instant, crisp cracks sounded twice. Niven's right hand was holding the sword and had no time to return to a defensive position, but his left hand drew out a dagger from its sheath bound to the inside of his right arm, and curtly swiped it at the 2 hands. The knuckles of the 2 hands produced several squeaks as the joints rubbed against each other. At the last moment, the trespasser forcibly flipped his wrists, one hand locking Niven's wrist, while the other hand snatched his knife. The crisp crack sounded as Niven's finger bones were dislocated. The opponent's strength was unexpectedly strong, almost like a knight who had undergone a second reinforcement of strength and bones. In the intense pain, Niven, who acted like the pain had no effect on him, did not try to snatch the blade back anymore, but instead, he took the initiative to move towards the direction of the blade. He suddenly flipped the hilt in his right hand, holding the long sword in reverse, and poked the sword at the carotid artery of the newcomer, but... Bang! In the loud bang of steel breaking, Niven's long sword snapped into 2. The sharp blade of the long sword turned a circle in the air and landed on the ground, clattering. Meanwhile, the arrow that had split the long sword in 2 in an instant brushed past Niven's shoulder and nailed itself into the stone pillar with a buzzing sound. It was only until the opponent's dagger had been pressed against his neck that the whistling sound of the arrow could be heard, and it was too late for Niven to do anything else. He had lost. Niven looked at the newcomer, expressionless. On the high towers of Westminster Abbey, the low-pitched sound of arrows being knocked on crossbows rang out, the bows already aimed. The newcomer did not cut Niven's throat, but simply withdrew the dagger calmly. After sizing Niven up for a moment, he gave a soft laugh and backhanded the dagger back into its sheath on Niven's arm. As the newcomer flipped his hand, the coat of arms on his rear brace was revealed, the badge of a Grand Knight of the Knights of the Round Table. The newcomer, who was one of the 16 Grand Knights of the Knights of the Round Table, extended a hand and patted Niven on the shoulder. "Enough, Sentinel, you are relieved from your duties." Niven was surprised and furrowed his brows. "What is that supposed to mean?" The Grand Knight raised his hands and showed him the military order issued, under the command of Lord Lancelot. "From this moment onward, the Knights of the Round Table is taking over the Westminster Abbey. All of you are under the protection of the Knights of the Round Table." Low rumbles came from all directions. As a result of thermal imaging, in Niven's vision, dozens of ether furnaces glowed in scorching hot scarlet-red colors. Heavy power armors driven by the ether furnaces advanced along the streets of Avalon, and the steel gave off whistling-like sounds. They had completely surrounded the entire Westminster Abbey, the army base of the religious court of inquiry. In the Westminster Abbey, the low-pitched noise of power armors being started rang out continuously. The arrow knocked on the huge longbow was aimed at the Grand Knight from afar. The situation was tense. In the hall, a sleepy Sherdong drowsily raised his eyes slightly and looked at Archbishop Mephistopheles, who was yawning. Sherdong asked, "Is this considered house arrest?" "Probably. Do you want to resist?" The Archbishop replied. "Why is it that whenever a critical situation is happening, the Grand Inquisitor would be away at some goddamn where else? It's been going on for hundreds of years. Is this a curse of some sort?" Sherdong sighed troubledly. After a good while, he shook his head. "Forget it, it's too much trouble." He lowered his eyes again. "Since someone else is guarding the door for us, let the lads go back to their dorms and get some sleep. They're still growing, it's unhealthy for them to stay up all night. Let's not be unworthy of their good intentions." Under the same dark night sky, in the ruins of what used to be a manor in downtown, Watson yawned and lit the cigarette at the corner of his mouth. The flickering light of the cigarette illuminated the long sword pressed against his neck. The blade was covered in layers of patterns which were glamorous like blooming flowers. It was clearly a rare, high-quality sword. A cold wind blew, and in front of him, the riddled desk whined forlornly, as if it was about to collapse. He took a deep breath in the aroma of tobacco and relaxed, leaning back on his wheelchair, and slowly scanned his surroundings. He looked at the shadows that surrounded him. Half a minute ago, he was still sitting behind his desk in his office, looking at the latest news the informants had sent, and the fireplace was warm. But after half a minute, his office had collapsed, and the walls on all four sides were instantly shattered by the visitors that had rushed in. Then, the fireplace was covered by the collapsed walls, and the warmth was no longer. Meanwhile, Watson was besieged, a long sword to his neck. He had to watch on as his subordinates were curtly defeated, pressed onto the ground, and shackled by the group of visitors. Light-covered armor, fierce offensive means, deft cleaning up of the scene in the aftermath, all kinds of equipment specially designed for secret killings, plannings, and schemes that had apparently been done carefully. He mentally made a list. That rumor actually turned out to be true? Watson laughed. The special forces set up for the purpose of conducting special operations during wartime, or in other words, the legion of assassins that Anglo keeps in its employ, really exists, huh? No one responded. Those cold eyes just stared straight at him. If he had shown any signs of resistance, they probably wouldn't hesitate to behead him. In this regard, Watson had no doubts, but still couldn't resist reaching out to flick at the sword against his neck. "Nice sword, a first-class one, eh? Patterned steel from India, is it a smuggled good? Where did you buy it from?" Seeing the circular marking at the end of the blade, it suddenly dawned on him. "Oh, the merchandise of the cripple in Roundworm Alley? He sources them from me. How funny, robbing me with a sword bought from me." In the silence, someone sighed softly. The soldiers guarding him moved aside, and a man in a coat walked over to him, dragging a broken chair along. The man sat opposite Watson, and the blade on Watson's neck was withdrawn. "Let's be honest with each other, Mr. Watson," the man said. He put a badge on the table. "Do you recognize this?" Watson's eyebrows raised slightly. "Oh, you're the head spy of the military? Kindly pardon my lack of manners. Has anyone told you that you have crossed the line by meddling in such matters beyond your jurisdiction?" The head spy seemed resigned. "I don't really want to intervene with the matters of the Fifth Department. Unfortunately, life never turns out exactly the way one wishes it to. For some reason, the higher-ups believe that you guys can no longer be trusted. So, you must cooperate with me." Watson smiled. Or die. Yeah, or die. The head spy nodded. We need to make sure everything can be handed over smoothly. Although you have been fired, you must at least handle the job handover properly, and not leave any trouble for your successor, right? In the lengthy silence, Watson smoked and looked at him, expressionless. The head spy sat in the chair and waited quietly for his response. After a long time, Watson cracked a smile and enthusiastically spread his hands. Then what are you waiting for? Bring me a map. You're welcome to search the house and confiscate the property, my dear gentleman. Soon, a map was laid on the broken table. With the cigarette sticking out of his mouth, Watson made markings on the map rapidly, one by one. Presently, within Avalon, we have 17 secret warehouses, 9 gangs under our control, and 41 bank accounts. The working capital roughly totals up to about £160 million. The fixed assets are worth more than 6 times of that, and we secretly hold the shares of 51 large companies. After a number so astronomical that it was suffocating rolled off his tongue, Watson put out the flame of the cigarette and smiled. Which one would you like to check first? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, tomorrow. Chapter 586, tomorrow. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In the hospital sickroom, the atmosphere grew tense. The sound of the friction of metal lingered, as if it was a fantasy. Do you know what people like you are called by the religious court of inquiry when they are executed on the scaffold? Ye Qingxuan gazed at Lancelot, his stare gradually growing colder. He said in a cold voice as if produced by gears and springs rubbing each other, defeatist. Lancelot didn't show any change in expression, as if it didn't concern him at all. He shook his head indifferently and said, You should learn to prepare for the worst before you place your bet. Lancelot, this is not the same. After only 3 days of transient harmony and friendliness, Ye Qingxuan sabotaged the atmosphere between them and addressed his uncle by his name. The Queen is now missing, Maxwell is nowhere to be found, and the Privy Council of Anglo is not working. As the Minister of the 2nd Division and the de facto leader of Anglo, you are talking about surrendering even before the war has begun? Where is that family honor of yours? Where are the noble characteristics and pure morality of yours? Where is that integrity of yours? There is nothing that is perfect in this world, nor is there any saint. Ye Qingxuan, you always expect too much for this world. Lancelot heaved a sigh. You come back or not, the religious court of inquisitors will fight in this war or not, Anglo will fight to the last man and Lancelot will fight for this country to the end, but you need to understand, the war is impossible to win. Lancelot determined that they would lose the war and was so sure of his judgment. There was no confusion or doubt in his eyes, as if he had seen the outcome of the war himself. Our defeat was destined when Leviathan broke the 2nd seal. As to why we are not able to win, it is because we have no chance to defeat Leviathan at all. It has been so from the very beginning. Ye Qingxuan was shocked. After a long silence, he asked in a hoarse voice, We have 13 musician divisions including the Royal Musician Division, all the power armor, the Round Table Cavaliers, including the 7 Round Table armors, the 2nd, 3rd, and the 4th naval fleets of Anglo. There are 460,000 soldiers in total. And you think we don't even stand a chance to fight Leviathan? We may have a chance if Anglo was still an intact country. Lancelot answered, But is Anglo now an integral country? Ye Qingxuan, you must know, the king just died, the new king has not yet been crowned. And we have only a month to prepare for the war. In such a short time, it is not enough to ensure the loyalty of the ministers? Not to mention unite the whole country to fight the war? If the Queen was alive, she could control the situation and force everyone to act in favor of the good of the whole country and suppress their own dark, selfish plans. But Mary, she is not capable of that. Ask Master Haydn to work with me, then. Ye Qingxuan raised his voice and said, "As long as I can get close to the hall of the throne, I can retrieve the stone sword and the spear of St. George. I can. Looking into his eyes full of unwavering courage, Lancelot lowered his head and heaved a sigh. He didn't let Ye Qingxuan finish but took out a familiar bottle from his pocket instead, a bottle full of fresh blood. The sticky blood was not red but was clear and transparent like amber. It was as if it were boiling in the bottle. It was only a small bottle, but in it there seemed to be monstrous waves roaring. Even the light was deflected and dispersed in the bottle. It disappeared into the deep darkness in the bottle, as if devoured by some invisible monster. The darkness was like smoke, floating and swirling in the bottle. Ye Qingxuan's voice was cut off immediately, and he stopped moving. In just one moment, it was as if he were frozen. Staring at Lancelot, his face turned ghastly pale. Yet on the skin under his neck, spots of blood red grew quickly and covered almost every inch of his skin almost immediately. That was blood, boiling blood. Lancelot looked at him pitifully. You still haven't realized where your most vulnerable spot lies. Ye Qingxuan could see Lancelot's lips moving, but he could not hear anything he said. He heard someone singing. The singing lingered around him. Sometimes it was as if the voice was by his ears, and other times it was as if the voice was within his own body. He felt like there were numerous amounts of mouths hidden in his blood, incited by the blood in the bottle to sing loudly. The king and his accomplice kidnapped the queen and jailed her in the dream. We have the power, yet where should we go? Oh, men, hoist the sail. Pull, thieves and beggars, we'll live forever. This, however, was an illusion. There should have been no sound at all, except that his blood was like a live animal in pain, twisting, and cramping. The blood seemed to want to kill Ye Qingxuan as it tore up the veins in his body and oozed out of his body, as if it were gasping for fresh air greedily. Then, numerous tiny filaments grew out of his blood like mold, sticking to his body in large blocks. This was hilarious. This was really hilarious, Ye Qingxuan. Unspeakable desire to kill and anger brewed up in him. When did this evil creature get into my body? Why haven't I noticed it before? The blood of Deva circulated violently in his body. The silver moonlight surged in his blood, wrestling with the wild evil creatures to kill them. Yet, after being killed, those things came back to life again and again, sucking Ye Qingxuan's blood and consuming his life. It seemed to have integrated with Ye Qingxuan. Lancelot. With blood-red eyes, Ye Qingxuan howled angrily. He used up all his remaining strength to throw himself at Lancelot, who, sitting on the wheelchair, didn't defend himself at all but raised his hand to put the orange-colored amber blood between him and Ye Qingxuan. In the blood, an eye opened, looking at Ye Qingxuan. It was gazing at Ye Qingxuan's blood. Then, the evil thing in his blood began to grow much faster. Almost in one split second, it spread to all his veins, his nervous system, internal organs, trachea, mucous membranes, eardrums. It deprived him of all his strength. He fell to the ground, losing control of his own body, right in front of the wheelchair. Everything fell into silence. Finally, Lancelot said, "I know that your thumb of card is the stone sword. As long as you have the stone sword, with the national defense metric supporting you, you might have a chance to defeat the catastrophe. However, there was a fatal flaw in this plan from the very beginning of its making." Lowering his eyes, he continued, "See? The closer you are to the core of Avalon, the harder it is for you to control your negative emotions. Do you think you are spared from the curse of dragon blood? This was the capture from last night's battle, the blood of Leviathan. In it carries the willpower of Leviathan. Therefore, it is deadly poisonous for anyone of royal blood. This is the tragedy for all the royal family members. Without dragon blood, he or she will not be accepted by the stone sword. Yet, once a royal family member has dragon blood flowing in the veins, he or she will be subject to the control of Leviathan. You will be driven mad the moment you approach Leviathan. How could you fight it?" Ye Qingxuan didn't know what to say, as there was nothing could be said. The door was pushed open and a nurse wearing protective clothing covering his entire body came in with all the caution he could exercise. The nurse carried Ye Qingxuan to his bed, made sure he was comfortably positioned, and gently covered him with the quilt. "Stop playing the hero, Ye Qingxuan." Stretching out to tuck in the corner of the quilt, Lancelot said gently in a low voice, "You don't belong to this country, nor does this country belong to you. Get yourself a good night's sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over." In great pain, Ye Qingxuan tried with all his might to open his eyes. Over Lancelot's shoulder, he saw a blurred figure standing behind Lancelot. The figure was smiling mockingly towards Ye Qingxuan. "Lancelot, you." In the dimly lighted room, Mary woke up and opened her eyes. Hearing the noise outside, she knew she was not in the dream where the magic mirror was. However, she was afraid of the bustling world. What was that, Christine? Christine was not there to answer her question. She had gone out. Mary was left alone in the room. The room was grand and magnificently decorated, yet it made Mary feel frightened and lonely. That was the cheering of the people, "Your Highness," a strange yet polite voice came from outside the door. Mary couldn't think of any courtesy officer with such a deep and low voice. She felt dizzy and muddled. "Cheering?" "Yes, cheering." The voice answered, "For you." "Why are they cheering for me?" "Because you will take the throne to inherit the glory of your ancestors." The voice answered, "You will be the ruler of Anglo, leading them to a bright future. As Her Majesty passed away, you are the only one who can lead the country." This was the cheering of your people. Everyone, whether in the central area or the lower area of the city, is so happy as they see the new hope of their country. Mary was transfixed. The door opened. Maid servants walked in, carrying gorgeous clothes and ornaments. They opened the windows to let in fresh air. They also brought Mary delicious breakfast. Served on bronze plates, the dishes smelled so delicious and tasty. The 12 best cooks in Avalon had waited until now to serve their new queen. To show their loyalty to their new queen, they had cooked the dishes once every hour to make sure they were served hot and fresh. Outside the window, lamps were lit, lighting up the palace. The gentle melody of violin could be heard from afar, indicating that a grand banquet was underway. That was the celebration feast for the crowning of the new queen. Laughter full of hope could be heard in the wind. The dying city seemed to be alive again. It was singing for its revival. All this was thanks to Mary. Yet Mary felt so frightened. "Where is Christine?" she asked. "Where is the captain of my guards?" "She was injured. She wanted to stay with you, but the doctor stopped her," the voice answered respectfully. "Please don't worry, Your Highness. You will see her in the coronation ceremony tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" asked Mary. "Yes. Tomorrow," the voice answered. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 587 Redemption, Part 1. Chapter 587 Redemption, Part 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Snow fell from the sky and landed on Charles's hair. He looked down at the pale face in the pool of blood and watched as the soldier on the ground struggled to breathe. The last remaining heat of the soldier's body turned into a white mist and rose from his nose and mouth, flying into the sky. It then condensing into frost in the wind and fell silently, freezing the blood that was gradually turning cold. The pain caused the soldier's face to convulse. He groaned and gazed at Charles, reaching out with all his might, trying to touch Charles. His lips moved weakly, but no sound could be heard. "Hold on for a little longer." Charles gripped the soldier's hand hard, feeling a bone-chilling iciness. The coldness seeped into his bones, causing him to panic. "I'll find someone to attend to you right away, just hold on for a little bit longer." "Doctor! Doctor!" There's one more person here. In the hustle and bustle, only groans in the distance responded. The snow continued to fall from the sky as if it would never stop, sprinkling all over the frozen soil. On the plains that had survived the war, the fires from the battle had yet to be extinguished, but the bodies had already turned cold completely. Was it thousands of people that had died? Or was it tens of thousands? For their new country, they fell in this war, fell in this place that was cold enough that even hell would be frozen. They looked up to the sky until death took them, until the powder-like snow covered their faces. The medics staggered as they made their way through the plains, moving the soldiers who were still breathing onto the stretchers, one by one. Then, they used their swords to stab the soldiers whose injuries were too far gone for them to be saved through their hearts, one by one. This way, the soldiers who had next to a 0% chance of surviving need not suffer any longer. Charles's shouts were drowned out by the shattered snow, and no one responded. Not far behind Charles, Wolf Flute was smoking a cigarette. He wrapped his coat tightly around himself and simply watched on without saying a word. Charles withdrew his gaze dismally but saw the dying soldier smile. The soldier smiled as if heaven was in sight. The Holy Son, he held Charles's hand, his dry lips moving, and exhausted the last of his strength as he implored, "Please, bestow redemption upon me." Charles opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He didn't have the heart to avoid the man's gaze, hesitating as he tried to compose his thoughts into words. In the end, he could only nod wordlessly. The soldier, who was missing half of his body, smiled as if he had finally gotten silent acquiescence to pass on. The gates of the kingdom of heaven opened in front of him. He closed his eyes with satisfaction. His last breath dissipated. His body had no more warmth in it. Charles let go and watched the soldier's arm fell onto the frozen pool of blood. Even though the man was already dead, he still seemed to be holding something in his hand, but his palm was empty as if he was clutching on to invisible hope. For a brief moment, Charles saw it. He saw a faint and vague figure rise from the man's body. Just like the last cloud of white mist that was exhaled from his mouth and nose, the figure slowly rose into the sky. He didn't only see one figure but hundreds and thousands of them. Innumerable blurry figures soared in the sky and walked into an invisible doorway. It was as if they had really walked into the kingdom of heaven. Charles thought that the illusion plaguing him had returned once more, but when he looked at his hands, he found that no illusory blood was on them. The blood on them was real, and when he looked up again, he couldn't see the figures anymore. They had already left. The wind and the snow were all that was left, sweeping across the plains, covering the battlefield, and eliminating the last remaining traces. Are those real? Charles looked at the sky blankly. Wolf Flute didn't get it. What? Nas. Charles shook his head, gave a laugh of self-mockery, and withdrew his gaze. Nah, nothing. Wolf Flute sighed and handed him a packet of cigarettes. Supplies were short on the battlefield. Food was allocated on a per capita basis. Every 2 persons would get a cotton shirt to share between them and must take turns to wear it, but only tobacco was in unlimited supply. The inferior tobacco leaves produced in East India were chopped with a sickle and cured in a simple and rough manner, then wrapped with white paper that was very thin and coarse. The cigarettes didn't even come with filters. Too bad there isn't any wine. Charles ignited the cigarette and inhaled deeply. Pungent smoke gushed into his lungs, scraping his throat like sandpaper, and brought a sense of misery similar to that of swallowing gravel. Smoke spurted out of his nose and mouth and flew into the sky. Is it flying to the place the souls are at? Charles couldn't help wondering. Allow yourself to relax, we're at war. Wolf Flute patted his shoulder. It's not the first, nor will it be the last, and there's definitely more to come in the future. The war will continue for as long as it takes for the countries to recognize the revolution that has taken place here. I know, Charles replied. But you have to understand. Wolf Flute sighed. How many times have you done it? On our way here, how many men have you tried to save? You are a leader, you are their hope, but you are not a medic. Just give up. You can't save everyone, but you can ensure that they died a worthy death." Charles was silent. After a long time, he asked softly, "Do they truly believe that I am some holy son?" "Yes," Wolf Flute replied curtly. "But I'm not." Charles shook his head. "I know that I'm not. I have no goddamn thing to do with that bullshit of a god. He has never loved me." Wolf Flute pondered quietly for a good while and finally found an answer. "Then maybe you're not his own?" Charles said nothing. Wolf Flute shrugged with a fair amount of disappointment. "I thought the joke was good. Where is Mr. Gaius?" Charles snuffed out the cigarette and asked suddenly, "I need to look for him for certain matters." Wolf Flute thought for a moment and said, "He should be very busy right now." "I know." Charles turned back and gazed at the vast battlefield covered in snow. Titles like the Holy Sun are totally meaningless for this place. "I don't want to merely be a mascot, Wolf Flute." "Gaius will never agree to let you fight," Wolf Flute answered straightforwardly. "You are a symbol, Charles, you're the proof that miracles exist. You must hold yourself aloft. If you get involved in the war, other countries will have a reason to mobilize their scepter musicians and catastrophe-level weapons, and maybe even saints. Gaius will never allow you to roll up your sleeves and join in out of impulse." As he said so, he pointed towards the far end of the battlefield. At the end of the horizon, in the camps in the distance, a huge ether wave rose into the sky from afar, declaring its own existence. "See? We can't allow ourselves to fall into a passive position," Wolf Flute said. "Whoever succumbs to the temptation first loses. Rest assured, I won't be the one." Charles laughed self-mockingly and lowered his head, looking at the cold face in the blood and snow. He murmured softly, "I just feel like I should help out a little bit, even if it's just a little bit." It was 3 hours later in the White Mountain Research Institute. No semblance of heat could be found in the icy room, and it was so cold that it made one's lungs convulse. Even the house itself had just been built and was only good for blocking out the wind with its 4 walls. The fireplace was burning in the corner of the room but failed to provide any warmth. Old men sat by the table, wrapped in thick coats, mugs of hot water in their hands, but they were all still shivering from the cold. No one spoke in the silence. They quietly looked at the drawings on the table with full concentration, not letting any loopholes or errors slip past them. Footsteps sounded from a distance. A young researcher opened the door and ran in, holding a bulge of mass in his arms. Despite the snowy weather, he was sweating profusely from running. The drops of sweat on his face turned into ice and were almost frozen stiff. "We only have so many left in storage. I have taken all of them here." He put the gray iron-like ingots he was holding on the table. The iron-like ingots, which were about 1 thumb thick, fell onto the table and collided with each other, producing crisp, clear sounds. Solder. All the ingots were made of solder. The old men examined the solder on the table, then looked at each other with uncertain expressions, and started discussing. "Is it really feasible? No one has gone down this train of thought before, and the principle behind is fairly simple. I don't see any major problems with it. Similar designs have been carried out before, but they had their fair share of flaws. Plus, we lack a better alloy formula. The sacred city has imposed a technical blockade on us. If we are to conduct the necessary research on our own, it will take another 4 years. The idea is very good, but we don't have so much time. Let's make a batch of prototypes based on this design first. Maxim, you have more manpower in your department. How long will it take? The carpenter apprentices and blacksmith apprentices who have just been recruited have to undergo training before they can be of use to us. If you want to make prototypes of acceptable standards, it will take about 3 months. Behind the table, Charles listened to their opinions quietly. After a long time, he slowly shook his head. "It won't take so long. If you all are all right with the design, it can be done now." "Now?" one of the old men asked. "Yep, now. Charles nodded and spread his palms. A crisp sound rang out. As if an earthquake suddenly came, the sound of the tables and chairs shaking rang out, and the glass on the wall suddenly fractured, revealing innumerable cracks, and fell apart. The old men looked at each other in confusion and couldn't help but want to back away. Bang! A chair collapsed suddenly, and the person sitting on it fell and tumbled. He raised his head in shock, only to see iron nails breaking free from their bonds and flying towards Charles's palm. The wind bellowed. A fog-like cloud of gray dust gushed in from the window and gathered around Charles. One could vaguely see the innumerable coarse grains of metal in it. The cold wind whistling and poured into the room from the window, but no hint of coldness could be felt anymore. It was because born in the palm was a high temperature much hotter than lava. It was like a furnace. Countless alchemy arrays were born and destroyed in an instant. As they were gathered and moved around by the 5 fingers, an abstract furnace was formed. A dazzling flame of pure white was brewing up in it, and the temperature high enough to vaporize the entire room in an instant was restrained within the grasp of the hand. The mere trace of leaked heat was enough to make the room so hot that it was suffocating. It made the old men's beards curl and they retreated into the corners. When steel fell into the furnace, it became a liquid, and the impurities evaporated instantaneously. Then, countless fine particles of dust flowed into the furnace. The dust consisted of powder-form minerals contained in the depths layers of the frozen soil. An invisible hand had extracted them from the soil and added them to the furnace to be smelted in the terrifying temperature. Heating, hammering, purification, formation, reprocessing, casting, quenching. In a flash, the lengthy process had been completed in one shot. In Charles's hand, dozens of parts had been forged, and the fire had been extinguished. The parts collided and scraped against each other, then pieced together, assembled, and finally formed the prototype of his creation. It was an odd iron tube that came with a grip. It's done. Charles placed it on the table. As long as no errors have been made, we can test it now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588 Redemption, Part 2. Chapter 588 Redemption, Part 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The old men looked at Charles, astonished. The engineers from all over the world had never seen anyone who could build things at such a speed. Even for an alchemist, it would take days to build it, but now, in just a few seconds, the design on the paper was turned into finished products for them to inspect. As Charles waved his hand, a lead rod ruptured soundlessly, and a column 1 centimeter in length fell into Charles's hand. A piece of an iron sheet was cut from the window frame and wrapped around the lead column as a thin shell for it. Then, several dozen iron sand was put into it. Thus, the packaging was finished. An iron rod of the length of half a cigarette was held between Charles's fingers. Shall we begin? Charles asked the old men who were transfixed. You may begin, Charles. The old man wearing a coat by the stove in the corner raised his eyes. I cannot wait to see it. Okay. Mr. Gaius. With a smile, Charles pulled the mechanism at the grip of the iron barrel and put the iron rod into it. Then he aimed the barrel at the wall. After a little hesitation, he looked back and said, feeling a little embarrassed, could you please cover your ears? This might be a little loud. Gauis put down his water cup and plugged his ears. Seeing this, Charles turned back and raised the barrel at the wall again. Then a sharp blast almost shattered everyone's eardrum. It was like thunder. What they saw was only superhot fire, and light blasted out of the iron barrel and everything was finished. The wall was no longer intact. There were numerous big holes as if someone had made them with invisible knives and axes, then burned them with fire so that the holes had become black and seemingly melting. The iron barrel, burned by the thunder-like blast, had become red. As the blast produced enormous power, the iron barrel was under huge pressure at the moment of firing. Charles's arm was completely destroyed, bones piercing out of his flesh and his skin cracking into pieces. But Charles seemed not to care at all and smiled happily. Wow! What they recorded in the ancient books was real. He muttered, it was only a replica of the original mechanism based on my estimations. I never expected it to be so powerful. I am so lucky. As if time went backward, Charles's blood returned into his body, the peeled-off skin healed quickly, and the bones recovered too, leaving no trace of injury at all. Even the blood-stained sleeves were clean. It was as if nothing had happened. And this all happened in a split second. The old men, almost having lost their sense of hearing to the big boom, recovered from the shock. Figuring out what had happened, they looked at the strange iron barrel with terror and astonishment. They all knew what had happened. The principle was simple, melting lead reacting with ether in a closed space. Then, the reaction generated a huge amount of gas and heat which propelled the iron sand out of the iron barrel, causing the damage they had seen. However, no one had ever thought of applying this new alloy in this way. This was inspired by a story told to me by my friend. Scratching head, Charles said, in the story, there was a musician named Rain Artist. This reminded me of something recorded in some ancient book. I've always wanted to try it, but I had no chance until just now. Now that you have seen it yourself, it was really great. Do you think it will work? I think there should be no problem with it, right? The old men looked at each other. They were the best mechanical engineers from all over the world, renowned in their respective fields. They didn't need to think to make a conclusion. They'd know if something would work by a simple glance at it. But when they saw this thing, they were shocked by the terrible power generated by such a simple mechanism. However, its flaws were as obvious as its advantages. We've seen similar things in the research institutions of the Asgardians. They powered their crossbow cannons with steam pressure to provide the initial speed for the crossbow arrows. But it was too costly to make steel that could take such high pressure. The budget of the mechanism was totally out of control, it became a decoration rather than a useful design. So, they dropped it at last. After a short discussion, one of the old men said, with all due respect, it's much too difficult to mass-produce the machine in your hand. If we make it manually by alchemists, the cost would be too high due to the requirements of the steel material and the long time needed for production. According to our estimations, it would be as expensive as a guided cannon. It's too luxurious for us. We can use other materials. Use wood for the grip, and ordinary steel for the non-essential parts. Charles said, it doesn't need alchemy metrics as it relies on pure ether reaction and mechanical engineering. According to my calculations, the cost will be lowered by 90% if we produce it in an assembly line. Then, there's no way to guarantee its safety. Engineer Maxim said, I am an apprentice musician, though not as skilled as you are. I can do the math. It is okay to do the trials in the white area, but if we use it outside of the white area, the ether fluctuation caused by the noise will damage the thing itself and may even compromise the safety of the user. That will be suicide for the soldiers. We can reduce the amount of the melting lead by half, Charles said immediately. Though it may be less powerful, it will still work. Maxim, taking paper and a pen out of his pocket, shook his head and said, no use. The pressure is still too high. The pressure inside will destroy the barrel. And the barrel will be damaged completely after shooting only once, unable to be used again. Then don't reuse it. Shaking his head, Charles said, we can use the cheapest iron sand to make the barrel. The reaction will take place in the barrel, and we can use disposable barrels which will be scrapped after one use and replaced with a new one. The reaction takes only 1 second. The barrel made of iron sand will collapse after that and become fine sand. With protective goggles, protective masks, and thick protective clothing, the user will be safe. This way, the production cost will be reduced by 20%. Bowmen usually take their shots in a 3-row formation. While the first row of bowmen is shooting, the second row will get ready to shoot, and the third may rest, which is a perfect cycle. We may imitate that when using this device. How do we train the shooters? It'll cost a lot to train even an apprentice musician. No need for training. Just teach them how to inject ether into the seal chamber with the alchemy device and they will be ready to use this. We may even seal the ether inside when we produce the barrels. The ether can be isolated with the lead with a simple insert mechanism. It is simple, isn't it? Maxim said nothing. After a long while, he put down his pen and heaved a sigh. You had me convinced. Lowering his head, he said, I am sorry that I underestimated your engineering skills. I'm honored to join this project. According to your concept, we'll finish the design. With enough supplies, we can equip the soldiers on a small scale within a month. Can I be of any help? Charles asked. Maxim nodded. That's perfect. Charles smiled. Finally, I can make myself useful. With Charles gone, the whole room fell into silence. Go back to do your work, everyone. Please keep what happened here tonight secret. Gaois said, as usual, everyone will be inspected for related matters. Thank you for your cooperation. Maxim, please stay a little longer. Pretty soon, guided by porters, the old men left, leaving only Maxim and Gaois in the room. Maxim was a little nervous. Mr. Gaois, is there anything else? I felt that you had something to say just now. Wrapping himself tightly with his coat and getting closer to the stove for the warmth, Gaois said, now no one is here. You were the first engineer in the Revolutionary Army. You may say what you want. After a moment of silence, Maxim said with a hoarse voice, I'm not sure if it is right or wrong for us to do this. Why? It will change a war, sir. Maxim answered, not only one war, perhaps. You can see that, right, sir? Once deployed, this will change wars into utter slaughter. The whole world will be shocked. The way of fighting wars will be completely changed. We are to be cursed by what we start. Cursed? By whom? Victory? Gazing at the fire in the stove, Gaois said casually, humans should take care of their own business and God will decide who will ascend to heaven and who should burn in hell. Maxim smiled bitterly and lowered his head, looking at the holy emblem passed down from his ancestors that hung on his neck. It was tied to a thin rope, shining silver. God? Shaking his head, he heaved a sigh. Who knows where this sort of thing is? Gaois laughed. He stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be silly. He was standing right in front of you just now, wasn't he? Back in his room, Charles saw Wolf Flute drinking wine by the stove. Wolf Flute lifted his legs up to the fire to warm his feet, which filled the room with their stinky smell. You came back at the perfect time. I've just put on the fire. It must be deadly cold out. Get yourself warm. Charles smiled and got himself a stool to sit on. He pulled up his cotton coat and took off his heavy boots. The air quality in the room deteriorated instantly. In no time, Wolf Flute's face turned purple as he could not bear with the smell in the room anymore. Let's open one window, he suggested. All right. Too lazy to get up, Charles raised his feet and kicked the frozen window beside him open. Freezing wind whirled in. The life of a mouse which was almost suffocated by the foul air in the room was thus saved. You scared the hell out of that bunch of old men. Wolf Flute said, that thing of yours, is there really no problem with it? It could destroy a wall with one shot. Problem? Charles looked at him absent-mindedly. Is there any problem? You must have considered the consequences of what you are doing, Charles? Wolf Flute said, I don't know much about mechanical engineering, but I can see by the drawings of that thing that it has been carefully designed and is in no way something that popped out of your head on the spot. You finished the design a long time ago, right? You are not the sort of nerd who knows only research but nothing about application. You know the consequences of using this thing, don't you? Yes, I know it perfectly well. Charles nodded and lowered his eyes. Maybe a lot of people will die because of it. There will be more to die, thanks to me. I'm fully prepared for that. Wolf Flute withdrew his gaze from Charles. Don't worry. This is the choice I've made myself. Charles shrugged, smiling. The only benefit of being the Holy Son is that there is no one calling TP convict me, right? Wolf Flute didn't reply, but lied on the chair, looking at the snow flying in through the window. A long while later, he suddenly asked, that thing you designed, have you named it? Charles thought about it for a while and answered, with a smile, I'll name it Redemption. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Before the Coronation. Chapter 589, Before the Coronation. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. Darkness surrounded Ye Qingxuan. Reliving the sensation of almost dying once more, he had to say that it felt quite nostalgic. The pain had disappeared by then, as Ye Qingxuan cast his consciousness into a sealed dream, causing all the external disturbances to fade into the distance. In the empty dream, even the flow of time slowed down. It was enough for him to break away from anger and remain cool-headed. Then, he started thinking anew. Fortunately, Sherdong is not here. The old devil has never bothered to save me any face, and he always taunts me cynically. If he sees my miserable state, he'll definitely be gloating, won't he? Ye Qingxuan could even imagine the exultant expression on Sherdong's old face. See, I've reminded you of it before, but you've never taken my words to your heart. Have you gotten the name list of spare firewood ready? Don't forget to purge the nation. Who can you trust? Think about it carefully, Ye Qingxuan. Is it really what I actually mean? Must I, as an outsider, be so explicit with my words regarding sowing discord? Fine, you win. If you don't know who you can trust, then, consider this. Who can't you trust? Maxwell? No, he has already disappeared. Mephistopheles? Impossible. In order to prove his innocence, he placed everything he had in your hands, at the expense of living under one roof with the executioners of the religious court of inquiry, from dawn till dusk and from dusk till dawn. So who do we have left? Who else? The only answer is the leading example of Anglo in terms of morality, the actual ruler of Avalon after the palace has fallen, the eldest uncle of yours, Lancelot. Lancelot? Ye Qingxuan laughed in self-mockery, biting his lips to hold back his anger. Lancelot, what on earth are you thinking about? He seemed to hear Sherdong sneering once more. Ye Qingxuan, are you a saint? No one can know what other people are thinking about, no one. Surely you don't care about how the heretics burned on stakes of thought. You need not. Here, one needs not find out about the hardships they find difficult to mention, nor their tortuous internal struggles. Do you care about whose eggs are the heretics planning to rob? Whether people can enter heaven after their deaths is up to God to consider. Our job is just to send the heretics to face God. Must you consider so much? You need not. You just have to figure out what did he do. What is he trying to do? Ye Qingxuan did not know. However, attempting to figure it out at the moment was still not too late. Crack! A crisp snap sounded. In a 24-hour intensive care unit of the Central Hospital of Avalon, an alarm suddenly rang out. The chorale musician wearing a thick protective suit walked forward and looked at the thing, which was connected to layers and layers of cables, on the bed. The hemorrhage had stopped as early as a few hours ago. The blood-colored mold that grew out of his skin had covered Ye Qingxuan's body, completely shrouding him. The layer of mold rapidly lost moisture and turned into a thick carbonized shell. It looked like a giant's burnt corpse. Only the intermittent heartbeat proved that he was still alive. Despite so, anesthetic gas more than 3 times the usual dosage still continued to be pumped into the breathing tube nonstop, not to mention the commandments imposed upon the body by the other musicians of the school of abstinence. But at the moment, at the head of the carbonized shell, a gap had suddenly cracked open. It was as if the giant who hadn't died opened his eyes. Under the crack was a silver iris full of moonlight. Blood-colored streaks lingered within, resembling flames, or malicious internal parasites extremely difficult to remove, flickering in and out of existence. Such grotesqueness. Has he begun to regain consciousness? Beside the bed, the musician of the school of abstinence responsible for guarding Ye Qingxuan frowned. Soon, the chorale musician shook his head coldly. It's just a simple stress response after a brain infection, a normal phenomenon. For some reason unknown, the abstinence musician felt a somewhat torrid sensation and was slightly uneasy. Do you have any tranquilizer? Better give him another shot to be on the safe side. All right, the chorale musician answered. Soon, a transparent dose of medicine flowed into Ye Qingxuan's body along the saline delivery tube. Under the crack, the eye, which had a look of emptiness, gradually closed and returned to sleep. The abstinence musician stood there for a long time before pushing the door open and exiting. After leaving the torrid, closed ward, he couldn't help but sigh in relief in the cool breeze in the corridor. Perhaps the thing in the ward had brought him too much pressure. He had been sweating profusely before he even realized it. In the corridor, the other highly alert guards looked at him, and surprised looks flashed across their eyes. The abstinence musician looked at them, puzzled, and someone pointed towards his face. He was momentarily confused, then reached out and touched his nose. His hand was stained a scarlet red. A nosebleed? He sighed in a resigned manner and extended a hand. Does anyone here have some gauze? The guards soon put the inconspicuous incident behind them. In the closely guarded ward, in the carbonized shell entangled in cables, positioned just below Ye Qingxuan's heart, a copper seal had already been opened for God knew how long. In the dark, it gave off a green fluorescent glow. A flame lighted up in a crystal and rose slowly into the sky along with the clear and exquisite crystal, the light spilling down. In the low and solemn melody, hundreds of shining crystals rotated in the sky, like clusters of stars. The vast Windsor Manor was at the moment crowded with people. As an important residence of the royal family throughout the generations other than the palace, Windsor Manor had been standing for 3 centuries. Although no particularly high wall had been erected, it was still a palace by no means inferior to the royal palace and had always been reputed as the summer palace. It had also played an important role in Anglo's history, and God knew how many decrees had been issued from the place. The queen of the previous generation was born here, and at the moment, due to the fall of the uptown, the new queen would also be crowned here. For those of the upper class, it was a meaningful and eloquent signal. Although the coronation ceremony was somewhat hasty, the Westminster Abbey, where rulers of the previous generations had been crowned, was not chosen as the crowning place of the new ruler. The royal family had not even invited Archbishop Mephistopheles. The church, which representing orthodoxy and theocracy, was being cast aside. The action caused many aristocrats close with the church to grow wary. On their seats, they tested each other out euphemistically to gauge each other's opinions, exchanging news, then pondered over whether there was still time for them to change their allegiance at the moment in their hearts. Meanwhile, the nobles who were descendants of glory, namely those whose ancestors had been involved in the founding of the nation, were no longer in low spirits, and instead held their heads high in exaltation. Many of them had already occupied critical positions in the new ruler's cabinet. It was mealtime for them. The key positions of finance, land resources, construction, and diplomacy had been taken. Comparing the nation to a meat broth, the meat, which consisted of positions in the new cabinet and even in the Privy Council, was already in the nobles' bowls. As for who the remaining soup would belong to, it would depend on how good the other participants are. The families which were unwilling to remain hungry for the next 5 years had already been fighting so hard in private that their eyes had almost turned red, but they still had to appear polite on the surface, not losing their manners and greeting each other warmly when they met. However, private conversations soon stopped. In the solemn hall, everyone stood in their own position quietly, suppressing the thoughts in their hearts that could never be revealed under the sun, as they waited for the actual star of the ceremony to arrive. Along with the cheers of the people outside the summer palace, the solemn coronation anthem rang out. In the night sky, from the depths of the darkness, fitting of the situation, a bell tolled gloomily, as if it was sending a gift to the ceremony. The peals echoed between the heavens and the earth. In a bleak room in the Westminster Abbey, even the flames in the fireplace had gone out. The black tea had already cooled. The old men wrapped themselves in blankets, sat in their chairs, and drowsily stared at the chessboard on the table, hurrying each other to continue the terrible game of chess. The situation persisted until a mighty rumble sounded from afar. Sherdong yawned and looked up at the window. "What's that sound?" "The bell." Mephistopheles answered, "The bell of redemption." "Oh." Sherdong nodded casually. "That's pretty rare." "Yeah, it's rare indeed," came the reply. The game of chess continued. Soon, Mephistopheles was checkmated. Sherdong kept his eyes low, his fingers stroking the black queen piece in his hand, and said no longer. Mephistopheles did not speak either. In the silence, one could hear the clanging of armor as the armored knights walked along the corridor and the faint whispers of the guards outside the door. After being detained in the church under some form of disguised imprisonment, they had lost their freedom. They were even required to settle their business within 5 minutes when visiting the toilet. Sure enough, it still won't work. Sherdong sighed softly. Mephistopheles frowned. "You have been sighing from time to time since a while ago. What on earth are you thinking about?" Sherdong smiled in self-mockery, shaking his head, and put the pieces back into the box. "I'm wondering, now that almost all the senior officials of Anglo are there, if all of them get killed at the coronation ceremony, is there still hope for the country?" Dead silence. Mephistopheles was quiet, and his cataract-covered pupils contracted. The liquid in the teacup he was holding also rippled slightly. "Are you serious?" "What else?" "Joking?" Sherdong shook his head coldly. "Don't you all always put yourselves in others' shoes when preaching? I also tried thinking for a bit just now regarding what I would do if I was looking to cause some trouble. It seems that you don't like alarmist rumors, eh? However, it would be quite a pity if no one makes good use of the opportunity of such a hasty coronation ceremony to open a slaughterhouse." He chuckled softly. And he gloated. In the chamber behind Jadeite Hall, Mary sat up straight in front of the mirror, alone, and looked at the luxuriously dressed girl in the mirror. She was draped in an exquisitely woven dress and donned jewelry, and the long hair tied behind her head glittered like gold. She resembled the former queen. She was no stranger to such attire, as her duties had required her to accompany her mother in attending various ceremonies in her brother's stead for the past years. But after her mother had passed away, she suddenly began to panic. She was to become a queen. And to rule over Anglo. Such seemingly unrealistic matters were already close at hand. Although it was clear that the threat of Leviathan had not been resolved, so many people had already dug into the feast carefreely, and everyone deliberately put the incident that had happened in the shadow of Avalon behind them. She could feel the maliciousness coursing through the dragon blood in her body. Her other self, who had manifested as the dragon blood in her, was growing abnormally and responding to the call from the darkness. It was almost close to swallowing her. "Fear not, sister," the girl in the mirror suddenly started speaking and smiled sweetly. "Becoming a queen regnant is such a celebration-worthy occasion. Why are you so troubled? You won't have to hide your true colors anymore. The fools can't wait to present you with everything they have without you even needing to say a word. You need not worry about the dirtiness anymore, we can wash it all away with blood. Mary was silent and clenched her fists. Shut up. Bang! Firebird flashed across. The large floor-standing mirror cracked open immediately. The crack was vertical and stretched all the way from the top to the bottom, cutting the girl in the mirror into two halves. The broken girl laughed sharply and sang softly, stroking the crack of her body. She cupped the scarlet-red blood with her hands and brought them near Mary's lips. "Drink, Your Majesty," she whispered softly in Mary's ear. "From now on, you are the monster on the throne, the bloody queen regnant." The sweet taste lingered at the tip of her nose, turning Mary's irises red. Trembling, she spoke in a hoarse voice. "I said, get lost." The illusion dissipated, it was as if it had never happened. Only Mary was left standing alone in the empty room, looking at her shattered and broken self in the mirror. Not daring to look at the pale face, she covered her face and shed tears in silence. "Mom, save me. I already don't know what to do." No one responded. Only the portrait of the former queen on the wall kept her eyes low, spilling pity powerlessly on her daughter. After God knew how long, in the dead silence, a low knock on the door sounded. "Your Royal Highness, the coronation ceremony is about to begin." Outside the door, a herald she didn't recognize stood, a copper tray in his hands, and said politely, "Your medicine is ready. You will definitely feel better after drinking it." In the exquisite glass on the copper tray, the orange-yellow, amber-like liquid exuded a sweet smell. It smelled like blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, King of Hell on Earth. Chapter 590, King of Hell on Earth. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. 15 minutes ago, in front of Lancelot's home. In the quietness of the hall, Lancelot stood in front of the gate, looking at his daughter Christine, no expression on his face. Christine's wound had not yet healed. Perhaps someone intended this so that Christine would be so weak that she could hardly get on her own feet. The wound on her thigh burst open and was bleeding. "Please let me go, father." Staring at Lancelot, Christine asked in a low voice, "This is the last time I ask you." "It's too late, Christine." Shaking his head, Lancelot said coldly, "You cannot change anything even if you get there now." "Is it so?" Christine lowered his eyes in disappointment. "I see." Then, with a clicking sound of steel, she drew her sword and positioned it on her left arm, which was raised up, taking aim at Lancelot. The move had been practiced so many times that it was perfect. There was still no sign of emotion on Lancelot's face. He drew his sword at his daughter. "You are my daughter. I should forgive you for your mistake, but as a knight, what you did was intended provocation. I shall not ignore that. I'll ask you once more. Christine, do you know what you are doing now?" Christine laughed. "Dear father, the life of a knight is with his sword and armor. You taught me that, didn't you?" "It was not your Christine in front of you." She paused, then she severed her kinship with her father. "Now, you call me Galahad." Her words were as cold as her sword. Silence fell upon them again. Lancelot laughed gently as if gratified by Christine's words. "You have grown up, Christine." Nodding his head, he said, "It was me that made the wrong judgment. You are better suited to be a Lancelot. Maybe now it is time for me to give up my position to you?" Then, he took the beautifully decorated ceremonial sword from the wall. Caressing the thin blade with his fingers to feel the blunt cutting edge of it, he nodded gently again. "Very good of you. But before that, let me see if you are qualified to draw your sword at me." The next moment, the sword pierced through the air with a flash of light. In a split second, the sound of steel striking steel was heard, and the two passed by each other at an incredible speed. The next moment, Lancelot was standing at his original position, empty-handed. Christine had dashed to the gate, only one step away from the gate. One step that would never be taken. Lowering her head, she saw her weapon, of which the blade had been cut off. And she saw the ceremonial sword, piercing through her chest. A bitter smile appeared on her face. In the dripping sound of her blood falling on the floor, she kneeled on the ground and gradually lost her sight to the darkness before her eyes. In her last moment, she only heard a sigh of sorrow from her father. "You are not qualified, then," Lancelot said. "My flesh is the real food, my blood is the real drink." It was as if someone whispering in a hoarse voice, "Those who eat my flesh and drink my blood shall live inside me, and I inside him. Those who eat my flesh and drink my blood shall be immortal. I shall resurrect him on doomsday." The voice went on and on. There seemed to be some secret in it, but as she listened, it went far away from her. It was addictive to listen to the voice, and nothing seemed to matter except for the voice. She gradually sank into the deepest part of the gentle darkness, feeling enveloped by water. Slowly, slowly. In the solemn melody, Mary carried the pearl in her hands, as if out of her senses. Without noticing it, she held the pearl tighter, and her fingers were cut by the diamonds embedded on the pearl, her blood spreading gradually over her hands. Guided by the marshal, she climbed the stairs, dumb as a wooden chicken, and slowly went to her throne in the solemn melody. Off the stage, the ministers in the front row frowned, confused by the dumbness and stiffness of the queen. They sensed that something was not right, but they could not tell what it was. Pretty soon, their mind was overcome by the grand and magnificent rhythm. A feeling of awe took over them, and their eyes became void and empty. The solemn rhythm gradually changed. It began to show some gruesomeness, with faint noise spreading out from the instruments of the musicians, like the whining of some sad creatures. It was Pomp and Circumstance March No. 1. In the ghastly and heavy rhythm, numerous mirages emerged until, at last, the grand illusional image was formed in the air, King Arthur sitting on his huge throne, being crowned to be king in the name of God. Yet, falling upon the earth from the sky was not the light of heaven, but the darkness of the abyss. Surrounded by the thin, dark mist, the king on the throne was ghastly like a demon, and on his head, he was wearing the crown of the abyss. From the crown, numerous music theories flew out onto Mary's body and emerged with the dragon blood, weaving a huge halo behind her. In the dark purple halo, countless iron-like thorns covered the sabers and knives which, rubbing against each other, produced a grating, heavy noise. Fresh blood dripped from it, and the blood smelt so sweet. Bless the king in the name of God. Yet what God brought was not light but the original sin of the abyss. Among the musicians who were playing the music, someone raised his blood-red eye to look at Mary, who appeared to be struggling against something. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he said, "The transformation has not finished yet? She cannot fight it for long." The conductor muttered, "She has taken the blood of Leviathan and blended the original sin into the dragon blood. The darkness in her blood is no longer a shadow but is of true consciousness of its own. The more she struggles, the more violent she will be when the dragon blood takes control." At that time, with the ether movements of the huge number of dark musicians, Pomp and Circumstance came to its climax. The gifts from the abyss fell upon the physical world and took root. Following the willpower of the Dark Sovereign, the power of kingship of the abyss fell upon the earth, cruising the world as if it was wandering in water and light. The birth of the Son of God, the perfect incarnation of the King on earth. In the silence, the marshal guiding Mary had a smile on his face, through which the face of the Dark Sovereign was looming. Standing in front of the throne, he gazed at Mary. He put his hands together as if holding something invisible, and then a crystal crown appeared in his hands. Music theories representing the essence of the Dark Sovereign surrounded the crown, infusing into it the elements of the hell, the power of the King of the Abyss. Slowly and gently, the crown was put on Mary's head. On the front facet of the crown, the pearl released red light. Numerous music theories flew into her body and merged into the surging dragon blood. The coronation was finished, the eternal King of Anglo, the King of Hell on earth, was born. "Your Majesty, the long sleep is over." He gradually became a thin shadow while he bent over and whispered into Mary's ears, we here offer your majesty blood in whining. We are waiting for your descendants. At that moment, behind the closed eyelids, the dark pupils slowly came into life. In the ward of the central hospital, the sound of stones breaking was heard. With the sound, Ye Qingxuan stretched his hands and peeled off the carbonized shell on his body until finally it was completely gone. He was so refreshed and felt delighted, as if waking up from a very good night of sleep. Lancelot was right. It was a good dream. He lowered his head and took out the bronze envelope from his pocket and the iron of decay. The green fluorescent light of the iron was almost totally gone and it was covered all over cracks. Sure, Dawn was right. It was the enemy of all living things and would destroy the living thing's subcell structure, eliminating the premise of life, including the curse and the dragon blood. It was as anticipated by Maxwell, though a hell of a lot more painful. Ye Qingxuan loosened his hands and let the broken iron of decay fall from his hand onto the ground and crushed into dust. He got up and looked around. There was a swollen body, which was bleeding from the nose, ears, mouth, and eyes on the ground near the bed. No wonder Maxwell had worried about the decaying period when he used this thing, as when he entered the decaying period, everyone around him may not be able to survive. This is really good stuff. I'll get some more from the east later. Then he nodded to himself. Looking at his naked body, he frowned. Where are my clothes? Somewhere far away, inside the ceiling of darkness, numerous music theories changed and permeated through layers of seals like tiny snakes. Then, the music theories exploded, crushed the whole building into ruins. Then, they flew up into the sky, through the Avalon enchantment, and finally onto Ye Qingxuan. The darkness spread out around him and turned into a black gown and boots. Ye Qingxuan then stretched his arm. Zhou Xiaowan Pei, waking up from the ether world, popped up and turned into his walking stick. Looking into the water mirror for a moment, he snapped his fingers, and music theories began to move and turned into the holy movement, which wove into a black top hat on his head. Ye Qingxuan knocked at the ground with his walking stick. Good, it is quite decent to meet them. Then, he nodded satisfactorily to himself, pushed open the door, and walked out. He walked past the bodies lying on the passageway and down the stairs. In the stare of the people in astonishment, he passed the chaotic hall and left of the gate. Dreary thunder rumbled in the dark sky far away. Raising his head, he looked up at the sky. It's going to rain. Then he lowered the brim of his hat and went in the direction of the Windsor Manor. With every step he took, the music theories within his body ran fiercer and fiercer. Suddenly, countless music notes flew out, and the symphony of predestination boomed in operation. Music theories flew around him, singing loudly. Then, in the sky formed a moon that was physically real. Out of the sea rises the moon. The coldly pale moon turned a little pale blue. The touch of blue color spread quickly and turned the moon into completely pale blue, the indigo moon. The moon was shining over the quiet cities. In the moonlight, Ye Qingxuan saw the army coming from afar and more musicians flying into the air. The moonlight was cold, like the sharp blade of a sword. Hearing the sound of blades drawn out of their sheaths, Ye Qingxuan could feel the killing intent and the ether fluctuations all around him. His fingers grasping the walking stick flicked, and a mocking smile emerged on his lips. This is good. It is better to fight than to play games. Now, I can fight you without worrying. But, his eyes suddenly brightened with moonlight full of the killing intent. Get out of here, you worthless scum. Then, he drummed the ground with his stick, and Zhou Xiaowan Pei began to play from the air. The pale blue moonlight merged into a line and pierced through the air. Taking multiple turns as if reflected by mirrors, the light went back into the moon in a slip second. Silence fell again. The next moment, the sounds of things breaking and the sounds of things falling to the ground sounded out continuously. In the darkness, something was flying, giving off a tiny sound like a stream. Thunder broke out from the clouds, and in the deafening boom, wind spilled cold rain upon the ground. The rain devoured everything. The rain poured down, blurring the lights of the Windsor Manor. The rhythm was near its end. At the gate, the knights wearing power armor heard steps from afar. In the storm, a thin, shadowy figure came straight to them from the direction of the end of the street, step by step. His face was hidden under the brim of his hat. In the heavy rain, the figure was only a blur. What they could see was a mirage-like moon, which was shining brightly in the rain. Wherever the moon went, the rain was turned into fire and flew all over it. Stop! The chief knight held the hilt of his sword and stared at the figure with his blood-red eyes. Who is it? An emblem featuring an emblem on fire was tossed over to him. The emblem fell to the ground with a crisp click. The religious court of inquisitors? The usher under the gate bent down and picked up the emblem. Frowning, he said, the religious court of inquisitors was not on the list of invited guests. What are you here for? A mocking grin emerged on the lips of the figure. Same as Maxwell, he raised his stick slowly and aimed it at the knights blocking his way. Assassination, he said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591 Banquet, Part 1. Chapter 591 Banquet, Part 1. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Thunder shook the earth. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, like a whip lashing at the spire of the Westminster Abbey, evoking piercing flares. The torrential rain poured and covered the whole world. In the abbey, an old man said, "I want a pee." The Round Table Knight looked at the old man in a wheelchair coldly. The old man repeated his words once more, "I want a pee." The knight frowned. "Didn't you urinate just now?" The old man with dementia just looked at the knight and repeated himself again, "Pee." He's old, and his prostate has some problems. Sherdong, who was pushing the wheelchair, smiled embarrassedly at the knight. It's normal for him to urinate up to 7 or 8 times a night. How about this, just let him do his business in the corridor. P. The old man in the wheelchair repeated the sentence once more in a timely manner, causing the knight to furrow his brow and cast Sherdong a stern look. He wants to pee, then what about you? Help him with his pants, of course, Sherdong said matter-of-factly. Or would you like to volunteer? The knight's expression became more and more disgusted. He waved at his comrade to notify him, then escorted them to the toilet. The Round Table Knight was indeed responsible and dedicated to his duties. Worried that they would attempt to escape, he didn't even wait outside the door, but stood in the toilet, holding his nose, and said flatly, 5 minutes, hurry up. Can you unlock them? Sherdong pointed to shackles on the hands of the old man in the wheelchair and said, he's kind of nervous, and he can't urinate properly when he's nervous. The knight was expressionless. No. We can make a deal, Sherdong persisted. No, the knight grew impatient. Do you still want to pee? If you don't, hold your bladder and go back. Sherdong sighed in resignation. A long silence ensued in the toilet, followed by a brief patter, and the Round Table Knight turned his head away. In the silence, the knight heard a faint crisp sound of steel scraping against each other coming from behind him. Before he had time to turn back, he felt chains falling over his head and wrapping around his neck tightly. The chains tightened. Crack! Before he knew it, the old man in the wheelchair had gotten up and taken 3 steps, positioning himself behind the knight. The old man's movement was deft and agile, completely unlike that of someone who required a wheelchair to get around. Like he was carrying something heavy, the chains on the old man's hands wrapped around the knight's neck, tightening and tugging, as if the old man was trying to lift the knight by his neck and carry the knight on his back. It was as if the old man was carrying the knight towards fury. The knight struggled with all his might but failed to make any sound. In the silence, only Sherdong stood in front of the toilet bowl, entirely relaxed, and whistled a melody. After a good while, the struggling noise was no more. The old man let go, and the knight fell to the ground, never to move again. Satisfied, Sherdong shook out a few more drops of urine and lifted his trousers. He walked over and cast a glance at the knight's body, shaking his head resignedly. Be more prompt in your actions next time. You actually wasted 3 minutes strangling him to death, and he even lost control of his bladder. It's been a long time since I last exercised. The old man in the wheelchair sighed. All it took was a minor slip of attention for me to go a bit too far. Sherdong did not continue the conversation topic for any longer, but simply asked, how are the others faring? The old man in the wheelchair took out a portable ether ball from one of the compartments of his wheelchair, closed his eyes and meditated for a moment before replying, the men in both the east and west wings have been taken care of. The situation in the nave is a bit troublesome, they slipped up. After recuperating for so many years, how is it that each of you is more of a disgrace than the last? Where has the experience accumulated over the past years gone, to the dogs? Sherdong sighed. Forget it, I'll go take care of it. Half an hour later, the last corpse was dragged into the confessional, to continue confessing to God alongside his comrades in life. Given that so much time has elapsed, the people outside have probably realized that something's wrong. Sherdong looked at the pocket watch. How much longer can the enchantment last? The Westminster Abbey has a unique status. Usually, we have no need to activate the enchantment. The instrument of harmonious melody has not been used for many years. It's only good for looks and is one generation behind current technology, so I'm afraid it won't last long. Mephistopheles thought for a moment and replied, about an hour. Before he even finished his words, a loud roar sounded. Fiery glows lit up from outside the window. The earth shook and the raindrops reversed their course. The fluorescent glow of the enchantment flickered and fissures spread everywhere. Mephistopheles' expression remained the same as he nodded slightly. Okay, now we only have half an hour left. Half an hour, eh? It'll suffice. Sherdong nodded slightly and looked at Carol. Have the kids gotten up? The nominal person in charge of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, Bishop Carroll, was wiping the blood off his hands with a rag at the moment after Ye Qingxuan became the Grand Inquisitor. Carroll was officially appointed as the commander of the Witchhammer, making him responsible for the only armed chivalric order under the Religious Court of Inquiry. More or less, yes. Carroll replied, the kids are all young lads. Being locked up for a few days without proper meals won't hurt them much. Although the armors have been stripped of their ether furnaces and locked into the warehouse, the engineers are repairing them urgently now, so it shouldn't cause us any major problems. The biggest trouble we face now is that the Knights of the Round Table took away all the weapons that the armors had been equipped with. Now the enemies outside are fully armed, but our knights are bare-handed except for iron shells of armor. Sherdong asked helplessly, can't you think of a way? No, Carol replied. No substitutes available? Sherdong prompted. Can tables and chairs be counted? Carol questioned. I doubt it. Sherdong sighed. Damn, we miscalculated. In other words, our ambitious plan to break through is going to fail? Carol nodded. Sherdong was silent for a moment, then asked, is it too late for us to surrender now? Even the Holy Bible said that it is not shameful to bow temporarily to heretics in light of long-run gains in the future. We are doing so to numb them out, then wait for a good opportunity to make our move. Surely God will understand and forgive us? Not necessarily, Carol replied, expressionless. Furthermore, the Knights of the Round Table probably won't accept our surrender, I'm afraid. The Grand Knight whom you have just beheaded in the nave was the nephew of Tristan, the commander of the Knights of the Round Table Knights. The one you killed was Tristan's only successor. Oh, **T. Sherdong cursed and looked at Mephistopheles, who was looking up at the stained glass ceiling above with his full concentration. As for what a blind man with late-stage cataracts like Mephistopheles could still see, it was anybody's guess. Sherdong looked at him. Mephistopheles stayed put as if he felt nothing, but simply scratched his face self-consciously. Finally, he could no longer sit still after a good while. He sighed in resignation. Fine, I can resolve the dilemma. Soon, the ground of the nave began to sink. Countless bricks contracted and moved toward the sides, revealing a passage leading downwards. Mephistopheles grabbed a lantern in his hand and gestured to Sherdong, inviting him to enter. Sherdong stood at the entrance of the passageway and took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face. The scent of oil used for iron maintenance? Not bad indeed, but when the lantern illuminated the collection stored in the underground warehouse, he still couldn't help but inhale deeply. The cold gleam of steel was everywhere in sight. The weapons on the display racks ranged from ordinary swords, knives, armor, to small hand crossbows which were contrabands of war, and to countless heavy weapons, which were several times a person's height and had been designed specifically for knights in power armor, namely submachine guns, battle axes, and chainswords. Weapons sufficient to arm 2 infantry brigades and an entire company of knights in power armor lay quietly in the dark, covered in maintenance grease, and exuded a pungent smell that was almost seductive. Sherdong was silent for a long time, and turned back to ask, in Anglo, isn't unlawful possession of a dangerous ordnance a crime punishable by hanging? Mephistopheles smiled and stepped on a switch, activating the gears, which caused the wall behind him to open slowly. Behind the wall, the huge underground workshop hiding 10 meters underneath the Westminster Abbey was revealed. It contained assembly lines tens of meters long, lathes weighing dozens of tons, various tools, steel furnaces embedded in walls, and even an entire 100-ton machine press powered by aether. Dozens of old priests in robes were also inside, their bulging muscles almost causing their robes to burst. Their hands were covered in calluses, with scars from burn injuries sustained from molten metals. Unlawful possession? Mephistopheles shook his head disdainfully. You mean manufacture? As he spoke, he reached out and took a black hand crossbow, examined the parts deftly, knocked arrows, and shot it 3 times to test it out. Satisfied, he nodded. The priests who can stay here are all part of the technical backbone of the church. For them, such items are just handiwork they do to relieve themselves of boredom when they're free. Otherwise, where did you think that the ordnance flowing out of Anglo for the past years came from? In the silence, the look in Sherdong's eyes turned weirder and weirder. If the lambs who have come to you to confess their sins find out that the great and benevolent bishop is actually Anglo's biggest warmonger, how sad will they be? It is not easy to spread the gospel of God in a foreign country. What use are the meager funds that the church allocates every year? To generate income, one must always find one's own way, Mephistopheles said nonchalantly. At least, I will give the believers a 20% discount. Having said so, he proceeded with an excerpt from a well-known speech made by the first-generation Grand Inquisitor of the Religious Court of Inquiry. Let those who have been fighting fiercely against their brothers and relatives now fight in a proper way against the heretics in the name of God. Let those who for a long time have been robbers now fight for God and become God's knights. This is a battle worthy of participation, a battle that will eventually result in victory. This is God's will. Sherdong couldn't help but spit up thick phlegm. What are you all waiting for? Mephistopheles spread his hands and asked, waiting for me to give you the bill? Go follow the orders of your Grand Inquisitor and stir up trouble freely according to your plan. I hope that you all can save this country. Rest assured, we will. Sherdong cast him a final look. Even if we can't save it, we won't let it fall into the hands of the demons. In the storm, on the streets of downtown. The most important repository of materials is just over there. Watson, handcuffed and sitting in his wheelchair, pointed ahead with his chin. The things you want are all in there. After all, the country is going through times of stress. We usually dump the crap that we couldn't manage to sell in it. After going through property transfers for the whole day, the head spy of the military was already feeling dizzy. Although Watson had been unusually cooperative throughout, even handing over crucial items such as name lists of subordinates, sleeper cells, and informants, not to mention a full disclosure of crucial bank accounts, and showed no traces of rebellion, the head spy could still sense something off. This cripple in a wheelchair must be hiding something from me. Most definitely. In this regard, he was utterly convinced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592 Banquet, Part 2. Chapter 592 Banquet, Part 2. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. As director of the intelligence department in the headquarters of the army, he was responsible for internal inspection as the prosecutor at the secret court against any traitor inside the army. He was instinctively suspicious of everything. And he didn't believe that Watson would really think he would be all right after handing over. He knew too much secrets about the government. Once losing their power, the best ending for people like Watson was to stay in the secret jail for the rest of their lives, or to do the dirty work for the government secretively with a bomb implanted in his body. They didn't dare to get out of the cell even if they were granted freedom, as there were too many people who wanted them dead. There must be something wrong. He just hadn't figured it out yet. Well, the rain is heavier. Wiping the rainwater off his face, Watson said, "Can you hold this umbrella for me, sir? A hot meal of steak would be perfect after we do this. I am so cooperative, you should treat me better. Right?" The secret agent showed no emotion on his face. "Hope you are not playing tricks." Then he stared at the building far away, which was so quiet, the third shipyard. As sailboats became outdated due to their primitive technology, the shipyard went bankrupt and thus was abandoned. No one would come to this place except those members of the sailboat club who are rich and love old things. When they used the channels for boat racing, he could even recite the name list of the managers of the sailboat club. But now, he understood that they were only the scapegoat for the real criminals. The director of secret agents looked at Watson coldly. "Why, this warehouse was not in the catalog? What is the brain for if a catalog could do all the work?" Watson shrugged. "What's more, technically, this place was not in my charge. It's a secret meeting place of the higher-level departments." Higher-level departments? The director sneered. "You have no higher-level departments now. From the moment of the assassination by Maxwell, the fifth department had ceased to exist." Okay. It's your call." Watson heaved a sigh. "Whatever you say, as long as you give me the umbrella back." The director waved, and someone held an umbrella over Watson. But the rain still dropped onto the blanket on Watson's knee, and the blanket was soaked. Quickly, Watson wiped the rainwater off his face and heaved another sigh. "It is my favorite blanket." Their search didn't stop at all. They pushed open the gate and went further in the warehouse. Along the way, the accountants quickly checked the inventory in each room of the warehouse. A lot of precious supplies were found during the inventory taking, the huge amount of which was shocking even to the ear of the agent head. It was the private collection of shaman. It was almost huge enough to be a warehouse of strategic war supplies. So much weapons and power armors. What is he up to? Or, how long had he been planning for the riot? 2 hours later, the director got the inventory result from his secretary. He showed no emotion on his face, yet he lit a cigarette, his hands shaking slightly. "Hey, my friend. Can I have a cigarette?" Watson asked. The director looked at him coldly for a long while. Then, he suddenly raised his feet and kicked Watson onto the ground. Watson rolled on the ground and bumped his forehead onto the leg of the table. His forehead was injured and began to bleed immediately. "Don't you play any trick on me." Stepping on Watson's face and watching him suffering all the insults, the director felt more and more worried. Watson let him without any resistance. "I want only a cigarette. Or, if you don't believe me, you can just kill me now." Watson spread out his hands. "I'm useless now. Right?" One of the agents came nearer, hand on the hilt of his saber. The agent head, however, didn't nod his head. He snorted and said, "Take him away from here. This son of bitch. There must be something else he had not told us yet. This is not we agreed. Listen, Mr. Watson. You do whatever I tell you. You understand?" The director tossed his pack of cigarettes to Watson. "Your job here is done. Now take the cigarettes to the army jail and enjoy your holiday there. The country will need you in the future." "All right. Whatever you say." Watson let them grab him and stuffed him into the wheelchair. He only frowned when someone stepped on his blanket. "This is my favorite blanket. You be careful. This is the best from India. You guys can never afford one of this for your whole life." "Your blanket?" The guy was so angry that he laughed. Then, he stamped on the blanket and rubbed the blanket on the ground with his foot, leaving a dirty footprint on it. He then stared at Watson provokingly. "You were saying?" Watson took a deep breath and heaved a long sigh. Then, he closed his eyes. "You mistook me. I was not talking to you just now." He didn't look at the guy anymore. He took out a cigarette from the silver cigarette box. Then, he rubbed a match on the back of his wheelchair. The match was lit up, giving faint yellow light. A click was heard from the closed warehouse. Bang! The guy stepping on Watson's blanket fell on the ground, his brain and blood all over the place and staining the blanket. The cigarette was lit, showing a red spot in the darkness. More people fell without a sound but blood spurting out. At last, there was only Watson sitting in his wheelchair. He smoked the cigarette deeply and puffed out wisps of smoke into the air. There was no longer anyone who was able to move in the warehouse. Boom! Hearing the whistling sound, the director had a bad feeling and turned around. Immediately, he saw something silver dashing to him, and the next moment, he was nailed onto the wall by an arrow that was as thick as his arm. There was a big hole in his chest and blood oozed out. He stared at Watson unbelievably, muttered something undistinguishable in an almost inaudible voice, hee hee. Nothing was heard in the silence, except Watson's breath and his impressible groan. Until then, some indistinct figures appeared from the inside of the warehouse. And from the rain outside the warehouse. "I told you to be careful." Looking at the blanket stained with brains, Watson shook his head. "This is my favorite blanket." Lola emerged from the air and shot an indifferent glance at him. "I'll take care. Next time, Mr. Watson." "Is this your revenge?" Watson said, helplessly. "If you say so." Lola shrugged. Pretty soon, a thin figure wearing a white raincoat came out of the darkness and nodded to Lola. "Madam, it's all settled." In the man's hand, a dogleg shaped saber was covered in blood, which the rain had not washed it off the blade. "Who are you?" The director unbelievably looked at those people. He could not believe that all the men he had positioned around were taken out. It was Done in just several seconds. Staring at Watson, he said, using all his remaining strength, "Who are those people? Who else can they be?" Watson blew out a mouthful of smoke and said coldly, "They are the Fifth Department. You denied its existence, remember? I told you, this place is not in my charge. It is the premise of higher level departments. But you don't believe me." He smoked the cigarette. Then, he flipped the rest of the cigarette into the blood shed by the agent head. Blue fire burst out, as if the cigarette was tossed into a pool of burning oil. "Oh, I almost forgot." Watson waved his hand. "Thank you for your cigarette." The flame devoured the body of the agent head, which was burned into nothing in a few seconds. There was only the arrow and a man-shaped mark on the wall. Watson turned back. The warehouse was almost full of people, of whom some wore peasants' clothes, some wore expensive clothes, and a lot more wore tight clothes with weapons. As he said, they are the Fifth Department. According to the plan Ye Qingxuan gave him, he transported all the fighting crew of the Fifth Department to Avalon. To this end, he booked all the capacity of 2 shipping lines, asked all the favors he could get, and rented all the ships in Anglo by money or even threat. He selected the best fighters and minimized the number of them as much as he could. Within 3 days, a total of 5,700 people arrived in Avalon. It was all as Ye Qingxuan had ordered. Watson looked at the more than a dozen of commanders and nodded satisfactorily. He stretched his hand to take from his subordinate a thick pile of documents and then tossed the pile on the table. "It's almost time. No need to wait for the signal. Here is the plan. Finish reading it in 10 minutes and, follow Aunt Lola's lead to have fun." Watson smiled, "Wish you all have a good time, . He barely finished his words when there came a huge boom from afar. Through the heavy rain, they could see the fires in the center of the city and hear the noise of riots everywhere. Then, a burning holy emblem flied up into the sky, shining like a burning sun in the rain. Watson could not help but smiled. That bunch of old fellows were doing quite well. The older the wiser. It is really true. We need to speed up here. While he was murmuring, a man came up from the rain. He took out a new wheelchair from a waterproof bag, helped Watson sit in the new chair. And finally, he put another new blanket on Watson's knees. It was the same as the previous one. "Yes. This feels really good." Rubbing the blanket on his knees with his fingers, he nodded satisfactorily. "Derek, you always know what I want. You should be my steward instead of an executioner. Derek answered, "If you want, sir." "Of course not. Have you heard of any steward who hire another steward to work for him?" Watson smiled and wheeled the chair into the rain. Derek followed him closely and held a huge black umbrella for him. "Everyone here?" Watson asked. "Yes, sir. As you ordered." "What are you waiting for then, an invitation?" Watson said, waving his hand. "If anyone want an invitation, I can get some for you next time. But now, show those bureaucrats what you can do. Derek, tell them this, you received your payment long time ago, now is the time you do your job." Derek nodded and took a heavy whalebone horn off his back and raised to his lips. Then, he took a big breath, his chest bulging out like a grave, and blew the horn with all his strength. Nothing happened. Yet, in the rain, long echoes were heard. They were like the songs sung by the whales when they were wandering in the ocean. The songs pierced through the rain curtain and transmitted to every direction. Wherever the song goes, numerous rings of bronze bells were sounded. Pretty soon, one of the doors was pushed open. And then, a second door, a third. From the houses that had been burned, from the ruins of collapsed buildings. From under the wet and cold bridge, bloodshot eyes were brightened on hearing the sound. After a while, the violent thugs pushed open the door of their shelters and went into the rain, breathing the air of freedom eagerly. Anglos, Sicilians, Asgardians, Indians, and Orientals who had fled their countries all followed the call of the horn and went back into the streets, with swords and irons in their hands. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people. They walked in the alleys and streets through the storm. Finally, they gathered in front of Watson, forming a dark ocean of people. Everyone's here. Good. The steak I've ordered will be here very soon. Let's make the long story short as time is limited. Watson blew some warm breath onto his hands and rubbed them. God know how difficult it is to order a premium rare steak in Avalon. I should cherish it and be thankful. You understand? This the basic table manner, and a very important thing. I hope you can treat it as seriously as I do. This is the only thing you need to pay attention to. Besides that, you can do as you wish. While he was speaking, the tower bridge boomed far away. In the violent explosion, the iron gate broke, and the jammed road between the central city and the lower city was cleared. Watson smiled happily, as if he had heard the ringing of the waiter when the dishes were served. Gentlemen, it's dinner time. This is a really precious buffet, so enjoy your banquet. The iron-gray pupils of the people, lightened up by the fire in the sky, turned into blood-red like those of the demons, full of violence and thirst. Hope your appetite is as good as mine, Watson said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Cliched Ambush. Chapter 593, Cliched Ambush. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Boom! In the loud noise, the curtain of rain was slashed by sharp air currents. Countless clouds of fog flew into the air, droplets of rainwater scattering everywhere. The huge armor exploded in front of Ye Qingxuan and fell apart. Innumerable pieces of iron flew out, wedging themselves deeply into stone, with a fairly large number of pieces whizzing towards Ye Qingxuan. However, whenever a piece neared Ye Qingxuan's body, a vague cloud of black mist would rise from his robes. It gently wound itself around the piece, making all the kinetic energy of the piece disappear without a trace. Under the gloomy mist, the pieces of iron dissipated into iron sand, blending into the heavy rain, and landed on the ground. In the end, the iron sand piled up into a straight line at the foot of Ye Qingxuan. In the scouring of the rain, traces of red and the cold gleam of the metal bloomed. Twisted wrecks of steel were everywhere. Raindrops fell on the wreckage, like grease spilling on scorching red iron, igniting a red flame from within, and the flame spread on the ground along the puddles of water. Under the power of nature inference, the water took on the appearance of flames, as the rules of the physical world had been distorted under the pull of music theory. The torrential rain turned into a weapon. It was similar to the iron sand that was once in the hands of Nigel. Guided by formulas of modifications, even with only one grain, it was capable of producing a terrifying effect. It was just that nature interference was used in place of formulas of modifications. Everywhere the moonlight shone, all the raindrops became blades controlled by Ye Qingxuan. He didn't even have to move, and just stood where he was, as the heavy rain that had undergone nature interference seeped into his opponent's power armor. Then, the heaven ladder unfolded, and countless strands of perception lines of moonlight connected themselves to the alchemy array, eroding it with music theory. Outflowing layer, forming layer, circulating layer, creating layer, the structures in all four of the layers were completely disrupted. The circuits from innumerable arrays were joined together messily, causing the ether cycle to overload and the cooling system to collapse. In the end, the ether furnace beneath the layers of protection exploded. It would only take a few seconds for the power armor and overload to become a steel melting furnace. With the clothes of original sin on him, when facing opponents below the level of master, Ye Qingxuan could simply ignore their number and go all out, focusing on his attacks. Jiu Shao Huan Pei was a rare weapon of exceptional quality in itself. After Ye Qingxuan advanced as a dreamweaver, its core music theory was once again nurtured, and its timbre became clearer and brighter. Traces of the notes, which sounded like dragons whistling, lingered in the rain for a long time before slowly dissipating. The last opponent standing in his way fell apart, but no sign of joy appeared on Ye Qingxuan's face. Instead, he frowned. Although the duration of their fight was short, it was at least around 5 minutes, which should have been enough for reinforcements from other guard posts to be sent, or for the powerful musicians inside to respond. Plus, this place was not just the summer palace, but also where the queen's coronation ceremony was being held. The security would definitely not be slack. But at the moment, the manor was still dead silent. Only the dim lights and the crystals flickered. Through the thick curtain of rain, the dim yellowish light was refracted and faintly glinted a strange green. The whole manor was so solemn and silent that it was chilling. Ye Qingxuan took a stride and walked into it. But along the way, he didn't see anyone alive at all. The people were all dead. On the periphery of the manor, be it the attendants of the guests, the waiters of the manor, or the magnificent and solemn guards of honor, all of them were lying on the ground in the rain at the moment. They had no wounds on their bodies, and the exposed skin was a ghastly white. Their skin was dry, just like inferior paper. Saturated with rainwater, the corpses were swollen and unsightly. It was the result of a typical method of killing by dark musicians. With the nightmare fog formed with the music theory of the abyss, dark musicians could easily reap mortal lives. It was as simple as drinking from a straw. The deeper he ventured into the manor, the more dead bodies there were. In the silent palace, only Ye Qingxuan's footsteps could be heard. Everyone else had fallen to the ground, sweet smiles at the corners of their lips, as if they were engrossed in a sweet dream. Only the wonderful aroma lingering in the air was getting stronger. It was the smell of blood. A faint singing reverberated. "Go tell Aunt Rhody, go tell Aunt Rhody, go tell Aunt Rhody," the faint singing whispered in his ear, "the old grey goose is dead." Ye Qingxuan turned back suddenly. Behind him was nothing. Only the voice that sounded like a girl giggling lingered in my ear. "She died in the mill pond, she died in the mill pond, she died in the mill pond," right in front of her. It was Mary. Ye Qingxuan was silent, reached out and pushed the last door open. At that very moment, he almost suffocated. In his trance-like state, he felt as if a scarlet wind was blowing towards him from the cruel execution ground behind the door. Everyone was dead. Fragmented. The pieces were everywhere on the walls, on the chandelier, and on the floor. Countless greenish skeletons were still in their seats even, their postures dignified, but their flesh and internal organs had stripped off their bones like clothes, layer by layer, blooming like flowers. The eerie flowers of flesh and blood bloomed in every corner. It was as if a surgeon had disassembled all the human bodies with anatomical techniques that possessed such delicacy bordering on cruelty, then removed the decaying and rotting internal organs, pruned the deformed organs, and left the most perfect parts behind, actually causing a beauty of otherness to arise from the filthy flesh and blood. Shades of red permeated everywhere. Streams of blood dripped from the corpses, falling on the red carpet at their feet, lending a vividness to the redness of the carpet, and resembled red mold parasitic on the floor. Stepping on the floor made one feel as if one was sinking into a swamp, the sticky touch bringing discomfort. Ye Qingxuan walked forward silently and looked around. He wore a poker face. He came late. In the silence, his footsteps suddenly paused, and he stopped where he was. When he lowered his head, he saw that a hand had grasped his ankle. On the ground, the corpse, whose face had been cut off, raised its head, the muscles on its face stretching and seeming to form a vague smile. But behind the layer of muscles, traces of black mist seeped out. In a flash, it was as if hundreds of fountains had appeared in the hall. A lot of black mist spewed out of all the corpses, the mist filling up the entire place in a flash. The black mist swallowed up all the light and brought with it an aura of the abyss so thick that it made one want to vomit. It was the nightmare fog. In the nightmare fog, which took God knows how many dark musicians to combine their powers and set up, huge ether waves suddenly emerged one after another. Countless music theories intertwined in the air and gathered together, their powers originated from the same source. The dark movement that had inherited the Dark Sovereign's tenacity resonated with the music theories, causing the nightmare fog to further evolve into a landscape of hell. In other words, at the moment, Ye Qingxuan had fallen into a blockaded domain almost reaching the level of scepter. Meanwhile, in the nightmare fog, vague shadows emerged, each of them radiating ether waves as strong as stars of darkness. Great demons. Each of them was a dark musician that had achieved the final form after being transformed by the abyss, a pseudo-scepter that had been bestowed with the element of the abyss, a great demon that shepherded Hyakum's followers for him. In the blockade, Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but laugh. Ah, so many people. He looked around and sighed softly. 16 great demons? Although the powers of your lot skyrocketed by a lot after the abyss bestowed gifts upon you all, to assemble so many would surely require one to gather all the dark musicians of Anglo up? No small feat indeed. Many thanks to the Dark Sovereign for thinking so highly of me. I didn't expect him to gather up all the dark musicians of Anglo to deal with me and only me. It's such an honor. Bang! The round of moon above Ye Qingxuan's head shook under the corrosion of the nightmare fog. In the elemental domain of the scepter of hell, Ye Qingxuan was completely isolated from the realm of ether. His resonance with the quiet moon was cut off. His expression changed slightly. The Dark Sovereign did indeed identify his biggest weakness. All along, he had been best at defense and counterattack, usually making his moves based on the situation at hand, and had relied on the heaven ladder for it. From a commercial point of view, he was an absolute speculator. After identifying the enemy's weaknesses, in a manner similar to the borrowing of money, he would use Jiu Shaohuan Pei as a pivot to leverage a vast amount of funds dozens of times more than his own capital. He would then defeat the enemy completely in one go, and use the profit obtained to fill up the gaps and repay the high interest. In contrast, the ordinary industrialist-like musician often found it difficult to resist the impact of external funds, but speculators like Ye Qingxuan also had lethal weaknesses. Other than having difficulties sustaining attacks and the need for cumbersome, exquisite techniques, he had been too dependent on the market, in this case, the realm of ether. Once he was divested of the external environment for his actual assets and liabilities to be assessed, Ye Qingxuan only had his own assets to present. While this respect of his was still of top quality, its scale was incomparable to that of the original, and might even feel restrictive, making him unable to launch his attacks. At the moment, if not for Jiu Shaohuan Pei, he couldn't even sense the sea of ether anymore. Fighting against 16 companies which possessed assets that, when combined, were worth multiple times of one's own at the same time, and in a city closed off from the rest of the world? No businessman would do so regardless of how dumb he was. Moreover, the government and the environment wasn't exactly friendly to him. Ye Qingxuan sighed, rubbed his temples from a slight headache, and asked, "Can anyone tell me where has Mary gone?" No one responded. His famous title of Hand of God, countless lessons drawn from others' mistakes in the past, and the tragic endgames of innumerable dark musicians had proven that 8 or even 9 times out of 10, striking up a conversation with this guy would not end in anything good. Furthermore, this guy was the Grand Inquisitor of the religious court of inquiry at the moment. Due to their opposing stances, both parties were destined to fight it out in a life-or-death struggle, just like how water and fire could not coexist together. Having advanced from inconspicuous dark musicians to infamous great demons, none of the ones present were fools, nor did they dare to underestimate Ye Qingxuan, not to mention the orders the Dark Sovereign had given them beforehand. Thus, none of them intended to communicate with Ye Qingxuan at the moment. They were so wary of him to the extent that after Ye Qingxuan finished his words, all of them started resonating as one. The landscape of hell, which was the result of 16 ether waves intertwining, rumbled and shook, evolving into a dark sun hanging high in the sky. The terrifying pressure resulting from countless music theories intertwining and evolving pressed down along with the dark sun. It was intended to act directly on Ye Qingxuan's symphony of predestination and suppress all of his abilities to resist. It sought to collapse all his music theories with pure force without giving him any opportunity to leverage their powers to fight back. Ye Qingxuan stood firmly, not moving. On the close of original sin, countless notes flashed past, and the domain of holy appeared out of thin air, covering his whole body and securely countering the pressure from the scepter of hell. Under the suppression of the sun of darkness, layers of faint ripples propagated on the invisible barrier. Clearly, it couldn't last much longer. Ye Qingxuan couldn't help but sigh. He reached out and fished out an unopened packet of cigarettes from his pocket. He deftly tore through the packaging with his fingers and put a cigarette into his mouth. Cocking his head, he lighted the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and puffed out a dissipating cloud of smoke. Only did he remove the cigarette and raised his head slowly. "You all know that I am the Grand Inquisitor of the religious court of inquiry, right?" No one responded, but in the nightmare fog, the ether waves grew more and more violent. The huge sun of darkness suddenly dropped by 3 inches. Countless music theories of the abyss interwove, turbulently distorting the physical world, forming a fuzzy black flame. Sharp noises rang out and countless cracks appeared on the barrier of holy. The collapse of the domain of holy was imminent. "It seems like you all know it?" Ye Qingxuan nodded in understanding. "So what makes you all think that? I won't put the many thugs in my command to use, and will instead fight with you all on my own?" Before he finished his words, a loud noise rumbled. It came from the sky. In the torrential rain, countless thunder suddenly erupted. Flashes of lightning danced wildly like snakes, filling the space between the heavens and the earth. The flood-like hurricane emerged from the clouds, splitting the iron-like black clouds in the sky, and even tore the mist shrouding over the skies of Anglo apart temporarily, revealing a small scrap of the night sky. There was an ocean of stars. And in the ocean-like cluster of stars, a behemoth broke out from the clouds and roared wildly at the earth. The mountain of nomadism. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Never Give Up. Chapter 594, Never Give Up. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The wind hurled upon the earth from the sky like iron sand. An enormous cyclone appeared from nowhere and stretched onto the ground. It tore up lots of buildings into pieces and flipped the roofs of palaces into the air. The whole place was full of dust, which was sucked in by the cyclone and surged up into the sky. Then, a storm began to pour rains down. The dark sun pulled and dragged the rainwater. Those raindrops, captured by it, circled around it. The blazing lava in the mirror of the hell was shining as if it were lit up. A beam of light was shot at Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan flipped the cigarette and raised his head to look into the sky. "You are slow, Shi Dong?" Ye Qingxuan asked. "You are so eager to get another Grand Inquisitor for you?" The massive iron battleship appeared from behind the cloud, kept its imposing posture and hovered in the sky upside down with its broad deck toward the ground. Beside the row, a figure, as if nailed onto the deck, was looking up at the ground. Hearing Ye Qingxuan's voice, he grinned, mocking Ye Qingxuan for his misfortune. "I told you, never believe anyone," the figure said. "Cut it off, Sherdong," Ye Qingxuan answered. "You don't believe anyone. That's all. That's how one can live a long life, isn't it? Cut the crap." Ye Qingxuan raised his eyebrow. "You have 1 minute to get me out of this shit place." Sherdong heaved a sigh and said, "Is it really appropriate for you to ask such a huge favor, considering we've just met? That was mean. When have I been appropriate? You know me, I was always asking too much." Ye Qingxuan raised his finger to show Sherdong the cigarette on his fingertips. "You have 40 seconds before I finish this cigarette." Okay. 10 seconds would be enough." Sherdong didn't hurry but asked leisurely, regularly, "It's the subordinate's job to finish the work, while it's the obligation of the boss to be held responsible for the consequences. Right? Ye Qingxuan saw what he meant and couldn't help smiled self-mockingly. He waved his hand and said, "As you like it. I sanctioned it." "That is good," Sherdong said. Seeing the dim figures behind the dark sun, Sherdong's eyes became full of thirst and eagerness. "Seeing all those heretics wandering around, I cannot help itching to kill some of them. Is this a sort of occupational disease?" In the sky, the upside-down mountain of nomadism boomed to operation. The heavy cannon barrel was raised out from below the deck. The dark muzzle was aimed at the ground and super-hot light began to shine in the cannon muzzle. The terrible ether movement was initialized. Level 6 propelling power finished. Warm-up finished. Lock-up finished. The great demons on the ground was transfixed in astonishment. This bunch of stupid men. We have their bosses in our hands. They don't even care about Ye Qingxuan? What are they doing? A riot? They want to kill their boss in this chaos? This was crazy for the dark musicians who abided by the strict hierarchical systems. They had never heard of anything like this. This was beyond their imagination. Wait. A hoarse voice was heard from the fog. "I require a negotiation with your commander in charge." Stupid pig, Ye Qingxuan, smoking his cigarette in the blockade, couldn't help shaking his head mockingly. "Sorry, the religious court of inquisitors never negotiate with heretics." "Sure." Dong smiled grimly, obviously being happy, and waved his hand while speaking out the initialization word, "Pray. Give the world the gift of misery. Petitioner, fire." The whole world suddenly fell into darkness. Then, a piercing beam of light fell from the sky. It was like a plow controlled by the god to plow the earth, yet what it planted was only the seed of destroy. It was the light of doom. It struck on the earth, with no regard about Ye Qingxuan at all. Under the impact of the light, the dark sun shivered violently and collapsed quickly. The landscape of hell squealed and finally exploded into pieces. The light devoured everything. Windsor Manor, the summer palace where the royal family had lived for several centuries, was utterly destroyed. The light went out. Ye Qingxuan tossed the cigarette stump on the ground and stamped it out, stepping on the ground that had melted due to the horrible heat of the light. He walked out and bent over to pick up a corpse that was so badly burned that only the head was still recognizable. The head was in quite good shape and the face was recognizable. Now we can begin to negotiate. Looking at the dying demon coldly and said, to have a quick death or an anguish one, it is your choice, which depends on how you answer my question. Then, he paused and get closer to the head. Gazing at the only one I left. He said, word by word, tell me now, where is Mary? Moonlight perception thread, with the music theories of the school of mind. Extended from his hand and permeated into the brain, which was badly wounded due to the collapse of music theories. When a musician ascended to the higher level, he would be able to get rid of his mortal body and build a new body with the circulation of ether. Then, he would be much stronger than the ordinary men, both physically and mentally. And, this a great demon who had been transformed by the abyss. Even when he was dying, his willpower was not to be wavered easily. However, this was of no help when Ye Qingxuan manipulated his defenseless mind with his mind movement. Every mind musician has his own specific style. For example, Yi Lanzhao was good at influencing people's mind without their noticing it. He didn't need a music movement to help him. He could infiltrate into people's mind and induce them to tell him what he wanted merely by a gesture or an eye contact. But Ye Qingxuan was totally different with him. Ye Qingxuan didn't bother to disguise himself at all. He always attacked with brutal force and broke people's defenses to find the deepest part of their mind and find the answer he wanted. In just one split second, something clicked. The lock of the great demon's mind was opened. The pupils of the great demon contracted and dilated repeatedly. The great demon was still conscious, but he could not stop himself telling Ye Qingxuan the answer. The new king has begun his tour across the kingdom in the shadow. The great demon said hoarsely, the king of hell will descend on the earth. Very good, Ye Qingxuan said, nodding his head. He plucked the head off the body and tossed it over to Sherdong, who had came down onto the earth along a rope. He said, this is yours now. Find something for the old fellows to work on, in case that they get Alzheimer's disease. As you wish, Your Excellency. Sherdong bowed to Ye Qingxuan respectfully. But his expression was telling that he didn't care about the head at all. He said, I have 2 pieces of news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? The bad one, or the worse one? The bad one first, as an appetizer. Sherdong nodded and said crisply, Leviathan began its attack this afternoon. The 3rd seal will collapse any moment now. I'm afraid it won't be able to last to next dawn. It was bad. Really bad. Ye Qingxuan didn't know whether it was the bad one or the worse one. How about Master Haydn? Is he okay? Ye Qingxuan asked. I have seen him. He can hardly hold on any longer. Sherdong said lightly. The Genesis matrix was overloaded and has etherized half of his body. If he was not saved soon enough, he would be totally melted by the music theories and integrated into the overloaded Genesis matrix. Master Haydn knew about the incidents in the city, but he could not spare any time to help. He asked me to tell you to take actions as soon as possible. Once Leviathan breaks through the 3rd seal and descend on the world, then the final defense that King of Bach, asked by the royal family, had constructed in Avalon will be automatically initiated. The national defense line will overload itself and extract the ocean of ether buried under the ground of the country to summon something called the Holy Grail of Destruction. Then, the whole Avalon will be vaporized. Sherdong paused for a while, and then continued, I have done the calculation. According to my calculation, half of Anglo will be destroyed by the blast and the whole Western world will suffer from it. It will be like the war between the three kings against the catastrophe several hundred years ago. Huge oceans waves will be generated in 4 countries will be wiped off the earth. Even the cities along the coastline of the Oriental world will be engulfed. Ye Qingxuan frowned, and he said, "Destroy the whole territory of Anglo? How come that the defense is so powerful? That will be the second piece of news, which is worse." Shi Dong heaved a sigh and raised his head. He waved his hand toward the mountain of nomadism. Following his gesture, the cannon was aimed at the ground and, under the propelling power of level 4, the cannon loaded the piercing matrix and shot at the ground. Without any sound, a hole of several hundred meters deep appeared on the ground. The hole, which was of a diameter of 5 to 6 meters, went straight down. The earth around the hole was smooth and slippery, burned into carbon in the moment of shooting. The hole went through to the bottom of Avalon. Shi Dong stretched his hand and signaled to Ye Qingxuan to take a look. Ye Qingxuan went over and lowered his head to look into the hole. He saw the sewer that was cut off by the hole and the deeper part of the hole. And he got more and more concerned. In the sewer, it was blood that was flowing. The blood circulated in the complex sewer network that covered the whole area of Avalon. It was like blood in the veins. And in the deeper part of the hole, he saw clearly that large amount of earth and rocks were infected with the life energy of the catastrophes and turned into blood and flesh. The infection had gone to the deepest part of the earth, and even may had already expanded to the seabed around Avalon. Shot by the cannon, large amount of flesh and blood was vaporized, yet new tissue was growing quickly. The speed of growth was incredibly fast. Blood surged out from underneath the ground and filled the hole. But the blood didn't gush out from the hole after the hole was full. Then the blood pool became even with the ground, with sticky red blood rippling in the hole, reflecting Ye Qingxuan's face in it. Leviathan had broken through the seal of the Genesis and turned the whole Avalon into blood and flesh? That might be not correct. Shi Dong said after heaving a sigh, if my guess is right, Avalon was built on Leviathan. Or we may say, Avalon was the same thing as Leviathan. Only that King Arthur had changed its name. He paused, and then told the truth, Leviathan is Avalon. Ye Qingxuan couldn't believe it at all. It was all too ridiculous. Leviathan is Avalon itself? For several centuries, numerous people lived on the body of Leviathan? Do you have any other explanation besides that? Shi Dong laughed grimly. It is always a mystery how Avalon has come into being. It was recorded in no history book. Somebody says that it was pulled out of the sea by King Arthur. Through the chapter of the Golden Victory, somebody says that it was developed by King Arthur in the world of darkness. If Leviathan really loves King Arthur and has sacrificed its love to make him king, then why didn't it sacrifice his body to make him the ruler of the whole world? Ye Qingxuan fell into silence. Shi Dong couldn't help heaving a sigh. We have trouble everywhere, my Grand Inquisitor. He said, Avalon is such a small place, yet it has such a huge problem. It is right to fight the evil until the end, yet the religious court of inquisitors is not powerful enough to fight this war. We'd better retreat when we still can. We have too much left to do and too much things to handle. Ye Qingxuan didn't speak. Looking at Ye Qingxuan, Shi Dong said to him in a low voice, My Excellence, It takes courage to admit defeat sometimes. This is exactly why you cannot be a Grand Inquisitor, Sherdong. Ye Qingxuan raised his head and looked at Sherdong. You have wisdom, you are good at operation management, you have the experience, and you even know everything about politics. You are the best assistant to the Grand Inquisitor, lobbying the church and the countries for the Grand Inquisitor. You have all the abilities that the Grand Inquisitor doesn't. But you always overthink. The more you think, the more you need to take into consideration. Then you would compare all the different results and weigh each of the choices. Finally, you will get afraid, you will become weak, drifting away from the original path, even without knowing it. Lowering his head, Sherdong didn't speak. I have said that I would rebuild the religious court of inquisitors and set the stake in the dark world again. I'm the Grand Inquisitor and I will not let anyone have any control over my destiny. No one can manipulate my fate. I have made my choice when I stepped out of the holy city. Staring at Sherdong, Ye Qingxuan enunciated, my future will begin at this place. No matter what happens, I will never give up. Sherdong, never. After a long time of silence, Sherdong lowered his head and bowed to Ye Qingxuan respectfully. We'll follow your order, Your Excellence. He asked, what's our next move? Then? To be honest, I haven't figured that out yet. But things will become clear soon. Ye Qingxuan laughed self-mockingly, looking at the blood path winding into the ruins. He said, before that, get our Majesty back with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Kingslayer. Chapter 595, Kingslayer. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. What kind of person is Mary? Ye Qingxuan realized that he had never thought about this question. They first met in the kitchen of the Royal Academy of Music. He was banging on the lids of pots and pans, with his dog, in high spirits. She stood at the end of crowd, watched quietly, then left quietly, making nothing of it. Perhaps it was because of her pride and arrogance as a member of the royal family. After that, in downtown Avalon, he saw the blood-stained Ripper. With her completely deviant version of misophobia, she wanted to kill every single dirty person and make the city clean again. He once danced with the princess in the shadow of Avalon and got a close-up look at her pair of eyes, which were as exquisite as jewels and full of pain and emptiness. He could see the deepest scars and blood. In Steinchamber, the two were alone for a short while, but no communication of a deeper level took place between them. She had become a qualified successor to the throne. And just like that, the self-restrained, noble princess and the wanderer brushed past each other and parted ways. Ye Qingxuan had not expected to be reunited with her one day. Nor did he expect that she would be crowned so soon. She had become an empress, distinguished and powerful, but it was not how Ye Qingxuan imagined. The new ruler's tour in the nation in the shadows had begun. The king of hell would descend. When Ye Qingxuan entered the shadow of Avalon, the tour had yet to end, but hell had already revealed vaguely its grotesque appearance. Mary did not hide her whereabouts, or rather to say, she had no intentions of hiding at all. The king toured, dignified and rightful. She entered the gates of the city, walked along the winding streets, stepped on roads stained red by blood, made her way uptown, passed through the broken city, towards her palace. Everywhere she passed, all buildings and streets fell apart and collapsed into pieces. A huge ether wave radiated from her. On her head, the image of the city reflected off the crystal-like crown, casting everything in the dim yellowish light from hell. The kingdom of shadows had ushered in sunshine for the first time in centuries. But the sun was born of darkness. The huge sun of darkness responded to her singing and rose from the top of the palace, illuminating the city of demons and accelerating its collapse. Countless pungent particles of sulfur dust fell from the sky, burning and resulting in specks of fire, like scorching hot rain. The rain of fire covered every corner, igniting everything. Countless demons hissed in the fire, shaking and dying. They maintained their posture of worship even in death, dedicating everything to the Supreme Emperor, the ruler of the mortal realm and hell. At the moment he saw her, Ye Qingxuan immediately understood what happened. Although he had no idea what deal the Dark Sovereign and Lancelot had struck up, at the moment, there was no doubt that Mary, as a sacrifice, had become a pawn of the Dark Sovereign. Ye Qingxuan could see countless movements extending from the scepter of hell and emerging themselves in Mary's limbs. The Dark Sovereign implanted the essence of himself, the movement of hell, into Mary's body, controlling Mary's will via her dark side born of the curse of the dragon blood. At the moment, through Mary's body, the Dark Sovereign could move around unimpeded in the shadow of Avalon. He could even turn the tables, by absorbing the power of the shadow of Avalon to make himself whole. The movement that was once damaged badly by the stone sword was constantly extracting the power of the shadow of Avalon at the moment, undergoing evolution and rebirth. Upon her arrival at the palace, the movement of hell would replace the power left by Arthur and seize all the bases, completely turning the shadow of Avalon into a hell on earth. Meanwhile, King Arthur would be completely freed from the palace and descend upon the world once more as a catastrophe. What a crafty plan you have devised, Your Majesty the Dark Sovereign. Ye Qingxuan sighed softly, and couldn't help but raise his hand to suppress the faint headache in his temples. It was a strange feeling of mixed irritation and anger which filled his brain like a flame. In the gap between his fingers, cold moonlight lit up in the black irises. "Let's say hello first and see what happens," he whispered. "It's rude enough to come unsolicited, at least we should let the host know who is knocking at the door." "Yes, sir." Behind him, Sherdong nodded and unsheathed his épée, piercing it into the ground. The blade scraped against the iron and the rock, making a harsh, low-pitched whistle that dragged on. Then, a thunder-like roar burst forth. It was deafening. Deus Vult. Never before had anyone expected that the shriveled body of the dying old man still had such strength left in it. It was strong enough to support him to roar like a dragon with all his might and shake the heavens and the earth, as well as all the nations in the world, with his roar. It was the language passed down from before the Age of Dark, a blood-stained vow inscribed in the religious court of inquiry in their crusade to the east. Deus Vult, God wills it. It was God's decree, it was the wish of all things. It was where justice and glory lay. It was hereby declared that the witch hammer had set foot on the battlefield. Following the roar, the heavens and the earth rumbled. The holy emblem and flames rose slowly from Sherdong, illuminating the dark clouds. The huge warship of steel broke through the clouds, the searchlights penetrated the luminous flares of the dark sun, and a ghastly white radiance spilled onto the ground. Dozens of steel stakes shot out from the catapult track. With a roar, they wedged deeply into the collapsing buildings. Then, flame pillars so high they touched the sky rose from the ground, and interwove into a huge cage of flames. At that very moment, the King of Hell stopped advancing abruptly and slowly turned back, making Ye Qingxuan smile. "Yes, that's right, look here." Facing her gaze, Ye Qingxuan slowly walked forward into the cage of flames and bowed to the girl wearing the crown. "Mary, your Royal Highness, it's been a long time." The girl's gaze was empty, her delicate face full of indifference, and she did not respond. It was as if she was looking at nothing but air. In the projection of the scepter of hell, the image of the Dark Sovereign slowly emerged. He looked around at the surroundings, and finally looked down at Ye Qingxuan, wearing a mocking smile. "It's been a long time since I last witnessed such a scene indeed. The religious court of inquiry? I remember you all dragging out your ignoble existences, as miserable as stray dogs, after the church gave up on you. Surprisingly, you all managed to wait it out until the day of your resurgence has come? What is this? A miracle? Isn't it exactly because goddamn things like you still exist in the world? Ye Qingxuan looked at him and responded coldly, "After all, someone must remind you that you still have undefeated enemies, that there are still people in the world who will fight against you until one side perishes. You want to slay your king?" The Dark Sovereign clapped his hands in glee. "Just like what your superior, Maxwell, did. Ye Qingxuan, he really didn't get it wrong about you. The saviors of Anglo actually all want to kill their king? How ironic. Too bad Her Majesty even admired you once. I wonder if she'll be heartbroken if she sees you now. Am I right, Your Majesty?" Mary's eyes trembled. As if she was awakened from a long nightmare, in the empty gaze, a dim light resembling that of a candle flickering in the wind emerged. She looked stunned, unsure, and fearful. After getting a clear look at Ye Qingxuan's face, she couldn't help but want to hide and run away. In the end, she seemed relieved. She did not question him demandingly, nor was she enraged, as if she had understood her end. "Mr. Yi, are you here to kill me?" she asked softly. Ye Qingxuan was silent. After a long time, he slowly nodded. "Yes. It's really great to be able to die in your hands." As if the time of her liberation had arrived, she cracked a smile, suppressing her tears of fear, and softly bid farewell. "Please save the country and cut off this bloodline of disaster completely. I give you my word that the Ripper will die here." Ye Qingxuan looked into Mary's eyes and promised her, "One word at a time, Mary and the country shall be reborn together. Then I'll leave it to you." Mary smiled and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes were already covered in a grotesque, beastly red. Horrifying firebird erupted from her body and evolved into a flame-like substance, spreading in all directions. Under the strengthening of the scepter of hell, her tenacity materialized, and its operation itself was enough to cause the shadow of Avalon to whine forlornly as it collapsed further, distorting the physical world. The cage of flames shook. Invisible knives and axes swiped at Ye Qingxuan, and the barrier in front of him cracked, revealing countless gaps, and shattered instantly. Ye Qingxuan sighed, and when he raised his eyes again, they were already full of cold moonlight. Against the frenzied firebird, he raised his arm and issued an order. "Deus Vult. The wish of all things, the decree of God. Hereby executing the righteousness of the world, the eternal justice." Flames and iron descended from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Pledge Allegiance? Chapter 596, Pledge Allegiance? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Following Ye Qingxuan's orders, stars of flame and iron fell from the sky. Under the sixth drive, the main armament of the petitioner erupted in overload. Waterfall-like torrents of ether gushed out, containing horrifying heat and purifying music theory within. They tore through layers of barriers and descended upon the top of the King of Hell's head in a flash. Then only did an inkling of the gleam of iron hidden in the fire appear faintly. It was steel that was burnt until a scorching red and the terrifying high temperature up to thousands of degrees. Horrifying flares spewed from the stakes, bringing the path of redemption which would turn all sinners to ashes. Mary lifted her red eyes. Under the guidance of the crown of hell, the red firebird materialized as an actual hand and grabbed at the strong light. The first to be heard was the bang of steel colliding. Ghastly white waves of air were stirred up from within and propelled the sharp noise of gold and iron scrapping against each other to sweep across the entire Avalon. The big bell resembling the wrath of God was struck. Doomsday would come. In the dissipating flares, the stake had fallen apart. Walking out of the flares was the King of Hell, a crystal crown on its head, donning blood-colored garments. The terrifying aura radiating from it and the gigantic sun that the palace had turned into echoed each other. After consuming a small half of Avalon, the scepter that was once heavily damaged had been repaired completely. The element of hell operated within the horrifying and majestic melody, and the actual scene of hell unfolded. The Dark Sovereign had returned once more. Behind the domain of Holy, Ye Qingxuan sighed softly. From then on, what he had to face was no longer only Mary, who was controlled by the cursed blood, but also the King of Hell in his prime. But no one was beside him to help keep the Dark Sovereign in check, and Ye Qingxuan had no chance to wander about the battlefield at an unhurried pace and seek opportunities to strike through the catastrophe's defenses. It was a face-to-face confrontation, an undodgeable battle. "It's getting somewhat troublesome," he murmured softly. At the moment, the hem of Mary's scarlet skirt fluttered in the wind. The gigantic son of darkness advanced forward, and the ghastly red firebird gushed towards him like a river. In a flash, Mary had lifted a pale, slender arm, the index finger tapping gently on the wall of Holy. The next moment, a horrifying bang erupted. Struck by innumerable invisible knives and axes, the wall of Holy fell apart. After penetrating the layers of defense, the finger pierced through Ye Qingxuan's chest mercilessly, emerging from behind, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then, countless strands of firebird erupted from it. Like wandering blades, they attempted to scrape all his flesh and blood off, strip away all his skin and internal organs, and pluck off all his muscles and tendons in a flash, leaving only a clean, white skeleton behind. However, nothing happened. Ye Qingxuan was still intact. Only then did the low noise coming from Jiu Shao Huan Pei rang out belatedly. The strange melody resembling the sound of metal scraping against each other lingered in the Dark Sovereign's ear and refused to dissipate, like ridicule. In the vague, strange noise, a hoarse voice rang out faintly, as it sang fanatically, "Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani." The movement of hell, which was operating magnificently, paused momentarily, and the Dark Sovereign immediately understood what was going on. Passion cantata. Like what Abraham did back then when fighting against the saint, Ye Qingxuan had used nature interference to advance himself to the extremity of the state of vacuum, performing the movement Abraham had passed down to him to the very best of his ability. It was like how a knife couldn't cut the light apart, and how iron couldn't kill water. In accordance with the nature of the enemy, one's own form was changed, turning oneself into relative nothingness. Even though one was clearly in sight, one was beyond reach. "Another of your little tricks." The phantom of the Dark Sovereign emerged and sneered as it looked at him. "Do you think such trivial cleverness will be of use?" As he finished his words, Ye Qingxuan's face turned pale, a trace of purple-black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Firebird was an extension of the dragon blood. It controls ether directly with the tenacity of the host, bestowing physical forms to the tenacity and turning it into knives, swords, or metal. In essence, it was still an existence similar to music theory. Meanwhile, after consuming Leviathan's blood, Mary had already tapped on her own potential, which could be considered bottomless. It could be deemed as terrifying in terms of its nature and intensity. Although the power of the Firebird did not tear Ye Qingxuan's physical form apart, the music theory contained within still shook his form, almost knocking him down from his state of vacuum. If the ether circulation stopped, the only end awaiting him upon returning to his mortal body would be disintegration. Facing the Dark Sovereign's ridicule, Ye Qingxuan could not help but sigh. "It's just that I'm not capable enough." He reached out and made a cutthroat gesture towards the projection that was close at hand. "If my teacher was here, at that moment just now, he would definitely have already cut off your good-for-nothing head in one blow." What could be said for certain was that for centuries, no one had ever dared to be so impudent and offensive in front of the Dark Sovereign. Although cutting off his head had zero effect on him, it was undoubtedly an insult that could be considered wildly arrogant. The Dark Sovereign merely sneered and said no more. On the top of Mary's head, the crystal crown suddenly released a horrifying light. The movement of hell roared, and the scepter slowly rose into the sky. The terrifying gravitational pull contained within the music theory erupted from it, tugging at the fragments of the shadow of Avalon. The old king had died. The touring new king would regain control of its territory. The Dark Sovereign was madly consuming the city in the shadows to mend the cracks on the scepter of hell. When the shadow of Avalon was thoroughly disintegrated, the king of hell would be completely reborn. Ye Qingxuan had no time to stop him. It was because Mary's red eyes had neared him. At the moment, in the sky, the mountain of nomadism sprinkled down metallic gleams that resembled stars. In a flash, hundreds of dots of light flew out from the projectile tracks and shot in Ye Qingxuan's direction. They stirred up a whistling hurricane, which sounded like an iron whale singing freely before its death. They crossed the long distance, then smashed onto the ground. Loud bangs rumbled. Amid countless specks of flying dust, heavily armored knights walked out, assembled into arrays, blocking Mary's path, and pulled out their chainswords. Whale fall. Ahaha, haven't we arrived somewhat timely, Grand Inquisitor? Sherdong's voice sounded in his ear. Your faithful subordinates are here to help. Isn't it considered to be within your responsibilities? Ye Qingxuan responded coldly. If subordinates couldn't relieve their superior of his burdens, what would be the difference between them and idiots? So, what's the order this time round? Sherdong's voice took on a pondering tone. Kill? Purify? Or destroy? Obstruct, or preferably capture her alive. Ye Qingxuan ordered, the enemy you all are fighting against is the Queen of Anglo. Even if she kills all of you, she must not be hurt in the slightest manner. I knew it would be like this. Sherdong sighed. But what about the one living on her? Get all the purification musicians ready. Ye Qingxuan said, I'll take care of it. At the moment, the clothes of original sin shook, and a huge gravitational pull erupted from it, distorting the surrounding matter. The symphony of predestination operated within his body. The first part awakened, as did the second part, then the third. In a flash, the soaring force that had increased by more than 4 times almost went out of his control. In the faint sound of tides, the moon of pure white rose out of nowhere, against the huge pressure from the scepter of hell, and confronted the gigantic sun of darkness from a distance, hanging high above the night sky. Although he had yet to create a legend, master elements, and form a scepter, the symphony of predestination so vast that it had never been preceded still sufficed to shock others. Innumerable perception threads of moonlight that had blended into the celestial body extended from it, connecting themselves to the alchemy array of the mountain of nomadism, and was instantly connected to hundreds of ether waves in standby. Resonance. With Ye Qingxuan's tenacity as the central theme, the heaven ladder stretched across the 7 systems, mastering countless changes in music theory, and integrated the sound of heart movements of the purification musicians into one. Hundreds of ether waves merged into the moon of pure white. Ye Qingxuan did not hesitate to allocate most of the changes in music theory to them, letting they help him maintain such a vast symphony of predestination. In the end, Jiu Shaohuan Pei was formally connected to the core of the mountain of nomadism, the pool of ether. The silver pool of liquid in which the heart was being soaked and suddenly boiled. Countless streams of flowing light operated within, and the huge heart started pulsing wildly. Like an iron drum being beaten, every beat brought a low echo with it. The larger the body, the more horrifying the pressure it could withstand. At the moment, the mountain of nomadism replaced Ye Qingxuan to withstand the tremendous pressure, extracting an amount of ether which was so massive that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary musicians from the realm of ether through itself. A power that could be considered similar to torrents from a waterfall gushed into the moon of pure white. The symphony of predestination, the purification musicians, and the mountain of nomadism were integrated as one at the moment, connected by the music theory of the heaven ladder. Clear notes rang out from Jiu Shaohuan Pei, and a dragon's whistle burst forth. As many purification musicians controlled the resonance, massive amounts of ether were drawn from the pool of ether of the mountain of nomadism. The ether coursed through the heaven ladder, and finally gushed into the symphony of predestination. After experiencing countless times of creation and destruction, as well as transformations by music theory, it had become a pale white glow beyond the control of humans. Just by existing, the cold moonlight distorted the rules of matter. If one looked into its roots, one would see that it originated from the purification element that was condensed from the essence of innumerable musical movements of the religious court of inquiry. Comparing in terms of the extent of purity, it was even better than the movements. After all, other than Ye Qingxuan, no one else could ever master the music theory of the quiet moon. In only an instant, the movement of the moon had developed to the limit. Moonlight flowed on Jiu Shao Wan Pei, contracting according to Ye Qingxuan's will, until it turned into a fleeting and vague blade in the end. It was as if the blade consisted of faint light and shadow, not even possessing substantial material. But even so, it was already radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Wherever the blade passed, faint rifts emerged in the air. It was powerful because it was pure. It was a pure sword of purification. And as Ye Qingxuan waved it, even the red tide of Firebird was torn apart, unable to piece itself back, and revealed the girl's figure within. The long dress that was once pure white had long since been dyed red by the blood, but Mary, who was bathed in blood, showed a seductive beauty completely different from the past. The bestiality in her blood had dominated her consciousness. The one controlling her body at the moment was the demon born from the dragon blood, a total monster. But as she advanced, a grand melody was suddenly played loudly. A mighty and magnificent aura emerged from the red bloodiness, proclaiming the majesty of the Empress and guarding the new ruler as she toured. Pomp and Circumstance March No. 1. The god of the abyss bestowed the crown upon the bloody princess, crowning her as queen. The magical power originating from the scepter of the abyss operated within her body, causing the Firebird to burn like a flame, its attacks unstoppable. In the air, the taste of blood became thicker and thicker, and the pungent, sickly sweet smell lingered. But amid the mighty melody, ambiguous moans mixed in inappropriately, as if amid alluring carnal desires flowing in the air, a laid-back beauty exposed her fair shoulders, exhaling seductively from her lips. In Mary's eyes, bloody streaks lingered in the slender pupils of bestiality, making her eyes look more and more lively. When she looked at Ye Qingxuan, her eyes contained greedy lust and undisguised murderous intent. "Why not pledge allegiance to me, Ye Qingxuan?" Mary put on an enchanting smile, a voice with a tinge of hoarseness and temptation sounding from her throat, but it was completely different from her voice in the past. "Don't you think that I am more suitable as an empress than that sick, misophobic, and weak woman?" Firebird tore apart the weapons of dozens of armored knights. She stepped on the viscous blood and walked towards him slowly, her fair body vaguely visible under the blood-colored tulle dress. "You can't possibly like boring women who don't know how to have fun like her? She only knows how to act like a saint all day, even though she is always missing you so badly that it drives her crazy. She won't let you get close, not a chance." What she received in response was the sword of moonlight striking towards her and an indifferent pair of eyes. "Shut up, C*NT. Ye Qingxuan interrupted her words. "Before you open your mouth, you must be clear of what you are." The sword of purification tore the Firebird apart, scraping her cheek, and almost slashed a deep wound in her blushing and enchanting face. It was still merciless, without any signs of hesitation and weakness, but as compared to the sword, what enraged Mary more was Ye Qingxuan's words. The seductive lust was replaced by fury, rage and grotesqueness emerging in the red eyes of bestiality. Countless strands of Firebird struck like knives and axes, tearing the brilliance around Ye Qingxuan apart. She fixed Ye Qingxuan with a death stare and roared in rage, "What did you just call me? Did I not make myself clear?" Ye Qingxuan snickered. The sword of purification in his hand struck, slashing away the frenzied Firebird, and pressed towards the face that was as delicate as an artwork. "The queen I serve shall not be a WH*re who only knows how to moan on the throne all day long." Oh my! On the deck of the Mountain of Nomadism, Sherdong couldn't help but cover his face, as he couldn't bear to look at the scene anymore. Only at the moment did he fully grasp just how good his Grand Inquisitor was at cutting people to the quick, how bitchy he was, and how offensive his words could be. Even though the opponent is a demon, but the words you spoke are really too mean. For some reason unknown, Sherdong suddenly had a notion in his heart that as compared to the attainments in music theory, maybe Ye Qingxuan was even more talented in verbal fights. Soon, seemingly mad roars and screams sounded from the shadow of Avalon. Ye Qingxuan! At the moment, the queen had fallen into a completely frenzied rage, due to Ye Qingxuan's words. I'm going to cut your corpse up into 10,000 pieces. Scales resembling red-hot iron emerged from her fair skin. As if a giant dragon was screaming, frenzied firebird erupted from her body, skyrocketing and spreading in all directions. In only an instant, it tore countless buildings apart, destroyed all the wreckage, and left rows of cracks in the wall of tower shields held up by the knights, making it fall apart. In the blood-like firebird, under the strengthening of the pomp and circumstance march, she had already completely ignited the bestiality in the dragon blood. The phantom of the red dragon emerged from the back of the queen regnant of blood and breathed out dragon fire that was almost tangible towards Ye Qingxuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, The Chapter of the Golden Victory. Chapter 597, The Chapter of the Golden Victory. Translator, Naibo Studio. Editor, Naibo Studio. In a flash, the red glow charged at Ye Qingxuan. But in the air, a buzz that sounded like countless wild bees flying rang out, as if innumerable wings are vibrating rapidly. The flames that swept towards him like wildfire was the most destructive form that the firebird had evolved into. Strengthened under pomp and circumstance march number 1, the firebird caused the dragon blood in Mary to boil and took on an almost atavistic form of a red dragon. The extent to which Mary could control the firebird also exceeded her past limit and achieved a terrifying level. Ye Qingxuan's hair stood on end. Although it looked like flames, the substance was not burning, nor was there any heat. It was actually splitting matter up on the scale of the smallest particles currently observable by human science. The School of Modifications summarized the effect of the sound of wild bees flying as the ultimate decomposition, and no tangible material could be spared. Wherever the flames shrouded, everything would be utterly destroyed into nothingness. Such was the most terrifying aspect of the dragon blood. In a flash, the barrier formed by Holy shattered. It was set up again, then shattered once more. Ye Qingxuan quickly retreated. He had no intention to test out whether the clothes of original sin could withstand the flames of the firebird. If it could, it would still be his loss. If it couldn't, then the game would be up. At the moment, he regretted his B*TCHY words a little. Regardless of the circumstances, a mad woman would always be more terrifying than a mad demon, let alone a mad female demon. Ye Qingxuan could only feel a deep ridicule from fate. Trash talking is fun for a while, but look who the joke's on now. Had you seen it coming, why would you have said so much? As the dragon fire swept, a dash of red flashed across, and the tower of shields held up high by an armored knight quietly collapsed into a grayish-white cloud of dust, along with more than half of the knight's body. Half of the iron shell of armor fell to the ground, and blood gushed out belatedly, mixing with the dust that had piled on the ground and forming a pool of viscous slush. Ye Qingxuan frowned, his free hand pressed towards the air beside him. Nature interference. The barrier of holy rose from the ground and stacked in front of the knights, layer by layer, giving them a short window of time to retreat. At the same time, it trapped Ye Qingxuan and Mary inside. Behind Mary, the violent phantom of the red dragon turned its head, the dark and grotesque eyes looking at Ye Qingxuan. The next moment, the dragon fire swiped at him. But at that very moment, Ye Qingxuan heard a hallucination-like sound. It seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. It was an almost indescribable low voice, like the roar of a beast, but it had a rhythm unique to languages. Across the far distance, it rang in his ears, automatically guiding the changes of the music theory, which finally evolved into a speck of light. The light, with a dreamlike radiance, disappeared in a flash. It seemed like a metal worn by time, with a texture visibly different from bronze, as well as black iron and silver. It was a faint dark gold. Its brilliance only lasted for a flash, like a sword swiping down. Although it was so tiny that it was difficult to detect, the raging dragon fire sweeping towards him disintegrated in front of the glow and rapidly dissipated without a trace. Ye Qingxuan began to wonder if it was an illusion. At that moment, what he felt was Firebird? A Firebird as brilliant as gold, a dot. As he stood in shock, the glow returned once more and approached Ye Qingxuan. Before it got close to him, it shattered into tiny flecks of light, then scattered over him. What is this? Ye Qingxuan looked at his body, which was glowing faintly, yet to process the incident with his brain. The hallucination-like roar of the beast once again rang out in his ear, as if it was prompting him, "Don't waste time." Compared to the sound just now, the roar sounded a bit weak, but even more familiar. Not having time to properly think about it, Ye Qingxuan subconsciously took a step forward. The moonlight shook and swiped forward like a blade. As the cold moonlight swiped down, and the gravitational pull of music theory twisted the surrounding matter, and a roar burst forth. In the roar, the red tide was split open from the middle and parted to the sides, washing over the domain of holy and causing the barrier to disintegrate. Moonlight extended forward, flashing across the fire, and a shrill roar rang out. Mary screamed shrilly, as a forbidding scar appeared on the phantom of the red dragon. Dissipating Firebird spewed out of it viscously, just like blood. In an instant, the red dragon had been damaged badly. Not only the stunned Mary, but even Ye Qingxuan himself had not imagined that his attack would be so powerful. Under the shine of the light, the Firebird actually turned into a breeze? It's so smooth and simple that it's incredible. Grand Inquisitor, what is this new approach of yours? Sherdong's voice rang out in his ear. How come I have not heard anything about you possessing such a unique ability? To be honest, I don't know either, Ye Qingxuan said casually. But, as you know, I have a noble character, my purity is comparable to that of a saint, I'm more devout than the Pope, and my faith is so deeply moving that even the heavens and the earth are moved, so God has finally bestowed charism upon me. Isn't it perfectly reasonable? Reasonable your ass. Even Ye Qingxuan himself did not believe it. Look up. Sherdong sighed. Look above you. Ye Qingxuan was surprised. When he looked up, he saw that a halo had risen above him before he even realized it. The dark golden glow turned into a crown, blessing him, and dissipated any Firebird heading his way into nothingness. What is this? Ye Qingxuan's eyeballs almost popped out of his head. Of course he knew what it was. He had seen the same signs on Bai Xi before. In the cemetery back then, Bai Xi strengthened herself with the movement taught by Hermes. It was as if she had God's mandate and could conjure up great powers, making her almost unstoppable.